All right, ladies and gentlemen, the time has finally come. It is ready for the King of the Sea 18 2005 or 2025 international competition going on right now. Welcome, everybody. I am Sir Snarf. I am the North American Community Manager for World of Warships. I'm joined here by Blood Legend, who you might recognize from the competitive scene. How are you doing today?
I'm doing very well. Thank you for asking. Quickly introducing myself again. As he said, I'm Blood Legend, a former competitive player with lots of King of the Sea tournaments and other tournaments under my belt. And I will be providing lots of tactical analysis for you guys. So hoping to giving you insights that you maybe otherwise wouldn't know about.
Yeah. So I am a little newer to the scene, as a lot of you know from the North American side. So hopefully everybody in the audience that might have some more of the more basic questions, I can help field, and you can be that expert analysis to kind of show me what the heck is going on and why people are doing certain sorts of things. So that's going to be the goal here today. So we're going to have both some great commentary for those experts that are in the field who've been joining us for the last 10 years, along with the people that might be new on the ride. So hope to have some great answers and some spectacles from the best players in the world coming together from all the nations to see what we have going on today. So joined by us, it wouldn't be a tournament show if we didn't have some phenomenal casters. So we are joined by two amazing fellows from the World of Warships community and one from the Legends community, which is the Sailing Robin. So thanks for joining us from another team. How are you doing today, Robin?
Exceptional. Thank you very much. Well, yes, I am Robin, aka the Sailing Robin. I am a content producer for World of Warships Legends, but also quite the veteran player of World of Warships. I've been around long enough to know the ins and outs of the game. And I'm really happy to be here again. I was casting Warships Master, I was casting King of the Sea, so I'm really glad that the team here wants me again on the desk. Hopefully I'll provide some pretty good casting for the amazing games we have today. And of course I am not alone, I am joined by Kilobin.
Hello, yes, hello. I'm Kilobin, as many of you probably know from the English European community, though I won't be here for quite much longer. But yes, it's been a while since I've been on this desk doing the in-game commentating. Usually I've tended to be more of the post-game analyst, so hopefully I can provide some good in-the-battle moments and such. And all in all, hope you're going to enjoy today and tomorrow. A lot of very good games you can expect to see.
So, everybody who is tuning in, we are very glad to have you. We are going to be having some pretty exciting Twitch drops for all of you who did either wake up early or been staying up late to tune in for this broadcast. So for today and the prelims, kind of quarterfinals, as we're going to be watching this afternoon, is going to be 90 minutes to get a mystery drop. This is actually one of the rare opportunities where you can get a tier 10, very competitive ship, the Marcel, for a small chance over that, but very high and coveted skin that you can be getting. You can get the unmoored skin for the Hodenlo.
Yes.
Hodenlo, pardon my pronunciation there. As well, for the Vermont, we have the Interstellar skin. So if you want to get either of those before the next patch drops, which is just next week, by the way, for a very exciting Christmas season coming around the corner and the New Year's, you do have the King of the Sea token. So you can get the 150 tokens there. If you haven't already, I highly recommend you go check out the portal articles that have been advertising this event, as you can snag a few more tokens that way. There's also a mission, I believe, that you can get another 1,500 of them or somewhere around there. So make sure you collect all those tokens, take a peek at the armory, and get those two very elusive skins, as this is the only way that I know that you can really get them. And it's only going to be for another couple days, so you can get that, along with another few economic rewards in that drop. For tomorrow, make sure you tune in, as you are going to have a chance to get the mission of the very cool, new, and exclusive Columbo skin, which you can take a look here. The team has put a lot of time and effort in making this really unique looking skin. Very kind of Greek anthology, kind of classic architecture along in there. So you can see the team's put together a really nice video of how good this skin looks. So if you want to reenact the naval battles of yonder year, this would definitely be one that you want to take out into the world. So really excited to see the visual and the art team come together, what they can come up in creativity. I know it's almost like a year-long planning process as far as what the theme is going to be of the ship they're coming out with, and trying to make everything about the tournament about that. So Beautiful looking mosaics, rustic. I still need to grind through the Italian line to get myself one of this, but that's kind of my whole motivation for the next tech tree that I want to grind through is just to grab one of this skin. It's quite pretty. All right. So, aside from that, so that is what is in store. Again, that mission is going to be coming available tomorrow. So make sure you tune in for the finals, which is going to be taking place same time, same place, manana here on twitch.tv. But we are going to be seeing for the people who are competing in this, there's some things that they want to win. So there's actually a whopping $50,000 on the line split between the top 4 teams. I do think there are some goodies for everyone else who's kind of the runner-ups. But for first place, they're in the running for a split of $25,000 amongst their teammates on their roster. Then we got $12,500 for second place, still not too shabby. $7,500 and $5,000 US for fourth place. So a lot of money on the line. There's probably a lot of pressure that comes along the side of that. But we're going to see who's going to be taking it home here tomorrow. But you got to survive today to get there. Then those who have been watching the whole tournament, you're probably pretty familiar with this, but for everybody who's just tuning in for the finale, we are doing a pretty cool methodology for this tournament run, which is the pseudo-Swiss format. When I heard about that, I had no idea what the heck it was, so we've actually put together a pretty cool video that kind of outlays what the pseudo-Swiss format is. So we're going to hand it off to the video team here, who has made a really neat little video on how the pseudo-Swiss format works. So take a look and dig into the information.
Captains, the King of the Sea Internationals are finally back. King of the Sea 18 will once more bring the best teams of World of Warships together in an epic clash. This time featuring 32 teams, 8 from each region, all with a chance to get their piece of the $50,000 prize pool and the coveted King of the Sea title. Let's get into the details. This year, the Internationals take place over 4 days across 2 weekends, from November 15th through 23rd. Teams will compete on 7 different maps, featuring updated tournament capture point layouts and new visuals. Sleeping Giant, Land of Fire, Faroe Islands, North, Loop, Hotspot, and Northern Waters. The group stage begins on November 15th in a pseudo-Swiss format with 2 groups of 16 teams each. In every round, teams will play against others with the same results. For example, a team with 1-0 is matched against another team with 1-0 score. Teams either advance or are eliminated when they reach 3 wins or 3 losses respectively. Only 16 teams will survive to compete in the playoff stage. After a bloody round of 16 and quarterfinals, only 4 teams will be left to move on to the final day. On November 23rd, our 4 remaining teams will go head-to-head on the final day. It's already an impressive feat to make it so far. But after 2 best-of-5 series, only 1 will remain to be crowned as our new Kings of the Sea. Watch all the action unfold on the official World of Warships Twitch channel. And be sure to claim your exclusive tournament drops.
All right, well, that's a really awesome video, and I hope it helps explain kind of the format of how everybody got here today and how it's going to move forward here into the finals. So we do have the top 16 that we're going to be covering here this afternoon. And I believe that means we're going to see our North American colleagues. I'm going to bring it home. I don't have a bias, I swear. You guys are going to do it. I believe in you. Followed by our tuting, I think, is YYUT that we're going to be showing here. So let's show off the full bracket if we can and see who we're going to be facing off against. That's right. So we are Resin versus YYUT. Do you know what kind of introduction brief? We'll dive into it here in a little second, but what are these 2 teams? What's their story?
Yeah, I mean, Resin has previously gotten the victory in the NA regionals, right? The same as YYUT on the Asian server. So right off the bat, we're starting with a really awesome matchup. A very interesting one as well. And also just mentioned again, I mean, you saw it in the introduction video, but one thing that's very special in this international format is that it's single elimination. So you've got, right off the bat, 2 #1 contenders from their respective regions, who one of them will just be kicked out of this tournament. So, yeah.
That's spicy. And I know you've competed probably in multiple different formats before. Kind of what's that pressure feel like being in a single elimination versus double?
Yeah,
whatever it
so
might be?
I mean, in the competitive scene in World of Warships, we already did double elimination with grand finals, without grand finals, single elimination. So they handle all a bit different. But I personally think that single elimination is like a really great format, just because the way we're playing it right now with the best of fives, it just puts a lot of weight towards the individual series, right? Because there's no second failure option, there's no lower bracket at all. Therefore, it's just a really important matchup. And it being best of five, I believe it's also a really great format compared to playing best of threes in the single elimination bracket, just because I believe the more consistent teams in a best of five series will most of the time take home the victory. And I mean, that's what we all want, right?
I mean, hey, and it gives you a chance. It's not like you just screw up once and then you're out.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you actually have a chance to regain your footing and really bring it home if you are the better team. But it comes down to that. Consistency is key, basically, in editing.
Indeed.
So I do think after that we are going to have time for another match. So we're probably going to get right. I think that's the semifinals is technically the term for it. So we're going to get into the semifinals today, and then again, quarters. See, that's why I screw up. Anyway. So quarterfinals today, that makes sense for being the last four. And then the semifinals will be tomorrow, and then the main final battle will be tomorrow after that as well. So tune in for all those, but I think we're probably getting ready here for the first match. But let's find out who is going to be playing. So we did mention that it is going to be Resin versus YYUT. What can you tell me as our regional expert? What are their kind of playstyles, and what can we expect from how they got here today?
Yeah, so I did obviously dig into a couple of the previous matches that Resin and YYUT were playing in the international phase. So a couple of things that I picked up on was YYUT is the kind of team that, from my research, generally spreads out across the map, really tries to read the opponent a little bit, takes a look at the information that is presented to them very carefully, and then just try to strike at a position where they think it's going to be most successful, right? Resin on the other side, they've been deploying a lot of early game pushes, right? Just trying to grab space super early, and then afterwards trying to readjust, right? So just a bit more initial aggression, and afterwards settle down, try to look at the situation. Do we need to rotate? Is the situation fine? Do we continue with the push? Yeah, those are a couple of the playstyles that I picked up on.
Interesting. And like in general, do we see kind of different strategies from the different regions as we are kind of getting a mixing of pools of the different regional tactics here?
Yeah, so I mean, these teams have been competing with each other for a fair bit of time now. Like you have a lot of contenders who are revisiting the international phases here, right? In general, you could say NA teams did play a little bit more passively in the past. Which actually did change in the recent years. It's kind of funny because if you just check out the Resin name, it kind of originated from this NA playstyle. And nowadays they're the ones who actually do play very aggressively occasionally. So it's a funny turnaround of things. Asia teams on the other side, they were actually the first ones who really doubled down on just using very fast DD styles of tactics. Also, when we look at bans later on, you might see them actually just swapping to ships like Delny or Khabarovsk, even if the likes of Kleber and Marceau are banned. So usually a more DD focused meta from the Asia teams.
Very cool. Then I'm not sure if the bans have come through the wire yet, but if as soon as we have those ready, we can show off the ship bans for the series coming up. But I was noticing as we were watching some of the prelim battles coming into this, it looks like there's typically it's like the Svea, maybe the Marceau, or there's a couple ships that you always send off onto one flank and kind of distract and survive. So what are we probably going to be expecting like ship-wise on like those flanks?
So I mean, you've got a couple of options. What we've seen so far in the tournament from the kiting sides is either you just put a Napoli or a Svea or a San Martin on like your kiting flank. Svea is a little bit difficult because It's in the rules. There's like a combined rule set where you can only pick like one ship of like a set amount of ships, and the Svea is obviously in that rule. So it's a little bit difficult of a decision to actually put Svea down because, for instance, Colombo is also in that combined rule, and therefore you wouldn't be able to bring a Colombo if you would actually pick a Svea. So that's why most of the teams, if they were set up for like a pure kiting flank, I believe they will be going for ships like San Martin or Napoli.
Interesting. Okay. And then I know there is like a whole list of the rules as far as you mentioned, like what combinations of what you can do. So, I mean, that's got to be pretty difficult comes to planning. So from your professional experience, like how does a team really even start to develop a roster? Like, is it?
Yeah, I
change
mean,
mid-battle,
you
or
start
how do
off
it?
by just looking at the rule set. You see what's allowed and what's not allowed, and then you just start theory crafting, right? You just put different ships into different places. You see what radar ships are available. Can you pick multiple of them? Like in previous tournaments, we had a rule that you can only pick like 2 Petropavlovs or stuff like this. So you just check out the rule set and then see if you can find ways to kind of just play with the rule set in a way that you might eke out an advantage over the other team.
Interesting. Are there typically like some pretty no-no combinations and you're like, oh my god, this snuck through the rule set, we're going to have this combination of ships? Or is it pretty decently balanced across the board right now?
I think it's decently balanced right
Okay.
now. I mean, there were a couple of tournaments in the past where it was a little bit more interesting when it comes to, or when it came to individual ship rules. This is pretty basic. Now you've got a couple of ships that are just straight up banned, the likes of carriers, submarines, hybrid ships, right? And
that's typically just the spotting is like the main issue.
Yeah,
Like a lot
exactly.
of the,
Spotting is a
stuff
big
that
issue if you
ranked,
would
yeah.
introduce like carriers and stuff into the game, and also the hybrids. We did actually have hybrids in the last big tournament we casted, which was the WM Warships Masters. But obviously that was with a point system, right? And then you just had like a lot of points attached to that one singular ship, which was a hybrid ship, and therefore it was very costly to pick it. So. But this is obviously not the format we're running in this tournament, so therefore we decided to just ban these ships.
Cool. Yeah, I'm curious to see like how it's ultimately going to play out with these final matches. If you're going to notice any differences, like in like on a super high end play between having that spotting capability and not being able to have it, and see
I'll
how
point
much
it out.
difference it makes. Yeah, please do. So I do think, speaking of ships, I think all the bans have come through, so we can take a peek and see for our first match what bans are there, and maybe you can walk us through why certain teams have banned that, and they're probably doing their research of their own. So if you can walk us through what we're seeing here.
Yeah, so as we can see, ship bans did come in. Resin did ban the Petro, the Minotaur, Brisbane, and what was that other ship? So can't quite see it right now. But obviously just banning out the radar ships. Petro, obviously a very strong ship to have in the battle. They don't really want it. Their 12 km radar, you can push it aggressively up towards island positions. Minotaur, Brisbane, you would usually try to play these ships in like a smokescreen combination. Just Resin, obviously trying to get rid of some of the ships that would allow YYUT to set up a more controlled way of playing in front of these capture zones. They also did ban Utrecht, which just on its own right is a very strong ship. Is able to deal with stationary positions, which the likes of Moskva or Petropavlovsk ships like these would play. So it's a very good utility tool to bring, let's say, to flanks, if you would want to get rid of stationary positions played by those ships. And on the other side, YYUT did ban Marseille, Brisbane, San Martin, and well, it seems like they couldn't really get the last ban in. Maybe they ran out of time. Maybe a quick explainer. These are blind bans, so this is also a reason why you see double bans like Brisbane, because up until the bans are finished, both of the teams don't know about the opponent's team's bans.
So it's interesting. I wonder if it does show you kind of their play style and what they're expecting to ban. So both sides said Brisbane. So I know Brisbane very similar to the Minotaur in a lot of regards, but can definitely burn you down. And it's this format, I believe we only have 2 battleships allowed per team. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Also, just going into the philosophies that I talked about, you can kind of see what I mentioned also now in the bans, because let's say I was correct and Resin wants to imply a bit more pushing scenarios, right? Then you would want to get rid of ships like Minotaur, Petropavlovsk and Brisbane, because they give a team stability in moments where they want to receive pushes, right? And on the other side, YYUT realizing this maybe, that Resin likes to be aggressive, fast on the flanks, taking away the Marseille from them, so they don't have that very strong ship that will usually get sent to the 1 or 10 lines respectively.
Okay, so if you had to be a betting man and you saw what ship is going to be going out to that flanking line for Resin, what do you expect them to be taking if you're a gambling man?
I mean, there are a couple of alternatives still. I mean, Napoli didn't get banned. That's one ship that's also really good at pushing, right? Yep. You obviously still have all the destroyer capabilities at hand, so you can go for some fast DD picks. So yeah, there's still lots of options. It's just that YYUT and also Resin won't really be able to play a lot of radar ships. There is obviously still Des Moines at play, which we will probably see a lot of in this series, just because it's one of the only ships left with radar that are capable of just getting smoked up and being in a very comfortable place inside of that smoke. So yeah.
I feel like that would be the trolliest ban. If I've seen anything from the competitive play in my brief existence with it so far, is every competitive player loves Des Moines. So
100%. I mean,
I would be pretty tempted if I had control of those bans. It's just like, let's get it out of here and see what they do and panic and figure out. Kind of speaking of that, as you do, if you're in their shoes and you saw, oh shoot, I was going to play Brisbane or whatever it's going to be. Is it like a panic situation you have to come up with, or do you usually have like a list of like 4 or 5 different ships that you're going to play for your role?
Des Moines still being available kind of fixes the situation that you might end up with of, oh shoot, we don't really have any radar ships that we can put into smokes anymore, right? So that's why I'm saying if there were some strategies that they already had planned up for certain maps where they wanted to put Minotaur or Brisbane into smoke screens, now they have this alternative with Des Moines that they can still deploy. It's a bit more tricky to play Des Moines in a smoke than comparing it to Minotaur, just because of the concealment differences. Like when you're outside of smoke, Minotaur is a bit more flexible and a bit more safe because of that concealment buffer. On the other side though, Des Moines is obviously a great option when it comes to just having a lot of firepower inside of smoke.
Yeah, it seems like a really good all-around ship. Yeah. So the bans are obviously one half of the kind of manipulation the teams can do here. The second half is the map picks, and I believe we do have the information for that across the board yet, hopefully. So let's take a look at the maps, and maybe you can give me some insight as to why the certain maps are going to be picked. We have some pretty cool formats for just the spawns on these tournament format as well.
I mean, I believe this is the first time in King of the Sea where we have like all of these maps have like 4 caps. North, I believe, even has 5 capture zones, which here did get banned. That's why you're not seeing it on the screen right now. Gotcha. So order of maps will be Sleeping Giant. Let's start off with that. Just some insights into how teams go about picking maps. In general, I would say if there's something that they prepared upon, let's say they saw a specific match that YYUT or Resin played on that particular map and they really want to go and deploy a counter strategy, maybe they will go ahead and pick that map first. On the other side, you also have to be careful because whoever picks the map is not the one deciding the spawn. So if you're picking a map, the other team is deciding spawn. So yeah, it's kind of a back and forth and trying to see what you can get out of these picks and bans. But also one thing that teams might do is just picking balanced maps at the start, because of the fact that you're not the one picking the spawn, right? You want to have a map pool or just map in the first games where you're not going to be at a crazy disadvantage when it comes to which side you're playing on.
Interesting. Okay, and I believe we are going to be playing it through in this order. Is that correct? So it'll be Sleeping Giant, then Loop, Land of Fire, Northern Waters, and Hotspot?
Exactly.
Okay. So the one that I'm kind of excited to see is Northern Waters in particular. So those who have a discerning eye might notice that there are some funky spawns going on there, as the battleships, cruisers, and destroyers are all separated. So you're really going to have to coordinate and figure out how to get, your destroyer in the right position. And it's going to be interesting for the teams that usually have like their little group of ships that makes a fleet formation and go pushes a certain thing. You have to kind of scramble to get into the right positions. What do you think that format really changes as far as like a competitive play? Have you ever tested anything kind of similar to that as far as a competitive game?
I mean, it throws a little bit of a curveball, right? Like, we are so used to the clumped up spawns like you're seeing here on Land of Fire, for instance. Now, spawns obviously do matter, right? If you would want to put the battleship from the west side of the map all the way to the east, now that's something that will take a lot of time, right? And you have to kind of think about that time that it takes for the battleship when you're thinking about strategies. I think I have already seen in the period I did research that teams did actually do a double battleship push into the A cap here, just purely because of the fact that both BBs spawn there. So let's see what these teams will come up with.
I feel like it turns a third of the map into basically a mini brawl. And it's just like, all right, we're going to go do our little battleship brawl. Everybody else, you guys stay alive. That'll be cool to see. All right, so, and I think we're getting just 4 minutes away from hopefully the start of the match here. So I do want to hear from you and the casters what your analysis of the games thus far, and these two teams coming head to head. Who do you think is going to be winning? Obviously NA, but not NA, sorry.
So yeah, shall I start? I believe it's going to be a very tough fight, just because of the fact that both of them are regional number ones in this King of the Sea tournament. I believe that YYUT will eke out the victory here. I think it's either going to be 3-1 or 3-2, but since it's a prediction, I'm just going to say it's going to be 3-1 for YYUT.
We're going to be butting heads this whole time. How about you, Sleeping Robin? What do you think?
To be honest, I haven't really seen any YYUT gameplay, but I've seen Resin throughout both King of the Sea and Warships Master. Just for you, Sir Snaff, I'll try to make my prediction towards Resin. I do love the best of 5, so much more compared to best of 3s, and the format we have here with single elimination is really going to bring that pressure on their team to basically play the A game and also try to push through this huge marathon, which is the best of 5. It's like, just a reminder, like, teams have to win 3 times to get it out. So it's going to be tough for them, so I expect them to really go all out with their lineups. I just wanted to go back slightly, I'll make it quick, regarding the bans. There's also tournament-wide bans, which includes Nevsky. You were talking about the radars like Brisbane, which has a long-range radar. Nevsky has the same, and is one of the cruisers which can get smoked up. So it's banned, as well as some of the hybrids, such as L'Artigue, Hildebrand, Commissar, Louisiana. So there are ships which just cannot be taken by the teams at all, on top of the bans which they pick themselves. So really looking forward to see what kind of strong lineups they bring on Sleeping Giant here today. How about you, Kilvin?
I'm currently not confident in making a prediction about who's going to take the whole series. I do very much want to see how both teams play in this first game. It's the first game of the day. They're as fresh as they're going to be, but they haven't warmed up either. And these kind of games against this level of player quality, it's very much a case of who blinks first.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you take does one of your DDs take a torpedo early on? Is the smoke not in the right position? Does a cruiser get caught out? Do we see one of these teams just throw a Hail Mary into a position that is completely unexpected, which we've seen in some games over the previous weekend? So I think my gut says this is probably going to go 3-2, but I don't think I'm ready to say to whom the win will go to.
Best case scenario is a 3-2 because we get to see all 5 games.
Absolutely.
But yeah, you're right in the fact that both teams are starting cold. I mean, they are professional players and they're training
and
very often.
These are the best teams from their regions.
Indeed.
So they've got the weight of the server on their shoulders.
Just a little bit. In any case, looking forward to the entertainment of these two teams throwing it out.
Absolutely.
That is the most cowardly answer. I'm going to call you out.
But it appears
Yeah,
that
no,
both
obviously
teams...
we don't know until you see the first game, but try going to Vegas and do that. And
No,
I
goodness.
don't think you're going to be able to put much money down. Well, at least we're hopefully going to see some pretty good matches here. It's not nobody's really expecting like a complete wash one way or the other. We think we're going to at least see a game on both sides, which is going to be exciting to see. But I'm just going to be rooting for our good old American boys, bringing it back home from Texas. So obviously I have a slight bias, but obviously I want all the teams just to go in there, have a good time, and give it their best and show off to the world, all of you guys watching from home, what the years of practice have gone and like accumulated into this really cool game. There's just so much skill available in it. So I know we are getting ready here, right around the corner, waiting to get the thumbs up from the production team if the teams are ready, and we can get into it and let the casters take over as they're going to be able to watch live. We are going to be doing some post analysis, so stay tuned after the show, because one thing that especially Blood Legend you were mentioning is just like there's only so much you can see when you're in the thick of the action. I know our casters do a fantastic job like trying to get zooming around and see everything, but being able to get that bird's eye view afterwards and get the post analysis, hopefully we'll be able to bring you some pretty cool insights of like, okay, this was the turning decision and this is why that ship was able to show up and support or whatever it might be. But I did get the thumbs up. Resin and YYUT are ready, so we're gonna get the show on the road. Let's show off the map that we're going to be playing here today. I think we have a little visual asset for that, and then let's get this first game in the books.
A colossal battle between opposing fleets will soon unfold here amongst the waters of the East China Sea. The residents of these islands will shortly bear witness to the thunder and flash of combat, and only one team will sail away victorious. This is Sleeping Giant. Sleeping Giant is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running from west to east. The A cap is on the left, B is in the center, C and D are on the right. In this iteration, both teams' spawns have moved from a central position to a north and southwestern spawn position, offering a wealth of new strategies for teams to execute. Cap A on the left is fraught with danger, shifted from its previous position inside the Thunderdome to being centered on the tip of the island on the 1-2 line. A daring destroyer player can hug the island to take the cap quickly, but will face a treacherous journey to escape afterwards. In the center, Capture Area B is just as perilous. Completely open with plenty of spaces for radar cruisers to hide nearby without being spotted, it's commonly left uncaptured until the mid and late game. Caps C and D on the right provide an intriguing choice to teams. Pick up just their home cap, deploying radar and kiting ships to protect it, or risk it all on a push down the 9-10 line to gain control over both caps and the potential win. Sleeping Giant has a long history in COT S since its return in COT S13. Many tightly contested and challenging matches have been fought on this map, which begs the question, who will be the victor this time? 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Sleeping Giant.
All right, everybody, let's get this show on the road. Resin versus YYUT, first game of this quarterfinals, should I say? Let me not make the same mistake here. And we have some pretty interesting lineups. YYUT here bringing a pretty strong double Harugumo. Gdansk, Kleber, Moskva double as well, double Demon, and only one battleship with the Bongo, which is a really dangerous Japanese sniper with a lot of 457mm guns. On the other team, Resin is bringing Gdansk, Kleber, Khabarovsk, a double Napoli, double Moskva, a Ruggero di Loria, and a Ohio. So double battleship on Resin's side, only one battleship on YYUT. It's a bit of an interesting deployment, of course. Both Resin and YYUT is sending Gdansk around the big cap. Now remember, it is a 4-cap layout, meaning that points are going to tick fairly quickly once the team gets cap advantages here. We already have some salvos being thrown away. The Loria getting some little damage from the Bongo here. Some radars are being used already, spotting both the Moskvas around the Thunderdome. Now remember, the A cap usually is placed in the Thunderdome. This time it's been offset. to the 1-2 line, meaning that you can't really push any ships here and have like full control over that objective. It's much more open now. It seems both teams have secured a cap already and are deploying kind of in a stalemate position around A and B, but in a really aggressive manner on Resin here on the CD home push cap here. They're sending Kleber, Khabarovsk, Gdansk already, burning a radar here. And spotting the Harugumo. Now, kind of a dangerous spot for the Harugumo to be because he is literally in a triple, quadruple, quintuple crossfire here. Shirasu here in deep trouble, has to go get out of this radar as soon as possible. The Klebers, the Khabarovsk, the Moskva, the regular Diloria, already half HP here. We see Resin really pouring in the damage on this poor Harugumo. He is still taking blind fire. He has a bunch of fire burning on him as well. Are they able to get that kill already? Goodness me, the amount of blind fire here on this Harugumo is ridiculous. 2000 HP, and that's it. First kill instantly bagged by Eagle Lance on Resin's side.
And that even denies YYUT their home cap.
Yeah, that's it. Such a strong push from that DD pack here with the Gdansk next to B, basically having this perfect radar to catch this Harugumo and get the kill on them. But on the other side of the map, what is going on at A? Kilobin.
Well, it looks like we've got you sort of classic unique upgrade Harugumo leading a Des Moines forward with a clever spotting, your classic Napoli on the flank, just there to not die, delay any push and such, but they are now starting to work over the Ohio. The Moskva's also moving up in support because Resin aren't actually really contesting A. There's no point for him to sit in the usual position. So it looks like they're going to try and get as much firepower onto the Ohio as possible right now.
I'm seeing a radar from Resin's Moskva actually catching the Kleber here inside the Ohio secondary and fire. So that Kleber now has to make a U-turn and get the hell out. Kleber has a French saturation, but still that, 6 seconds barely of radar time has cost him almost over a third of his HP.
Yes.
With the Napoli secondaries still.
Moskva's got to be careful though, because he has to angle against both a Napoli and an Ohio. And so he's got to make sure that he doesn't give either one too much side. Yep. Meanwhile, you'd hope that the YYUT's Bungo would be in a better position to take advantage of the Ohio having to withdraw.
Oh, Eagle Lance here, about to eat a face full of torpedoes. He's taking... Oh. I'm sorry.
Very well dodged.
That looked really close on my screen. He dodged these torpedoes, which were, I believe, fired by the Gdansk.
Looks like it.
Yeah, and now, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Resin is going to start pushing Eagle Lance in the Gdansk into D here.
That's very much sort of a establishing just complete control of the map where you can kill an enemy DD that's attempting to take his own cap and then you go and take their home cap.
Oh my goodness, double YYUT here losing a lot of HP on the destroyers, the Gdansk on their side being half HP, the Khabarovsk Napoli push with the Loria in the backing. They're really aggressive on this home cap. They're going to be able to back both C and D. I believe they played around the Des Moines radar cooldown, so this Kleber is able to just... Oh, never mind, no, he is spotted and being fired at by the Moskva. So they are going to defend D as much as they can because they really have to hold on to what they have here.
Yes, no, it looks like the Ohio of Resin is suffering though.
Yep, we're going to see predictions on the screen. Amazingly, almost a 50-50 prediction on both sides.
Okay.
Really good to see actually. And so far it's looking like this because both teams have kind of this mirrored push.
Yes.
If we see the minimap here, the only thing is Ohio with this crazy healing ability and the Napoli with the great kiting armor and
it's
smoke.
like this isn't chess. You don't get bonuses for getting to the enemy start line.
No, exactly. They're going to be able to delay that 1-2 line push from YYUT as long as they possibly can.
Yeah, but like even with all this, it's still one cap each. Obviously, Resin have a kill up.
Yeah,
but
they're about to get
YYUT
2 kills up
about
soon.
like the Des Moines is suffering. That Lowry is just going to use his very powerful 18-inch guns to deal with him.
That's
and they go down with the Cava and Napoli supporting.
And now it's basically 5.5 versus 3. So the Moskva is going to be the next victim. So much HP has been traded on YYUT's team. Almost all the ships except for Des
Looks
Moines.
like Eagle Lance has given up taking D. He's going to go help the Moskva take B.
Yeah, some pretty intense crossfire as well from the Moskva.
Ohio goes down.
Ohio goes down. That's kind of a silver lining on YYUT's side, but again, it was kind of the job of the battleship. Just take as much damage as you possibly can.
But it looks like the Resin's Napoli, Hungria, it might go down here.
Oh, he's going down. These torpedoes are nasty Kleber torpedoes. He's going to take 3. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
So it looks like YYUT's AVE push was successful.
Yep.
However, did they take too long?
I believe they did, because now Resin has basically redirected the Gdansk into B. They're going to get a triple cap control. And look at the Moskva here. Full HP Moskva
there
from
is a
Resin.
bungo salvo in the air.
Goodness, yeah. That should
Against
not
the
do
Moskva,
anything, to be
he's
honest.
okay.
But now the Moskva is circling back around the Thunderdome, and he's going to put a bit of an issue here on that
Moskva
push.
of Seth, it's about time. Gone.
Yep, that's it. I think YYUT is starting to fall like flies and really don't have the assets anymore to pull this back.
No, like this Resin push, that early kill on the
Oh, yeah.
Haragumo, devastating.
Devastating. I mean, I wouldn't say game ending, but definitely could have called for a bit of a reassignment
It
on
was-
YYUT's side.
It looks like they were hoping for that to get an avalanche going.
I assume so, yeah. But also the HP trading throughout the match. We
Yeah.
couldn't get all the camera angles, unfortunately, but so much HP was traded in Resin's favor on most of the engagements they had.
Yes.
And they do bag the Napoli here, but then they have a Des Moines and a
Looks
Harugumo
like
fairly
We might
healthy.
see a Kleb rush on the Moskva in the Thunderdome.
Oh, are we Kleber? Oh yeah, I think it's gonna
I
happen
mean,
here.
like, what else can they do?
I guess not much. The only question is, can the Kleber survive this? And even if they back the Moskva, even if they kill the Moskva, what can they really do after? The cap is ticking,
That
3 minutes
is-
on the timer.
That is the great question, because even if
Ooh, that's too early.
BYG goes down,
That's too early torps here.
I mean, you say that, but the Moskva has, like, there's not really anywhere he can go.
Not really, no, but they will lose the Kleber. I don't think
Yes.
Kleber survives this.
Moskva excels in killing destroy. She's got that great combination of ballistics and rate of fire.
Yeah, it seems even. Oh no, all torpedoes, chips
Yep.
fired. Is this gonna be enough?
Is it enough?
I think it's 2 on the Moskva from the first salvo,
Yep.
and another 2 perhaps.
looks like
If he
another.
squeezes through, nah, he's going down. He's
No,
going down
no,
anyway.
that third set.
11k Moskva versus 28k Moskva, but with some crossfires here. So not really trading the kills as they wanted.
No, absolutely not.
Another 2 minutes on the timer in
Meanwhile,
Resin's advantage.
The Bungo, as powerful as its guns are with its improved accuracy with the spotter, it is a very fragile battleship.
Yep, they
and
do back the Moskva,
Yes.
giving them a little bit of points here, but the Harugumo Des Moines are facing so much torpedoes
Yeah.
from the Gdansk and Kleber rotating their ships around.
And down goes the Bungo as well. Just that Italian firepower.
Okay, with 4 ships left and their current map position, do you see YYUT able to actually get into any caps again? They have 2 minutes on the timer to make anything happen. They have to chase kills, but they can't really, to be honest.
No, I think this is going to be it for YYUT.
Yeah, Resin just has to
Just
sit
the points
and run.
bleed. It's 1 minute 38 to 16 minutes 31.
Yeah, Harugumo from YYUT
Yep.
being caught again in such a nasty crossfire from the Moskva Gdansk, and now the Kleber, of course, gonna add the guns to the fray. And I think once the Harugumo goes down, it's gonna be it. Smoke won't really matter at this point, with so much blind fire coming in and the Gdansk around.
Yeah, I mean,
so yeah.
this is what we see here. It was that first Haru kill squad.
Yeah, I guess. I assume that they brought the double Harugumo for the legendary upgrade of
Yeah,
the
for
ship,
the smokes and
which
such.
gives the crazy
Because they
smokes.
had 2 Des Moines hoping to get them into good positions.
Yeah.
But Resin just countered that kind of more static, gradual play with just immediate aggression.
Indeed. 38 seconds left on the timer. YYUT's Moskva trying to rotate back to B is basically going to face tanking. He's going to face tank the Loria.
Good luck.
And in 30 seconds, the match will be won by Resin. Pretty strong opener here.
Yes,
That
no.
9-10 line push with the triple DD backed up by so much
absolutely.
assets.
No, that was. I don't think YYUT were expecting anything like that.
Well, even if they did, they really didn't have the assets to counter it.
No, you think it's like it's the home cap. It's home. It's
It
safe.
should be,
There's
yeah.
not a marauding trio of gunboat destroyers coming after you.
No. Really good execution on Resin's side, I have to admit. I won't say flawless, but they did use the assets correctly. The Ohio and Napoli instantly turning away when they
Yeah.
realized that the 1-2 line is being pushed.
For sure.
Dying in the process, but delaying this long enough for this other home cap push to work.
And Resin take the first game.
Pretty well done.
Yes. Excellent display.
That was quite short as well. They won on timer, not on points, even though they had 3 caps in their favor. My bad, the other way around. They won on points, not on timer. And that's the 4 cap layout, really
Yes.
putting the pressure on the sleeping giant map. So yeah, let's give it back to the studio and see what they think of this. Happy.
USA. That was a heck of a match right off the bat. Like, seeing that destroyer go down, I think was probably, we're going to dive into the analysis here in just a second once we get that replay up. But that was pretty exciting to see. So good start for our American boys, I got to say, everybody back home. What did you think? What were your key takeaways as you're watching it unfold from the back end?
Oh yeah, so as we already mentioned, the DD kill at the start, right? Harugumo getting just caught while wanting to take the home cap, which he thought was home, which turns out it wasn't really home. Created a huge snowball effect. Like, as soon as we have the replay render ready for you guys, we will dive a little bit deeper into how exactly that unfolded. But I do believe that this was the one thing that started the whole avalanche.
So if you're in YYUT's shoes right now and you're just like, wow, that kind of got off on the wrong foot right off the beginning, like, what are you going to kind of talk to your team? Like, what are we doing to change up for the next fight?
I mean, it's pretty obvious. You just have to mentally reset after this game. It will be also very obvious to YYUT that this whole match was super difficult for them to come back from this early kill that happened on the Harugumo. So therefore, it's obvious. It created a snowball effect. It was very, very uncomfortable for the Des Moines to keep playing. He probably should have left the island there. In the hopes of not getting caught later on, yeah. But it's exactly what happened, right? The Des Moines got caught, and then the Moskva also got caught, so they all weren't really expecting this early kill on the DD. So therefore, yeah, just mentally reset. It's the best of 5, so one game loss isn't really that influential compared to best of 3 scenarios, and yeah, just move on.
Don't have the noose completely constricted around your neck quite yet, so that's got to be. We'll see what it's going to do. So. I will say, Killer Ben, we've seen the first match now. You ready to make your prediction yet, or do you need to see another match before, or maybe all 5 before you can make your prediction?
You said no bias, by the way. What is this bit?
I'm sensing some hostility here.
But yeah, no, it's really interesting to see kind of what the Haruguma's like plan was. So I think when we go back and see the bird's eye view, we'll be able to see like, okay, this is what he was trying to accomplish, and obviously didn't work out for him. But you know, the hypothetical what could have occurred if he got away with it will be interesting to see. But I think that should be popping up here any moment now. I think before that we're going to be seeing the second map. Do you remember what the second map in the lineup is going to be?
It's going to be Loop.
Yeah, it's going to be Loop. So also very island heavy map, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how the teams will push for early advantages. A lot of these capture zones have like a lot of good island cover for cruisers. So yeah, on the map Loop, it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of ways the teams find to create early advantages.
Okay, yeah, and I mean the main island farmers I can think of are going to be the Brisbane and the Minotaur, but both of those are out of it. So is Des Moines, I think you probably get away with that a little bit.
Des Moines is possible.
Yeah.
Salem you can use to really just lock certain zones to make it very awkward and difficult for DDs to get closer to these capture zones. You might also see a lot of fast DDs in play. So therefore, just as an idea to grab caps super quickly in order to not having the hassle of dealing with these radar cruisers that are going to arrive at a later stages to these caps, right? So these are just a couple of options that teams might use.
Yeah. So there are obviously lots of games going on. I wish we could see all of them, but we did get some updates from a couple of the other matches. So we did have Rein versus VRTUS, Virtuous. I'm not sure how you're supposed to pronounce it. I'm sorry. Love you guys. The first one was won by Rein. So Rein has won their first game. I believe we do have information for one other match, which we'll find out here just shortly. It was TWA was able to take it out against RNG. So TWA versus RNG, the game won. TWA has won. So keeping posted on both of those matches as well, guys. And then I think any moment now we're waiting for that render to come through. But it was cool to see. That was an explosive match. Just going from memory, it really did seem to kind of go straight into the action. Like watching a lot of the matches leading up to this, it seems like it was a bit of a slower start. Like there's definitely try to get into the cap as soon as possible and just see like how exponential of an advantage you can get by getting one of those early caps. But it's not that immediate. Let's get in there, brawling, blowing up ships in the first like 2 minutes. Doesn't typically happen.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
we'll
it's kind of what I mentioned at the beginning, right? Resin seemed to be a team that likes these explosive starts, and I've seen a couple of these openings, especially on Sleeping Giant in the tournament so far. I believe in EU regionals when TWWA and Rain faced off against each other, something very similar happened. So yeah, it's a really nice tactic to try and get like an early advantage, but we now do have the replay render ready for you guys.
I know, I'm excited to see it.
So hopefully we can get into some replay analysis here really shortly.
So I'm gonna rely heavily on you here for this, but it's popping up on screen. I think everybody can see it now. So we do have some cool tools here to be able to show everything that's happening in real time.
Exactly. So we're just gonna start it off real quick here.
See how we split.
Just these three destroyers just setting up, quickly grabbing the sea cap, and this Gdansk here just using this island cover and this kind of channel to get into this position super quickly in order to have radar coverage across the delta cap here, home cap from YYUT.
Super interesting to see that we just have like one destroyer on YYUT side versus the 2 split, and we just have all 3 of them from the Resin team just go together, and just really hoping that Napoli is just going to be able to take care of that flank by himself. Is that typical, or do you usually see at least like 2 people go off to the one flank by themselves?
I mean, it's obvious that Resin just relies heavily on the play from the Gdansk here. So they have an idea set in place. They like to punish the cruise, the DD that is originally capping the home cap from YOET, and therefore they are okay with giving up a lot of map space over on A side of things, because what they predict will happen is exactly what did happen. They will have control over the C cap and the D cap, and therefore also later on have a much better chance of fighting over Bravo cap. So if we just let it run a little bit further, we can see exactly what happens, right? Harugumo is just going in for the cap here, but Gdansk is setting up in a position where the radar range does extend all the way towards the cap. We let it run a little bit further. We just saw it briefly, the radar pop up. Let me pause it in the right position here. Gdansk sitting inside the smoke screen, already shooting the Harugumo, and Kleber, Khabarovsk, super fast DDs as they are just waiting for this to pop up.
So is that a surprise, would you say? Like, okay, here, I'm going to be fairly conservative. It looks like maybe he was trying to get right around the corner so he could back off this way. But it was just like, nope, surprise, you have 3 other destroyers. Is that typical, or is it just because you have the radar on a DD?
You have to be aware of it. I mean, I'm not saying the Harugumo did a particularly bad mistake. Maybe they hadn't really faced such an explosive lineup before. But Harugumo is a very slow ship, it's a very large ship, right? So in this situation, now that he's caught, he doesn't really have many more options, right? If he doesn't slow down and smoke himself up, then Khabarovsk and Kleber will keep vision on him because he's most likely set on fire by all the HE. If he goes full speed, then it's a lot easier for these ships to predict the Harugumo's movement, so therefore he's gonna eat a lot more damage. So it's just a great move by Resin, and the Harugumo got killed for touching the cap like that.
Yeah. What would have been the best approach here, do you think, instead of wrapping all the way around the island?
I mean, the problem that YYUT is facing is they don't really have another ship that is capable of capping their home cap fast, right? So obviously you could have sent the Harugumo all the way around and let the Gdansk cap the decap, but that's not the fastest way of doing it, right? They probably wanted to have the Harugumo cap from this position here on the delta cap and then move out wide on the flank in order to deploy a smoke screen, which the Des Moines can then slot into.
Interesting. Let's see a little bit more of the action here, how it develops.
Yeah, so
we can also pop to the other side of the map. What's going on over there?
Of course. So here we see YYUT had this very explosive start already planned, right? They deployed 4 ships on the west side of the map, and quickly realizing after the Harugumo got killed here, okay, we just need to put the foot down, and therefore just try to get back any advantage that they could maybe create for themselves.
Cool. All right, let's keep going through it, see what's happening.
Exactly.
I mean, the Napoli staying alive there and kind of just starting to pull everybody away and just like giving Resin that space to keep pushing on the right side of the map in the 7-10 line is pretty cool.
They really don't have any rush Resin in that situation. Ohio is bleeding a lot of HP right now, but that is to be expected once you're facing Harugumo, Des Moines, a push combined with Moskva, who's also supporting. But if we do take a look at this side of the map again, now the Harugumo kill is really biting YYUT, because what usually would happen is that the Harugumo is combined together with the Des Moines and kind of creates this safety net for the Des Moines with the smoke provided. Now the Des Moines had to stop at the island. Gdansk is now coming over, maybe trying to deploy a smoke screen in order to get the Des Moines off of the rock, but Resin has realized what has happened really quickly, and they just pushed further and further, getting that angle onto the Des Moines, and therefore making it super difficult for the Des Moines to get off the rock. And,
and it also seems like because he had to get pushed over this way, there's basically uncontested, opportunity for maybe moving into the B cap as well. But I don't know, that's just my lay perspective here.
Exactly. So we see that happening in the game as well. I will just let it run a little bit further. Des Moines now is getting killed. The Gdansk didn't really have the opportunity anymore to get a smoke screen up for the Des Moines to leave. Moskva's getting closer to contesting B cap. Gdansk has rotated towards the B cap just because these three ships are now in a very defensive mode, right? Having to consolidate space. So yeah, I mean,
that's a pretty strong divide right there.
Exactly. So since the caps are so closely located, C cap, B cap, D cap, it's just a good strategy for Resin to push on that side of the map. So yeah, just letting it run a bit further.
It's pretty much over at this point, right?
Ohio does get killed. We see the Napoli getting picked up later on as well. But the Moskva gets caught in this position here. It's also just another factor. He didn't expect the ships to be pushing up so fast, right? It creates an awkward situation. He gets caught off. So it basically all whittles down to that one Harugumo kill at the start, which did put Resin in a very good position.
It was interesting to see this little skirmish going on over here. I was going to ask you before we kept playing it, if it was really even worth trying to go capture that 8 point, or is it better just to kind of like, all right, maybe keep an eye on this little channel here and secure these 3 points and then just have, a big group? Do you think it was smart for him to try to maybe push into that C cap? Was that a mistake on Resin's side?
It depends. I mean, maybe he wanted to stall for time. I mean, we can go back just a little bit here. Sure, he was fairly full health. He could have also stayed in this position, but he obviously has two things in mind, right? This Napoli dying is a really big problem for him, because these teams could also come from behind and therefore get Moskva in a very uncomfortable spot. So he just thought, okay, moving forward is the best option, right? And just going into the dome there, it's not really a big mistake. He did what he needed to do and bought a lot of time for Resin.
All right, well, very explosive first match there. Hopefully the bird's eye view makes a little bit more sense to everybody at home and see what happened there. But we are ready for game 2, so we're going to jump into loop here in a second. Seeing that first match, do we have any new predictions based off of kind of this different strategy, different layout, and who we think is going to be able to take this game home?
Well, I believe that YYUT will probably come back from this if they are able to mentally reset from the game. I think we're still going to have a nicely close series. So yeah, that's what I'm here for.
I think if we're going to see a 3-2 result, I think this is the game that YYT need to win. I think if they, I think if Resin go 2-0 up, I think we're fairly likely that they will take the set.
Morale will drop. Let's be honest, YYUT actually displayed some pretty good plays as well on the Sleeping Giant map. The 1-2 line push they did effectively worked. They bagged the Napoli, they bagged the Ohio. They didn't lose any ships in the process. So like they did a really good job. Just Resin had more map control faster, and in this kind of tournament, it's win or lose. Like when you get map control, then you just lock it down and you let the points bleed. We've seen that so many times in competitive.
Or will Resin have put them on edge, expecting?
I'm not sure. I
Are
think they still
expecting
have a
more
really good
in
shout.
very strong aggressive plays at the start?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they can mirror that as well. I believe WWA UT just has to try to take the initiative at the same time and put Resin, like make them run for their money a little bit as well.
Okay.
And I think they definitely can win that loop map, because it's not that common in tournaments, I would say, to be played on.
Not really.
So maybe they also cooked some tactics to throw off these teams, which are usually really good at all the maps, essentially.
Cool.
Remains to be seen.
Well, let's find out. There's nothing to it until you do it. So let's get into the action here. I think both the teams are ready to go. So let's find out on game 2, Loop. My prediction, I think Resin's going to pull it out, but you know, no bias at all.
Surrounded by towers of crimson sedimentary rock and the expanse of the blue Atlantic, these two fleets will soon engage in trial by combat, where only one team can claim victory.
Yeah.
This is Loop. Loop is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A and B caps are on the left, C is in the center, and D is on the right. In this configuration, Loop now has 2 capture points on the west side of the map that can be seen as teams' home caps. Teams will now have to weigh whether it's worth deploying more ships west to try and capture the enemy home cap, or merely defend and attempt to break through. Elsewhere in the center of the map, capture point C has been greatly reduced in size. It will be far more challenging for destroyers to comfortably capture this point without sufficient support from teammates and nearby radar cruisers. On the eastern side of the map, capture point D was moved further east. Destroyers wishing to capture this point will no longer find the safety of the island in the middle of the cap, and instead must face the threat of enemy radar or even hydro from nearby islands. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Loop. Along the Portuguese coast.
And right, we're into the second game, and looks like YYUT have definitely shaken it up a bit. In fact, looking at both lineups, there's a bit of mirroring compared to the first game,
Most definitely.
where Resin are now bringing the Bungo, but both teams are bringing a Kremlin, that sort of stalwart, solid, it can take a beating kind of battleship. But also we're seeing perhaps a bit more of a heavy lineup on YY's side, whereas Resin are committing to the 4 destroyers, but with a bit more variation with a Ragnar and a Delny and whatnot.
That's really interesting. We also see YYUT bringing a Prince van Oranje. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that name. So again, really strong long-range airstrikes, really good guns as well on this ship.
Yes,
To try and offset maybe some slow stalwart positions like the Kremlin. Interesting to see how they're going to use that airstrike Dutch cruiser. What do you see in terms of deployment? Because Resin is betting a lot of assets towards D.
I think we're seeing, taking the fact that the caps are so far apart,
Yes.
that you very much do need these fast destroyers. But looking at this now, Resin might be in trouble.
I mean, to be honest, we already see Kleber on Resin's side is going to basically face his counterpart plus a Marceau around that cap. However, Resin also has Ragnar and Gdansk, 2 surprisingly dangerous radar cruisers.
Is Fries and the Kleber's torpedo prediction that good?
I mean,
Or
to
is
be honest,
or is that a Marceau-sized gap deploying?
I think Marceau will have to turn in. He sees them now and he will turn in, but that might actually make him catch a couple of radars from... here we go. So we see Resin Kleber is spotted, but look at the answer from Resin. That Marceau is about to eat a lot of damage before he can get to cover here. Meanwhile,
alerted the
Fries
horde.
is just running for his life.
Yeah, I think for Sentinel Aegis there, you just had that detected symbol pop up and
Yep.
just, you have alerted the horde.
Exactly.
Everyone who could take a shot at him did. Looks like the Stalingrad of YYUT is also going to be sort of locked into an exchange between him and the Ragnar.
Yep, and now this Marceau is kind of stuck in here for a little while at least.
Yes, he is. Like, he can't take the cap.
Nope.
Unlike on the regular version of this map, the cap isn't covered by the island. So he's got to kind of be careful there. He's got destroyers on both sides. He's got a Des Moines that's pushing up into a channel where he might be able to get shots depending how he angles.
Yep. We also have Resin reversing their Kleber into D here. Gonna be able to get that early cap, perhaps, because there's no radars. I mean, we do have a Kleber from YYUT.
Like,
is he gonna be able to
Marceau
spot him?
can hard spot here.
Yeah,
And
I think
try and catch Freiss between the Marceau and the Kleber.
Yeah, I think he's spotted, so he has to dip out, not to eat too much damage here.
So
Good play on them.
I think this
So much pain.
this decap will be hard for either side to take.
Freiss here was spotted for no more than 3 seconds, and he lost half his HP. So some definite answers on our UT here on like, yeah, we also can dish out the pain.
Yeah.
So
no,
yeah, so far a bit of a stalemate here. Both home caps are secured, obviously, have to send some assets there. I don't think that much is going to happen on the 1-2 line, so let's keep the focus on this decap right now.
I mean, if I'm looking at this map now, if I was in YYUT's shoes, I'd press the Des Moines with the Kremlin and the Urania.
You mean towards the B cap?
I'd say just focus on him, make him move, make him back out, get the Lauria shots involved, because Des Moines, like, he's the only real cruiser that Resin have brought that is really vulnerable to the Urania's attacks.
Most definite. I mean, the Kremlin from YYUT is slowly creeping forward. He will have to deal with some long-range Delny torpedoes, which are going to score 3 hits in total.
Yes.
That's a lot of HP actually lost.
No, that was a good torp volley from Resin's Delny.
Yeah, definitely.
Looks like the Urania and the Stalin are beginning this push.
Yeah. Oh, we also have a bungo salvo coming in from Resin on the Kremlin's broadside, dishing out a little bit more pain here. Kremlin is really heavily armored, but limited DCPs and already half HP.
So the Urania is attempting to take the cap. The Des Moines has come forward. He's out of the channel.
He's going to be stuck in here for a little bit, but I don't think he's in immediate danger as long as the Kremlin doesn't make any kind of rushes here. We do have a Resin Napoli Kremlin push against the other Napoli here.
Yeah.
YYUT does have Loria, Kleber, and Napoli to answer that
Urania
push.
gets decapped.
Okay.
And now Marceau is being pincered by Napoli and Ragnar.
That is a dirty push from Resin. They are sacrificing a lot of HP on the Ragnar here to try and get the Marceau. Maybe a mistake here on Resin's side.
Ragnar might suffer here.
Yeah, like, the Ragnar will definitely
looks
lose.
like they've managed to force get the bungo to make the Urania jump forward just a little bit, so only his rear turret's in play.
Yeah, we are going to see a trade here. They will definitely kill the Marceau, but the Ragnar has no way to get out of this situation after.
It looks like this is a soul for a soul.
Oh, predictions have changed quite drastically here, with a 26% for YYUT and a 74% for Resin. So far, they're going to trade kills here, which is, I mean, good. You do want to trade kills in this kind of situation, but to be honest, would you rather lose a Marceau, or would you rather lose a Radar Ragnar?
I think Resin have gained a lot more from that than they lost, because they have pushed their whole line forward.
They did, and now they kind of have a good foothold on D.
Now Freiss and the Kleber can cap D with basic impunity.
Yes.
There's no radar, there's no DD that can spot him.
Yes.
The Kremlin and the Napoli are pushing up to cover his flank. The YY's Kleber, Napoli, and Lauria have to fall back.
It's true, so they will get a foothold on D, even with the Kremlin basically parking his HP in there too. Look at what's going on around D here. The Resin's Delny has suffered greatly, probably from a bunch of Svea stealth radar paired with a Khabarovsk. I do want to highlight the Khabarovsk pick, which we've seen from Resin in the previous game, but this time YYUT.
Yes.
And we are actually, like, Khabarovsk doesn't have the best concealment ever. He has to be careful creeping around B
Neither
here.
does Delny, though.
No, but
still better, but
yeah, Delny has a better concealment for sure. Less firepower though, most definitely. And the Svea is in this kiting position, so kind of creeping around B here. I do want to also highlight that YYUT's Prince Van Oranje got severely damaged, probably from a long-range Kremlin salvo. And he's on half HP, kind of carrying back towards this island where he has to try to hold and contest.
it looks like Resin are pulling back their Gdansk to help the Delny.
Yep.
The Bungo, again, staying on the sort of the back lines. It's not a brawler. She's a sniper. just keeping those cruisers at bay,
Waiting for some long-range salvos to
just
come up.
making sure that the cruisers don't feel that they can make an island jump without risking a potentially crippling volley.
Indeed. Right now, though, we do have a cap advantage on Resin's side, which
Yes.
is bleeding the points. However, YYUT is rotating their Kleber back towards the C cap, so maybe they know that D is basically lost, and they're leaving the Napoli and the Loria to
Mad
basically
Dog in the
hold it.
Delny has been spotted.
Oh, here we go. Let's see what happens here. The Delny is gonna have to be careful and kite away, but the Napoli will definitely help.
Yes, it looks like the Kremlin is firing, well, long range for a Kremlin, trying to keep the Napoli at bay so it can't keep its secondaries in this Khabarovsk Delny fight.
Indeed. The Kaba has to try and go dark, but he can't go dark, really.
No.
Not with the Delny basically preventing B from being captured here.
Yes, and the Gdansk is on his way to help, and so Kaba, even though she's one of the few destroyers with a proper armored belt,
Yep.
she can still be taken out. Is Napoli going to take a
YYUT
spare?
kind of pushing the Kremlin out here, unfortunately. The Bungo doesn't fire at him, however. What do we see? The Bungo just took a salvo at the Prince Van Oranje. Yeah, that's kind of dangerous, actually. Yeah, that's going to be okay. Not as much
Safe,
damage as he
safe,
could
yeah.
have. But the Kremlin gets away with kind of a gamer turn, like next to a Bungo. Kind of risky here, to be fully honest. And YYUT doesn't really have an answer right now. They kind of don't know. They are really close to all the caps, to be honest. They are pushing the Kleber finally into C. Is it going to be answered by the Raisins Des Moines radar? Yes. Do they have assets to contest C in time? I don't think so.
I mean, it looks like
Gdansk doesn't have the range. Only Bungo can
Bungo
actually
is
fire.
firing, and looks like also like Kleber is also shooting.
Yeah.
So
Are they going to be able
there
to
is a
contest
decap.
him? It's a long duration radar, and he is deep into it.
Yes.
So he's going to have to use that acceleration to duke and try to
Yep.
get the cap in time.
Kaba's now stuck in a 3v3, but the Downey and the Gdansk are both focusing on him. Svea is engaging the Napoli, but Napoli's armor is renowned for its resilience, so he's
Yeah.
not too concerned.
I'm not seeing the Kabarovs get away from here. He still has heals, of course, but he is burning. Napoli salvos coming in. I think it's a dead Kaba right there.
Yep,
yeah.
down he
Wow.
goes.
I mean, critical. You don't have the spotting advantage, and when you do, you are basically engaged by a destroyer rotation from
Yeah.
Resin. So second kill bagged by Resin here, and they have the point advantage, but there's still a lot of room to play here.
I think we're going to start seeing an effort to bring down one last kiss in the Kremlin.
Yeah, I mean, the Kremlin is kind of kiting away. He has so much armor at this point. He can survive a long, long time, even
He
with the
can.
Bungo.
But with 4 ships on him, he's got the Gdansk, the Delny, the Bungo, the Des Moines.
He does, yeah. But at the same time, YYUT did manage to get the C cap back.
They did.
I'm just keeping an eye on Napoli and Loria here. They are withering down the enemy Napoli slowly but surely. But it's literally going to be like a kite game for the rest of the match, to be
and the
honest.
Oranje is actually able now to sort of engage the Kremlin with his airstrikes.
Yeah.
Good hit on the Napoli.
Some SAP from the Loria at work here. They should try to make something happen with the Loria and the Napoli. Together, I believe they can try to push the Kremlin and the enemy Napoli, because look, Resin's Kleber has rotated, or at least is in staging to rotate towards C again, meaning that it's a 2v2 with the HP advantage being on YYUT. And they know it. So I believe they should try to make something happen here on the D side of things.
Yeah, but right now, with the points as it goes, Resin win in about 6 minutes.
Oh,
YYUT closer
Kleber,
to
no,
10.
do not take Delny's torpedoes, please.
Oh,
That's a dodge. Kind of a difficult one.
close,
Yeah.
just under the stern.
Indeed. So, like, I don't think YYUT can make anything happen at B. They tried, and it cost them the Kaba. But they still don't have the point lead. They have the cap stabilized, I guess, but they need to get something done to get the points lead back.
I think right now, for YYT, the kills are the Kremlin.
I mean, yes, the Kremlin will eventually go down. He's been running around as
The Napoli
far
and the
as he
Lauria
can.
have turned around. They are now just pushing in, smoking up.
Here we go. Are we seeing this push finally? Kremlin has still 45k. He can remain angled and sustain so much damage here. I was expecting the Loria to try and go for like a rush or even maybe a ram if push comes to shove. But they have to make something happen in these next 5 minutes.
Yes,
for sure.
they can't risk the points that ships are worth right now.
No.
They need this Kremlin to go down
Ooh,
without suffering
torpedoes
major
here.
casualties.
Loria taking one torpedo, Napoli barely dodging them as well. Yeah.
Unfortunate, but Napoli Torps aren't that powerful.
They are not, but all the HP
Yeah.
in the game is equally important right now.
Absolutely.
And yeah, look at the Kleber. Actually, they've rotating the Kleber again, knowing that there's a push right now going on. So Resin really has good situational awareness on what's going on.
Good hit on the Kremlin, but Lauria's Citadel is quite big. One of the relatively few ships with a sort of double-decked Citadel.
Yeah.
So he has to be very careful how he approaches this Kremlin.
More torpedoes
But
in the Watcher.
They've stopped. The Napoli has stopped in the perfect position for the Napoli Torps because he has to hold that angle because otherwise he'll give broadside to a Kremlin.
But there will be Kleber torpedoes now from
Yes.
Resin. Kleber is such a strong ship, of course, able to rotate so quickly around
Napoli
the map.
takes one torpedo.
Yeah, that's some really good torpedoes from the Legends formula here. And of course the SAP's secondaries. The focus is going to be on Napoli, and once he goes down, Loria kind of has no chance with the Kleber in play. She might not take these first Kleber torpedoes.
Is the Kleb going to take... Ooh, no,
Oh,
Downey,
never mind.
Downey fire. They managed to take out the Kleber on the B flank. Every YYUT destroyer that's attempted to contest...
YYUT kind of
B is
starting to
down.
fall like actually trading with the Kremlin, which is I guess a good thing. But now Loria versus Napoli and Kleber.
Yep.
Kleber can just turn around and try to make a rush if it comes to
The
that.
Aranya is making a break for it. He's pushing the Des Moines now.
Oh,
now
I
the
see.
Kremlin's dead. His flank is clear.
But that's dangerous with the bongo from Resin. The moment that Prince Van Oranje gets into Hydro Ranger, here we go, here comes the salvo from the bongo, like clockwork. And I don't think Buki Adimandario sees it. Salvo looks a little bit late. Ooh, that could have been a kill shot right there because the spotter plane was in the air as well.
That's...
A little bit dangerous of a push to make from YYUT, but they have to make something happen.
Mabuki
here.
will probably be a bit frustrated about that volley.
Yeah, definitely. I think he saw it too late because the Hydro from Des Moines either was not up or, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, we might see Loria eventually succumbing from that Napoli-Kleber combined firepower here. We do have some help from the Prince on the other side. Should be loading AP on the salvos, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, no, still shooting HE for some reason. That's weird because it's a really good crossfire, and this AP at range could be devastating on Napoli.
Yeah, no, good. Sorry, Prince's AP is actually very good.
It is insane. It's Goliath
Are we
caliber.
going to see
yeah,
Downey Torp rush?
I believe we are. Maybe not, but at least preventing the Des Moines from being rushed here. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go for a Resin win here. Are they going to just bag it and say, okay, send everything on that Prince and just try to kill him and win the game? I think this is what's going on. Yeah, the Downey is not stopping.
No reason for him to hold
Yeah,
back.
that's over. Oh,
Aranya
nah,
knows it's
not
coming.
enough.
There's the turn.
Try to trade, perhaps. Did he not catch some torpedoes?
There
He
they are.
didn't. Nah, he's gone. Maybe get that front turret out.
Nope.
Nah, beautiful rush
Down
from the
he
Downey
goes.
here.
Well done. Well played, Mad Dog.
40 seconds left. Resin just looking to bag this game out. The Stalingrad is pushing with a massive crossfire against the Bungo. Yeah. This is looking pretty bleak now. I
Yes,
believe,
I think it's all over for them.
And that Des Moines improved pen angles, just not caring about the Stalingrad's armor. That's
There we
it.
go. Yep.
Exceptional plays again from Resin. I have to admit, they had map control quite early and just locked it down, whatever YYUT was trying to attempt.
Yeah, their destroyer coordination, just being able to keep YY at bay, force them into places where they just have to be stuck and then just push them out and take them out.
And the rotation as well. They rotate.
Very good.
They
Very
rotate their
impressive.
Kleber from the 1-2 line back to the center of the map, and then realize, wait a minute, you know what? No, let's take him back just to make sure that that Napoli-Loria push is basically
Well, that's the
neutered.
advantage of these big, fast gunboat destroyers is you can
Move them around.
You can play each flank 4 or 5 times a game.
Yeah. Lots of back and forth as well. I would say perhaps the sacrifice of the Ragnar was required to get really the control on that cap, but maybe they could have played it differently by not having him basically face tank all of them and maybe try to get a more kiting approach. And once the engagement is
I
going,
think they were lucky in the fact that the Aranya could only get his rear turret on. If he'd been a bit further back,
maybe
he could have ended the Ragnar a lot quicker, which
But-
might have saved the Marceau. Difficult to say.
I think the Marceau was doomed the moment, like at the beginning of the engagement, when he lost half his HP just by taking
Yes,
5 seconds of
but
radar.
Resin this game were very good at just that slow, inevitable push.
Yes, and also trading HP in these really snappy destroyers against destroyers engagement.
Absolutely, yes.
All right, well, that was a very entertaining match. Congratulations for Resin to basically having 2-0 for now. Not over, it's the best of 5, remember. Let's take it to the studio to see what they have to say.
Yeah. 2-0. I'm just saying.
2-0.
You guys were saying that the USA wasn't going to show up. They seem like they're showing up. But I got to say, that was like kind of what I was expecting pacing-wise, more from like the first match. Is like, all right, hey, we're getting our battle lines, and then we're going to try to slowly push into the right contesting. But like, what was your, first impression, Guts, from like what you saw there?
Yeah, I mean, again, we see Resin just pushing for that early advantage. I mean, YYUT did it as well. Just that's how loop works, right? With that decap all the way on the outside, you have a great advantage when putting fast DDs to that capture zone. And yeah, as Robin mentioned, right, he that Marceau trying to get for the island spot, getting the radar super early, being at an HP disadvantage, the whole brawl that happened around the decap. Yeah, it's what we expected. But yeah, I think we may also be able to already get into the replay analysis. What do you think?
I'd love to, yeah. I mean, there's one point I wanted to see, because for a while it did seem like Resin had that advantage. I think like the score timer is like, they had like 10 minutes over YYUT.
Yeah.
But then YYUT did sneak into that C line, and like we're starting to get the cap, and I was like, all right, maybe they're going to be able to, even it out a little bit. But I think there was like a destroyer that got killed, like, and I was like, oh, God, I think that's going to seal the deal. But let's see it. Let's see it in real time. If we can pop over to the Fancy Dancy Eye in the Sky replay analysis, let's find out what we saw here. Go ahead.
Exactly.
Get it started.
So let's just start off by pausing it right here. The Gdansk obviously setting up for the radar range onto the Marceau. I believe I'm not quite sure if he got spotted by the radar or if it was just ground spotting. Nevertheless, Resin was very ready for these early trajectories that DDs usually are taking towards Delta Cap, trying to get an early advantage by getting some of the HP of the contesting DD knocked off. Letting it run further a little bit, let's talk about just some general deployment. We mentioned XVIII in the beginning, right? Great ship to just kind of hold the flank. As a very secure single ship option, has the smoke, has the radar, great speed with the speed boost, so just overall good ship. Khabarovsk just going here early to try and get as much information as possible, right? I mean, World of Warships is just an information gathering game as well, very much so at the start, so you have as much information as possible to then go ahead and make the best decisions moving forward. So that's kind of the idea here.
We got the same Napoli on Resin side again for that flanking.
Exactly. It's. I mean, someone has to grab A or B cap here, right? So that's just in general what teams do. Just moving forward a little bit, we see the Kleber barely getting the cap, but just in time got ground spotted. Marceau reversing, Kleber coming around the corner, preventing the Kleber from getting the decap here. So at the moment, it's still both teams just fighting for decap here, but I'm gonna pause it right here because you can see at this moment in time already that Resin has an idea in mind of how to break this stalemate of French DDs just poking in reverse at each other, spotting. In general, teams will move ships all the way to the outside here. So I do believe that Resin has timed this very well, and they will send the Ragnar, as we saw in the game, on the side of the Marceau here, and just letting it run a little bit further.
Before we go like too much further, that's kind of what I was saying earlier, though. It's just like, all right, hey, we're not just going to explosively get into a point and capture it. It was, they tried, but then it kind of developed into this little bit, all right, we have our battle lines, and now we got to really do the arm wrestling to get those points, which we're seeing develop
exactly
here.
And this is the arm wrestling that's gonna come out right now. Resin has realized, so they have obviously 3 DDs in the vicinity of the decap. So what that what that means is they have one more ship that could potentially go and contest the decap here, right? So they are intentionally trading away that Ragnar in the hopes of killing the Marceau, which they did achieve, and then they will get rid of that one DD that is super close to Delta Cap, which can also provide the proxy, or not proxy, but the spots on the Kleber trying to contest decap. So by getting rid of this Marceau, this Kleber, as Killerburn has mentioned in the cast, was completely uncontested, just getting the decap, which if we just continue here a little bit,
Back straight in.
he's just backing straight in, and all of a sudden, from what looked like a fairly even opening on the D side of things, well, Resin put one more ship there, but in general, both teams tried to deploy the same philosophy of approach to the decap. Now Resin came out as the victors on the decap here, clearly securing an advantage that will carry on through this game. Because I do believe, again, they have set themselves up for a situation where now YYUT has some very awkward decisions to make.
Yeah, it's crazy to see like that tactical analysis, like, hey, and being in the shoes too, just being like, hey, I'm going to go in there, I'm going to make the sacrifice to really change the tide of the battle to make this capture happen is pretty cool.
So yeah, we can just continue. Now, pointing out a couple of things. YYUT doesn't really have a great way of contesting the C-cap here. This is why they are rotating over the Kleber, but he was obviously previously on decap, so it takes a bit of time to say, okay, now we have to concede on the decap, we need to find a way to get the C-cap, and in the meantime, Resin will have the points ticking from the decap, while YYUT has only 1 point sticking, right?
Yeah, and you have 10 minutes versus 22, so it's like that pressure really gets on quick as soon as you get that one cap advantage.
Indeed. On the other side of things, Stalin kind of been stuck, can't really move because he will most likely get spotted by the DDs, and then he's in Bungo crossfire. Kremlin was in the same situation or a similar situation, and now YYUT has to make something happen, right? And while Svea is a good ship for kiting and holding flanks, she's not so good when it comes to aggressing, especially not on its own. And Khabarovsk, again, good for early information gathering, good for any DD brawling situations, but not really good for contesting caps on its own. And this is, if we just go a little bit further, this is exactly what we see. Every time the Khabarovsk comes into B cap contact, right, he gets spotted, HP gets chunked off of the Khabarovsk. It's just not a good situation for YYUT to be in, because they are forced to make this play.
Yeah, and it looks like they're trying though. They realize like, hey, we need the pressure, we need to put the, capture whatever points that we can, but it is just like a really passive way. It's like dropping the smoke, backing in slowly, trying to approach that cap versus like, being able to have the confidence to really get in there and do an aggressive push. And then Napoli doing exactly what he did last game, just kind of pulling them back into the corner as well, just freeing up space to be going on the other side of the map. It's interesting to see.
Indeed. So we continue. We see the Kleber now coming into the C-cap here. But yeah, Des Moines obviously pulls the radar. Kleber has some reset shots. I think Kremlin maybe as well. Bungo is shooting. So it takes a bit of time until the Kleber actually does get the cap. And obviously, if we are looking at the points at the top of the screen here, doesn't really matter too much for Resin, because even if YYUT does get the cap, as long as there's no kills happening, Resin is still leading in points, right?
Yeah. But it did look like, I really did appreciate when I was watching this. I was like, oh, nice. He's sticking around. He's staying alive inside the cap. I think he was under fire for a little while there, but he was able to, dodge enough to stay alive. I know a future sense, I know that there is a DD going to go down here in a second. Has that happened yet? Where is that at?
You mean...
Or did it already happen?
Oh, it already happened. Yeah,
I was too focused on that decap.
No, good reminder. Here we see the Khabarovsk again coming in, trying to contest the B cap, right? And the Gdansk, he moved over from C side towards the B side, knowing that the Khabarovsk will try to grab the cap again. And Gdansk is obviously a really great ship in order to defend capture zones. He just smokes up, he can press his radar button, Khabarovsk will still be visible. And we see exactly what was inevitable. Geez. He just gets collected, melted, right? Because of him being so pressured into just swapping that B cap for YYUT.
Yeah, makes sense.
So just letting it run. Now we kind of see, okay, Kremlin starts to push. Kleber also realizes, okay, hey, we need to do something, right? Same kind of thought goes on 10 line, right? Lauria and Napoli realize, okay, we just need something to happen, right? So it's basically try on each flank to see if they can get a kill and maybe a cap. Again, has to be mentioned, rewinding here a little bit, look at the rotation from the Kleber, right? Just Resin reads the game really well. They realize, hey, we've got B-cap locked down really nicely with the double DD combination, Gdansk moving over. We don't really care too much about C-cap, we're in the lead. So what will likely happen now, I mean, Lauria and Napoli are already spotted going in on the 10 line, right? Kleber rotates over, creating, going from a 2v2 situation now into a 3v2 situation, which if we are just gonna let it play through, again, we can see that's the factor that just tips the scale over to Resin on the 9-10 line again.
Yeah, and just they already had the advantage, so just like close that distance as much as possible. So it's like, all right, hey, we have the numbers advantage. Let's not make it go much further. Let's just, what fight can we take to really just get those points and lock it down quick. Because I was wondering, I heard Bradley, I think, mention this, like, okay, are they going to go and try to kill a ship to end it quickly, or to be better just to kind of like, hey, we already had the advantage and it's kind of a 2-2 split. Do we just consolidate in one, kite away from the map and let it take over? But instead they just went for the kill shot, which was interesting to see.
Exactly. I mean, we're going to watch it a little bit further. The only thing that happens, again, at the end of the game here is Delny rushing the PVO. But at this point in time, the game was already over, right? It was just some Hail Mary moves from YYUT in the hopes of making something happen.
Yep, and that's it.
That's game 2.
Yeah. Well, we do have some results from the other 2 games that were going on. So we have 3 matches have gone on the other sides of the tournament. So Movai, M-O-Y-A-I, and Oh Boy, it's a 1-1, so neck and neck match going on over there, first games. Rain versus Virtuous, it is 2-0, so same as over here. We got a 2-0, and also a TWA got the second game as well, so it's a 2-0 for RNG versus TWA. But I do think the teams are ready to go into game 3. So prediction-wise, I'm obviously cheering for my good old boys, the USA. But I do like to see some neck and neck. I'd like to see it go 2-2, and then we have the deciding match. So I'm gonna root for YYUT this time. But the Resin has been showing pretty strong. What do you think for this map in particular? Do you guys see anything different happening?
I mean, I'm hoping for YYUT obviously to come back a little bit, but at the moment it really seems like YYUT struggles to find its footing, right? So it could go to a 3-0 here just based off of the last 2 matches alone. I'll be surprised. I'll be very surprised if YYUT can come back from this. But yeah, hoping for some exciting games. So maybe YYUT will treat us.
I mean, hey, some of the most exciting games is when you go from a 0 position all the way through the end, so we'll see.
Absolutely.
How about you, Robin?
To be fair, seeing what Resin has pulled off so far, I do think that it will be a 3-0, which is unfortunate for YYUT because it's, of course, single elimination games. But it is what it is. Resin has showed so much metal that, again, Loop has a little bit more nooks and cranny. It's difficult on the map to navigate, especially on the 9-10 lines of things. So we might see maybe them shifting to a more dynamic lineups. Question: they can forfeit battleships and bring only cruisers and destroyers, correct? Or do they have to bring battleships?
They don't have to bring battleships.
We can see them switching lineup because it's their last game. If they lose this one, they are out. So they might try something a little bit more punchy, aggressive, spicy, something out of their mystery boxes, and maybe something which Resin won't expect, which is difficult to predict. But that would be me. I would be like, all right, well, we tried, so let's just go all out with something which, we have in reserve and see if it works. That would be my only take. So I would like to see a 2-1, but I believe it will be a 3-0. How about you, Kirvin?
I think, based on the past 2 games, and as you say, this map has a lot of islands and such, so it's much more for your destroyers and your more static cruisers. I think Resin has shown they have better control of those sorts of ships.
Oh, yeah.
So I think it will, unfortunately, go 3-0 to Resin.
All right.
Hey, well, I'm proud of you for making a prediction. That's improvement. Growth in my mind.
In which case, there's only one way to find out. Both teams are ready. Let's
get into the action.
Yeah. Let's go to loop.
At the extreme southern tip of South America lies an archipelago rich in history and diversity. Soon, these storied waters will play host to a heroic clash between opposing forces, and the region will live up to its name. This is Land of Fire. Land of Fire is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the left, B is in the center, and the C and D caps are on the right. To the west, the A cap has been shifted eastward, providing a significantly more open cap than before. It is common to see ships parked on the island on the west edge of the cap in order to deny the flank push, while also preventing an easy capture by enemy destroyers. Islands to the north and south also provide a safer but less rewarding place for radar cruisers to sit and defend the cap. Cap B in the center is wide open with plenty of ways in and out, and is initially the purview of competing destroyers. Teams will have to evaluate if it is worth smoking a cruiser to the island to the west of B in order to provide radar and hydro coverage. If combat shifts to an east-west axis, it's common to see some spectacular mid and late game pushes through the center of the map. On the right, Caps C and D provide a tempting and risky choice for teams. Fast destroyers will typically take the home caps early, giving the teams the option of pushing a battleship down the 9 or 10 line to gain complete control over the eastern portion of the map. However, teams must always be wary of the multitude of islands that provide cover and ambush opportunities for a daring team. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Land of Fire.
And Resin are making me eat my words once again. I was expecting quite a heavy destroyer lineup on this match, and no, this is the fewest number of DDs they've ran so far in this best of 5. And why were UT bringing 4, including Laffy?
Including Laffy. Some interesting picks here. Libertad as well. I'm looking forward to see how they're going to make use of that extremely strong maneuverable brawler. But yeah, lots of use of Kaba again this time, and quite a varied lineups on both teams, not bringing any duo or duplicates, to be fully honest.
No, I mean, obviously, Laffy, for those of you who may be unfamiliar with her, has the time-based smoke consumable, so you don't have charges of smoke, you just have an amount of smoke that you can activate on demand with a small cooldown.
And they look like they're going to try to use it to push the Moskva into a very strong position, which is on that E4 square.
Yes. Now, this is now, from my old competitive experience, this was one of the things that you had to practice.
Yes.
Because Moskva is very vulnerable on her broadside, so you've got to be careful to get it in safe.
Interesting plays here from Resin's Kleber Mad Dog, kind of pushing really hard on the one line to try and maybe spot that. Here we go, and he does. He has AP loaded for the first salvo, not ideal, so he's just going to reset. But now he's basically spotted for everyone to see the Harugumo, the Bungo, the Des Moines. Are they going to open up on this, or is it just bait?
I think this was more just a case of trying to tease out what's going on, but also
some pretty nasty cross torpedoes here. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for Nasume here, but he has to be careful not to eat too much damage.
I think it's more a question of, do the torps going through the camp force him forward into Mad Dog's second set?
I'm not sure. He's going to pull forward full speed and then get caught, do you think? I think he sees them all. He sees them all, and he's not getting fooled by that. Really good dodges by Natsume.
That is
here. But I could have seen him just, okay, I got the cap, I'm out of here, and then just eat a face full tank of torpedoes. That would have been a bit sad. So cap control for them, actually, which is quite good.
Yes.
Getting the early caps on A and C is going to be very important, because it's going to put Resin on the back foot from the get-go.
So it looks like Resin are playing more evenly distributed across the map. They've got their team moving to play around D. Obviously, Kaba is good for her guns, but she's not great at sort of keeping ships at bay with her torpedoes, being as short range as they are. So I think we are going to see a D to C push.
Oh, Mad Dog kind of getting caught again here. Proxy spotted by Nasume. He has to be careful not to eat torpedoes still. But yeah, Mad Dog kind of having to run because he's severely outgunned on this side of
But
the map.
Natsume is now getting caught out by the Des Moines of Big Boy 6918.
Yeah, he should be fine. He should be able to just get denied the Des Moines firing angle just by using the island here. Gearing, however, will proxy spot that Kleber and basically just give information
And
here.
obviously there's also the Haragumo.
Never mind, the gearing is also spotted because the Des Moines from Bukia is radaring. Bungo salvo coming in from the left side, however. Yeah, that's going to be half the Des Moines HP from the get-go. Oh my god. These 457s are not joking when the spot is up.
No,
So
absolutely
Bukia
not.
here putting pressure on the gearing but losing literally half his health pool from the start.
Yep.
Unfortunately, he will have to hug that island for dear life for the rest of the game, I think, and recover from that big wound he just got.
But also, the Moskva of Seth It's About Time was able to get some good shots into the Des Moines as he made the run to the island.
Indeed, yeah. Big
So-
boy having lost a quarter of his HP too.
No one has come out of this push healthy.
No, not really. But again, like the control of the cap. Oh, all right. Another Citadel coming in from another Moskva salvo from Resin here.
Yep.
Yeah, lots of back and forth now. Both Des Moines are going to be hydroed. So it's going to be on their respective team to try to save themselves while doing as much damage on the enemy Des Moines at the same time.
Like, this is the kind of map where I'm like, you know that Prince Van Oranje?
Yeah.
Be really useful
ideal,
about now.
Ideal indeed. Maybe a good and lube would have been better because of the Prince Oranje S-Track take a long time to reload. Predictions! About the same as last game, even more divided, I would say. 22% for YUT, 78% for Resin. I'm not sure yet. Let's see what happens. Right now, Resin has to be the one making the moves.
Yes, so, yeah, like YYUT, like, they're doing everything they can to win this game to keep themselves in the fight. Resin maybe thought that they had this in the bag, so we're playing a bit more reservedly and conservatively. Obviously, that Sphere has to be very careful. That Bungo only has to get lucky once.
We're not paying too much attention to what's going on the CD side, but it looks to be kind of a stalemate so far. So to be fully honest with you, it's going to be most likely on 1-2 until the score is settled here.
Yes, like, do you want to push a Libertad?
I don't think you want to, no.
Do you want to push a Libertad?
Do you want to push a Libertad? Harugumo in a bit of a trouble here. Des Moines using his radar, having him caught kind of on the edges. Actually, yeah, just 9.5 kilometers into that radar, suffering from a lot. Like, he can't reverse. He has to stay in that radar for the whole duration. So I believe Harugumo might go down.
No, Haru's facing the right way, so he's safe from the torps.
Yep.
I thought for a moment he was caught on the border.
Back and forth HP trading, but the Bungo is in here now. I think they're going to try to basically send the Bungo to face the Demon and try to get him out of here as soon as possible.
It looks like YYT are going to try and use the Laffy to grab B-cap, use the Moskva to keep the Sphere suppressed, and use the Kaba to keep the Moskva suppressed.
Yeah, but the Moskva can just basically say, no Laffy, you can't be here. Like the overlapping Svea, Moskva, radar right now, they can't get B. There's no way. I don't think they can put anything into B. Maybe if they place Kaba in a weird position on the edge of the island in the cap still. Kleber taking a massive hit
from the Bungo.
Wow, that was the Resin's Bungo. I see, yeah, with the spotter plane here. Shaving about 7-8k from the Kleber.
Yeah, that was the kind of shot where so much damage was done, it took the game a moment to go, oh right, it's that much.
White bar generation. I see. So yeah, a bit of a tricky spot on B.
Oh, Delny making a play for C.
That's a good catch, actually.
He's got the Kava to his left, the Salem and the Libertad to his right.
The Salem has complete coverage of C, so the Delny may just have to try and get behind that rock and hope for dear life.
He can use the rock to shield himself from the Salem and the
But the Kabarovsk on the left side, while UT actually rotating the Kaba straight to it, that Delny is in big trouble. The moment they spot him, the Delny can't go away.
He's got the Kremlin, and the Napoli will be able to provide fire support.
I guess,
so this could turn into a 3-on-1.
I'm not sure. Against the Kaba, as maneuverable as a Kaba is, I don't think Napoli and Kremlin from their position can do anything about this. Because now, of course, the Delny is going to be stuck on the Libertad secondaries. That's not the best spot.
No, I would not. I would have hugged the island, not that way.
You reverse and you face a Kaba. You go forward, you face a Salem and a Libertad.
I'd face the Kaba.
I'm not sure if you want to. You lose a Kaba fight at this range. Even though if you're a Delny, you lose that fight all the time. Meanwhile, UT putting even more pressure by putting the Laffy into Bravo.
But they have forced the Kaba away. So obviously the Delny is getting decapped from Libertad secondaries, but he's not taking a super amount of damage.
He will eventually. This
Moskva in the B.
Start,
YYT's Moskva. Seth is about time. Is actually starting to suffer.
Can they get the cap in time, however?
The Kremlin does have shots on him.
The focus is on the Moskva, but meanwhile the Laffy has managed to basically sneak into the radar overlap and get the B cap. However,
Bongo volley out onto the
blind fire on Sphere? Oh, that could have been bad.
But they get the cap.
They get the cap, yes. Which is really crucial for them right now because it put Resin under tremendous amount of pressure. Delny is still surviving, has found kind of a weird nook and cranny where he can stay safe from basically everything, which is a really good play.
But the Moskva is suffering.
The Moskva will eventually go down, yes, but at the same time, it doesn't really put B into any kind of jeopardy.
Yeah, has he bought the team enough time?
Ooh,
another big hit into the sphere.
I think these are all blind fires. I'm not sure if the Svea is spotted. It's just Bongo sending salvos into that smoke.
So right now, with the points and the caps as they stand, 4 minutes 15 for YYUT and 11:25 for
Resin unable to make anything happen at A as well. Kind of the same stalemate here. UT has lost a bunch of HP on the Kleber, but French saturation being into play. I don't see him go down here for a long time. He can just weave and dodge. Oh, no, don't die now. Not the good time to die. The Demon is pushing forward to try and back the kill, actually, which is really scary. Can Natsume get away here? Can he actually live through that? He's out of the radar range. I think he's safe.
Another volley. Bongo one turret. Bongo is...
No, these are all behind and blind. Meanwhile, the Bongo from Resin took a massive hit from the YYUT Bongo. The question is, now Resin has to make a play. Yeah, they're pushing Moskva, they're pushing Kleber, they have the Svea in the background, pushing Laffy away as far as possible.
left C.
Yeah, we do have some crossfire from the back turret of Des Moines, kind of putting Moskva into a difficult position. Do I go into the cap or do I just risk losing too much HP from that Des Moines back turret?
Yeah, I mean, like, the Kleb can take the cap. He needs to angle against the Des Moines.
Yeah, he does. I think Resin will be able to get the cap back easy peasy. They actually managed to pull back the Delny from that position somehow.
Very healthy too.
Yeah.
Well played to Triarch.
Delny gets to live, and right now the Bongo is gonna make a play on Des Moines, I believe. They're staging the Bongo to try and just kill that Des Moines. That Des Moines has been giving them so much grief. However,
there's a lot of talks.
He will be taking maybe 1 or 2 Harugumo salvo, and oh goodness me, he's making the wrong turn. That's not a turn you want to make right now. He's going to eat at least 1, perhaps another one from the start. That's 2. Oh my goodness. Can he save Des Moines? Can he save that salvo? Don't. Oh goodness me. That's actually crucial for YYUT not to lose Des Moines right now. Excellent play and pre-torpedoes from the Harugumo. Looking really bleak on Resin right now. I don't think they can really do anything except start to basically put HP into the play.
Yes. Now,
wow.
I think we're in sort of a bit of a pause because, like,
look at the Harugumo's HP. He's on 166.
He's held together by hopes and dreams.
I'm sorry. He's on 166 and still managed to save Des Moines from that. Now we actually see Des Moines making an interesting play. Let's not be too aggressive now, I would say.
It's 1 minute on the clock for YY.
Just sit and wait.
All they got to do is not die.
Exactly. All they have to do is not die. And Resin is just trying to figure something out. They're gonna put they're actually gonna put the Kleber into A.
Yeah, like Natsume,
Moskva,
Shirasu, they're just running for the border.
They are, yeah. Maybe a silver lining, saving sometimes by putting Kleber. But remember, Des Moines is still kind of in radar range of it. He can just turn around and try to save that.
Only diving C.
Oh goodness, yeah. Resin not wanting to let that match go.
Right now, YY have no point income.
That's really interesting play, but for how long though? How long can they keep that Delny in here? Meanwhile, the Kremlin is making a play as well, basically face-tanking the Libertad. Can the Kremlin survive? Right now, maybe YYUT can win by just killing ships, to be honest.
They need a kill.
Oh, the Salem! What happened to you? Why would you push out against the Kremlin?
I think they were trying to think they could get kills there, and it's come back to bite them.
That could have been a death strike
YY's
on
Moskva is
side.
in a nasty crossfire. I think Resin's Des Moines is trying to reverse to get shots on him, but Des Moines with its unique upgrade is accelerating back into cover. He knows he cannot risk this.
No, he cannot. But
Resin have flipped the caps now.
Oh goodness
YY
me.
Bungo takes the torpedo.
Yeah.
Resin Moskva is suffering from Des Moines. Another volley out.
The
from
Bungo volley might
Bungo.
secure that Moskva.
Is
They
it going
have
to be a kill?
It's gonna be a kill
Yes,
right
it
there.
is.
Excellent job. But look
Still
at Big
no
Boy here
points
reversing.
income. 11 points in it, and they're not getting any. Big Boy of Des Moines, he's going to come up behind. Are they going to actually kill the Bungo with the clipper torch?
No, the torpedoes run out. Can the Bungo
Ooh.
find? Oh, the Bungo has to one-shot that Des Moines, otherwise the Des Moines will.
Can he do
hit
it?
him.
Can he?
Back turrets.
The angle is there.
Use your back turret, please. No. Use your back turret.
He got away with it.
He's reversing into cover. That's such a shame. Okay, what are we seeing at sea here? Delny about to go down from the Laffy.
Yeah.
Okay, that's gonna be a
Oh,
kill.
there we are.
And that's it. What a play! They do almost kill the Libertad with that.
He does.
With that torpedo salvo, but actually,
it's not
YYUT wins that game.
Wow.
Okay, I have to admit, there was so much action going on. I thought Resin was actually making some crazy play to pull it back. But even if they did, the timer, like the points bled too long against them.
Bloody hell.
That was a good battle.
That was
wasn't it?
fantastic to watch.
Well, we were expecting a 3-0, and I guess we were wrong.
Yeah, we were wrong.
YYUT actually showing us some exceptional plays
Yes.
here on loop. Sorry, Land of Fire.
They played that beautifully.
Whew.
Made Resin make some difficult decisions.
Yeah, they did. I mean, you have to give props for the reaction time in the end on Resin's
Oh,
side.
for sure.
They came up with a plan within 30, 40 seconds and made an execution. And then all of a sudden,
Absolutely.
no points accounting for YYUT anymore.
that
You're like,
was
wait, what happened there?
Fantastic to watch.
All right.
I'm going to be here for a while.
I guess that replay analysis is going to be kind of spicy. So please, gentlemen, take it away.
Wow, I gotta say the pressure at the end there. Like I'm glad for the viewership at least that we're gonna see not a sweeping 3-0. So I was like, all right, they're coming to play. They're gonna beginning to get their footing back, and I was like, all right, it's gonna be game over. And then they had to, come around the corner and try to make the play. But then like freaking Resin pulling it in and just like stalling the game out, and I was like, oh crap. They're all kind of low. Are they going to be able to turn this around and like force a point? We'll see in the analysis here, but that was kind of the exciting part for me. What did you think?
No, honestly, great match. It's always good to see when like one team thinks, okay, hey, look, we have this points advantage. We have two caps at the end. We probably just have to run away and we will win this game, right? All of a sudden, the Des Moines leaves the position on the A side, thinking, okay, well, job done, game's over. I'll just leave here, right? Because I just can't die. And then he leaves the position. All of a sudden, Kleber comes, caps A cap. Delny on the other side contests C cap, and you're at 949 points. And all of a sudden, you're like, wait, how do we get points now? So yeah, I guess we go and have to kill ships now. That is what happened. So YYUT did pull it around, obviously sitting on that nice cushion, and Resin being forced into some of the engagements that weren't really comfortable for them. Turning out that YYUT came back, did security kills, and got the W in the end.
Yeah, it's amazing to see just like, again, still posturing on both sides, but the power of just getting that asymmetric cap advantage and just like how exponentially how that advantage grows throughout the course of the match if you can't really just get your foot in there, or at least on the other point to even it out. Was really cool to see. I know we did get some information from the previous matches. I do think Rain versus TWA, trying to see the details over there. But it looks like both of the other teams that were at that 2-0, they did in fact pull it out and get the 3-0 victories. So we're in one of the rare opportunities where we get to see into Game 4, which I'm actually super glad to see, because this is the one 100%. Where we have the funky spawns coming up. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, no, I mean, we said we were excited about YYUT coming back and providing us that fourth game. It does happen. You are going to get the chance of checking out Northern Waters, which is the next map coming up. Replay render is ready. Let's try and have a look at that. So,
I kind of want to see from this perspective that sweet crossfire of torpedoes we had right in the beginning.
We'll just let it roll here a little bit. And we see typical stuff here, fast DDs trying to run towards the A cap here and securing an advantage, which is actually what happened, right? And was a very good thing for YYUT to happen for them. So just checking it out, so this is probably what you're talking about, like torpedoes from here, torpedoes from here. It's to be expected when you're playing a DD on the A cap, but it's obviously never the same situation, and you always have to be like tiptoe super accurate with your movements in order to not eat any of those torpedoes.
Kind of takes me back to the first match with like the Haragumo, so similar play, but now it's like you're seeing the other end of the spectrum. It's like, hey, that's the gamble, but if you can sneak in there and stay alive, it really does pay off.
100%. So we see just standard deployments here, right? I mentioned already the fast DDs trying to grab A cap here. Interestingly though, Resin is going for more of an info play, right? So you have two options when you actually approach A cap here. One option is you actually go and grab the cap. The other option is you try to be as fast as possible to the flank and get these early spotting angles. That creates a different problem, because we see how easy Resin, let me actually get rid of the line, see how easy Resin is able to approach the cap, right? Because they're not really contested with spotting, right? The Des Moines took like the easy route behind the rock here. Kleber got the cap and left. So now there's no spotting angles onto the incoming Des Moines, so they're not really disrupted in terms of trying to get the Des Moines towards the rock. On the other side, Resin says, okay, I am going for that spotting play, providing this particular line here, and this is forcing an early smokescreen out of YYUT. So what we actually see happening, if we just continue a little bit further, right here, let me backtrack a little bit. So the Des Moines, they don't change plans, right? They're saying, okay, it's still better if we do gamble a little bit here, but eventually get the Des Moines towards the rock. They do get it towards the rock, but here we see this massive salvo of AP coming in from the Bungo, chunks it down to half HP, and this is exactly why they do deploy the Kleber all the way out on the one line, because they want to force YYUT in like an uncomfortable position as the Des Moines is trying to approach the rock.
Yeah, what do we see going on the other side of the map while all this is happening? Like, why weren't they able to push her into to C?
Yeah, so let's just go from left to right. Here, it's very standard rock approach. We see lots of Moskvas, Petros, maybe also Des Moines here at this rock. In general, radar ships close to the B-cap island just in order to neutralize the cap for a little while the plays are getting made over on the A side. And also standard deployments over on C and D. Both of the teams bringing 3 ships over there. You're just kind of setting yourself up for reacting to how the game's going on the A side of things, right? Yeah. And then judging judging from that information, teams will then go and decide, okay, hey, we kind of need to push, or okay, we don't need to do any risks. We just sit and wait for the other team to push.
So why do we see a 3-ship deployment on both of these sides versus like what we see in the other 2 games where it's just kind of like the Napoli or the Svea and maybe a DD kind of enforcing on this line?
Good question. The way Land of Fire works, especially on C and D side of things, you have a lot of island cover, right? And what that means is you have a lot of cover while pushing up as well. And if you would only have like a destroyer and a cruiser guarding the C cap, most of the time that's not enough, because having a battleship in this situation gives you a big advantage, because most of the time battleships, you know, when they start pushing, you're like semi-open water, you're spotted super early, and then you will get farmed down super quickly. But this is a big advantage of C and D cap here. You do have a lot of island cover, and you just gain a lot by moving a big HP ship closer towards the cap, and then suddenly you're saying, hey, look, I have a battleship closer towards the cap. Now you have to get rid of that HP in a very short amount of time until I'm at your home cap. So it works really well because you have options, right? If you're saying we have a DD and only a cruiser pushing on the 9-10 line, it's not so versatile as compared to having a battleship that doesn't have a lot of distance to cover until the next capture zone.
Yeah, so it's definitely more of a turtling kind of structure on both of these angles. It seems like.
Indeed. So we move on and we see something that's very good for YYUT. So we see 4 ships deployed on the A side of things on Resin's side, but only 3 ships, not counting the Bungo at the moment, that are closer to the A cap. Yep. But YYUT does have the cap, and at the moment Resin is struggling to find an option to actually get that cap back. So that's actually a really good situation that YYUT finds itself in, that they are kind of they have only 3 ships on that side, but they do have the cap, which it's just overall a good situation. Well done by them to get that cap in the beginning.
Would the destroyers here instead, if they had tried to sneak into here instead of defending this line, is that something that they could have done, or is that too dangerous, like with the Moskva coming here and just killing them?
In general, once this situation, like both the Moines are, at the opposite side of each other on those islands, once this situation has established, it becomes pretty difficult for DDs to actually go and just drive into the A-cap, just based off of the information that the Des Moines can provide and crossfires that are probably lingering from Bungo and Moskva here.
All right. Here. So that's like kind of why important to getting both, because they really put a lot of resources trying to get both of those Des Moines on that island.
Exactly. We do now see YYUT is like seeking yet another way of just gaining the advantage, right? So Lafay is reversing into the B cap. Moskva is like supporting here. They want to push away the Svea that is trying to deny the Lafay cap grab here. On the other side of things, what we talked about earlier, the Delny has pushed all the way towards the cap. They have realized, okay, we're kind of in a tricky situation on the A cap. Now we need to go and make a push happen, right?
Yeah, I mean, that 4 minutes on the clock, you really have to make a play of some sort. And I really like that little nook that the Delny was able to find himself in.
Yeah, exactly. So we let it run a little bit further. The Delny is still contesting, right? But crucially, they are just shaving more and more HP off of the Moskva. That is helping the Lafay get the cap here. I believe maybe he could have just moved back a little bit further earlier, right? It's a tricky spot to play because the parking in that specific place isn't really super great. You have to be wary about the crossfires coming from Bungo and Des Moines when you reverse here at the Moskva's position. So maybe he wasn't able to reverse because of crossfires. I'm just saying it wasn't really a good thing that he bled so much HP in this situation.
I know we're running short on time before we have to get into this next match here, so kind of let's see how. I'm really curious to see the clock run down and just like how much they're able to stall it out.
Yeah, exactly.
So Resin was able to get into those points,
letting it run further and further. They do kill the Moskva here, and this is basically the start of Resin saying, okay, now we're just gonna push a lot of HP in towards these caps. We have the Delny still contesting, gearing, Bungo coming closer towards the capture zones here. One very important play happening at this very moment, right?
Yeah,
the Harukumo, super good prediction torps that the Bungo may be able to push around the corner here on the Des Moines, freeing up that flank. It was kind of Resin's, one of Resin's last ideas of trying to unlock the A side for them. But yeah, Harugumo paid attention. Great play by him.
YYUT, the Klebera and I think the Harugumo here in a second, both living on, as I think Killer Ben said, living on prayers. We'll see that play out here just in a second.
So yeah, now this is what I already mentioned, right? Des Moines is kind of pulling away from the A-cap here as the Klebera comes over, contests the A-cap. Delny is putting himself back into C-cap, and now YYUT is sitting on 949 points.
Jeez.
And Resin is trying their absolute hardest to get this W still in the bag, but I mean, the points difference is so big. 2 kills are, able to swing it into YYUT's favor. We see the Moskva gets killed here in this situation because of the continuous fire from Bungo and Des Moines. and Kremlin has to push in, support the Delny, because obviously he can't really leave the cap, otherwise YYUT would gain points again from the cap.
All those guys just staying dark.
Yeah, staying dark, super low, and
Jeez.
YYUT
What a
gets
match! It
both
was
of the
a
kills.
valiant effort, I gotta say, on the US
100%.
side. Like they were showing up against like an impossible situation. Like, what do? We stall it out and just pray and try to make it happen. But unfortunately, it
Indeed.
didn't. So I know we're moving on to the next match here, so we do get to see match number 4, and this is going to be the spicy one. So this is on Northern Waters. So this is the one where the battleships, the cruisers, and the destroyers are all in separate things. So how do we feel like? Judging from we've seen their deployments these first 3 matches, what do we think is going to be different with this? Like, are they going to do like that brawling situation, or do you think they're actually going to try to
I
spice
mean,
it up?
I'll be interested to see if they will respond to the double battleship spawn on the west side the same way as some of the other teams have like implemented strats with that particular spawn style. So yeah, just pay attention towards a side of things here on Northern Waters, and maybe we'll see some great brawling action again.
Cool. All right, thoughts from our casters before we jump into the action here. Do we have any new predictions now that we've seen that YWT can show up and make some plays?
I'm done making predictions, to be honest, but I'm excited to see how is this spawn layout going to work out. I'm kind of stunned because I didn't expect this at all. I wasn't aware that Northern Waters, sorry, had a special spawn like this. I'm rooting for YYUT to show us another example on how they can lock down Resin the way they did on the previous map. I think it was exceptional to watch, even though when you look at the HP of YUT at the end of the game, not one was above like 10% basically. And I wanted to point out that if there was a little bit more time, the Delny actually death strike the Libertad, which maintained to have all of her HP until then and just spread 10 torpedoes and death strike it. So that game on Resin side could have actually turned again if there was not that much point bled from this 3 cap control the whole time. Otherwise, no, I'm really looking forward to see what they have in store. Again, Resin is on the back foot because if they lose that game, that's it for them. So a bit of pressure on them still.
This feels more like a best of 3 now.
Indeed, but Resin still has to be careful not to get a 2-2 and then be like, oh shit, you know, here we are having to fight for our position in this tournament. How about you, Kilbin?
I think with the sort of novelty and the newness of this type of spawn, I would be very curious to see just how much experience the teams have with it. I think we might see the teams maybe fumble a bit with how this works out because they'll be so used to sort of your standard deployments and your spawns and such. So I think this will be one for the books.
So everybody who's watching right now, wake up, grab your coffee. We're about to go into here. We're going to show off what Northern Water looks like, and let's get into the battle because this one is going to be a little bit of spice. So buckle up, guys. Let's go see what Northern Water looks like.
In the southern Arctic Ocean lies an archipelago of Caledonian granite, frigid and forbearing. These frozen rocks and sparse fauna will shortly become unwilling witnesses to the rigors of naval combat. This is Northern Waters. Northern Waters is a 42 by 42 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the left, the B cap is in the center, with caps C and D on the right. In this new configuration, spawns of ships are based on what class they are. Battleships spawn above Cap A, cruisers spawn above Cap B, and destroyers spawn above the home caps C and D. This aims to provide teams with new and specialized tactics for each flank, with unique deployment ideas. Cap A on the left is larger than in previous iterations, now having a small island providing cover for any ship that wishes to contest it. Cap B was moved to the right to be harder to directly contest, with the small islands inside offering minimal cover. The home caps, C and D, are surrounded by a fair number of small islands, allowing destroyers to set up for ambush-style hit-and-run tactics more comfortably. Support from cruisers spawning in the middle of the map is critical for success on both sides. How will teams divide their forces for the most optimal strategy? 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Northern Waters.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm sorry, bit of a delayed start here. Welcome to this fourth game, YYUT versus Resin on Northern Waters. Again, you get to see the weird deployment here. The 3 cruisers on Resin side spawning in the middle, the 4 cruisers on the YYUT in the middle, destroyers on the right, and battleships on the left. Very interesting deployment on this side. Resin is sending a solo Libertad kind of in a perma-kite position with these crazy secondaries. In terms of lineup, what do you see, Kilobin?
Well, obviously we're seeing Sabir for the first time today, similar to Laffy where she has the time-based heal. Sabir has a time-based smoke. Sabir has a time-based heal. So you can just basically, in theory, he can just run at the Libertad, have his heal going the whole time, and maybe use that to survive and kill the Libertad, but then he'll have no heal for the rest of the game. So I'm very curious to see why they picked her.
Oh, and there's already some back and forth going on here. YYUT being very aggressive with their Libertad, putting it into A with the backup of the Prince van Oranje, with the long-range airstrikes, and the Sibir, which is like, yeah, the Libertad has on Resin side kind of has to try and dip. Otherwise, it's a 3v1. However, they are putting a Kleber here, Eagle Lance, which could be a bit of a problem for YYUT's Libertad.
It is nice because of how the spawns work. You can, as the battleship, you can probably get to this cap before a destroyer gets to you.
Indeed, we have some radars being burned on Resin side here, catching the Wei Yang a little bit off guard. Do we see a bongo salvo on it? Probably not. Yeah, lots of HP actually being traded. YYUT losing, oh goodness, incoming bongo salvo on the Prince van Oranje. On the turn back, he might take a little bit of heat.
He's
actually
fine.
Not that much. All right.
So we've got Ragnar contesting the Bravo cap, but he is taking shots from all the destroyers. It's interesting to see how that both teams have sort of mixed their ships up, given the class spawns and such.
Yep.
Like, this is where the French destroyers are really useful, that you can make a run. Ooh, good torps on the Bungo from the Yu Yang, taking a torp there.
Actually, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
At the same time, YYUT making a really good play here, not overcommitting the Libertad.
Nope.
And just trying to get the cap and then dip, because they only have to contest it. The Sibir is basically safe behind that rock, and it will come.
But the Libertad has come forward just enough that he is still under fire. So it looks like the Sibir is going to be the one to actually take the cap.
Indeed, yeah. Libertad has to be careful not to push too much, because there's a bunch of Summers torpedoes in that dip. So he'll have to cross that gap as soon as possible and basically run away. In terms of cap control, YYUT getting both caps taking in their favor first. However, Resin does have a Ragnar into B here, able to get that cap before the Marceau can
And the
contest
Moskva
it.
of Mibuki has to be careful, because if he goes too far forward, he is giving his broadside to the Napoli.
That's fair.
Looks like Marceau, Ragnar are now starting to engage.
Really aggressive play on Natsumi here, basically saying to the Ragnar, well, you're going to have to lose HP because I have the gun advantage on you.
Yep.
And Ragnar just being massacred right now. Goodness me, already down to 13k HP to Khabarovsk from YYUT, providing some long-range fire support with the Napoli as well.
Ragnar has great guns, but only 2 turrets. So
only 2
if
turrets,
you're stuck
indeed.
in this kind of position,
Oh
like
my god,
that
so much pain.
Wow.
That is crazy. And just like that, boom, radar destroy out of the game, and the Marceau barely loses any HP.
Yeah. and that helps them flip B cap in their favor.
Okay, well,
YYUT are making Resin work for this.
excellent start on their side. Goodness me, bagging a kill and then getting a triple cap
And
advantage.
some very good bombs on the Moskva from the Prince van Oranje.
Predictions are 65% on Resin and 35% on YYUT. I see
Libertad is down to 8.5k though.
yeah,
He needs
easy
to
burning, and he is spotted by the Kleber, meaning that the Libertad can just keep firing from long range and eventually bag that kill. But does it matter? They have 3 cap advantage here, and already a destroyer, a radar destroyer, killed. This is like, even if the Libertad goes down, it's doesn't matter, to be honest. It's not a problem. So yeah, very, very, very strong start here on YYUT's side. They do have the Kleber pushing in the cap here, obviously outspotted by the Wei Yang. He is deep into that proxy spot, and the Sibir just waiting for that. Here comes the HE salvo on the Kleber. Eagle Lance about to eat a little bit of pain here. And now the Sibir is going to spot the Prince van Oranje, and he's in secondary range, meaning that this combat instructions from the Sibir are going to start working.
Yes.
These combat instructions do this. They give you more accuracy when you activate
But
it.
Libertad does go down to an airstrike from the Oranje.
I think it's completely fine. Now the Sibir will really show its true strength, basically tanking the Libertad while putting a lot of heat on the Prince van Oranje. Wei Yang deep water torpedoes might actually connect with him. That's not a good thing at all.
Looks like one maybe on the no, just down
Paint
the
scratch
side.
on a half.
But
Goodness me, but he's stuck. He's basically stuck.
Resin's Moskva is also suffering quite heavily from YY's Oranje.
Yep. I'm even seeing. Oh my God! Yeah, the Mebuki here in deep trouble.
And they're
Burning
also
as
pushing
well.
2 Napolis on D.
Yes.
So like this is, I don't say either team is in a winning situation right now, but YY are putting a lot of pressure on Resin here.
But to be honest, with 4 minutes on the timer, the Prince van Oranje is gonna block that points a little bit, but he's in a
if
bit
the
of trouble.
Moskva goes down, which I think it's
Momentarily,
inevitable,
yeah.
I think that is the point where this will just start.
Ragnar Marceau again
Yeah.
here. The Marceau having, of course, the advantage on the guns. Resin kind of sacrificing their Ragnar's HP a lot. The first one basically died because of this. Let's see if they can.
Down goes the Moskva.
Yeah, down goes the Moskva. That's 2 kills.
That,
on our
that
UT.
frees up Seth, and also now the Ragnar's going to have to go past him.
Oh,
So
but
it's-
this
it's-
time
it's a 3-on-1. I mean, like,
Natsume is losing a lot of HP
He
here. I'm
is.
not sure he can win that fight anymore because the accuracy of the Ragnar at range is superior.
yes,
The ballistics as well, of course, to be honest.
but Triarch isn't going to get out of this clean.
No, probably not. My goodness, the Prince van Oranje eating a full Sibir combat instructions here and basically having no more HP. That was
Yeah.
like a 50k salvo on him fairly easily. And
And
now he has to
Triarch
contend
Ragnar
with...
goes down.
He has to contend with deep water torpedoes, so Resin will also go down, will also lose
Yep.
the Prince van Oranje. And at this point, with the double Napoli Kaba around D, that's a bag. That's a win
Yes,
for Wawa
no, this,
UT.
I think this is the point where
Oh my God.
this was...
Dying like flies on Resin's side right now. Not able to do anything about such aggressivity. Or aggression,
I think
I'm
what
sorry.
we're learning from here is that YY need 2 losses to warm up.
Exactly. That is ridiculous. And even the legends of Formula, I think right now Resin is accepting the defeat and they're basically not shooting the water just yet. But oh, never mind. Kleber rush here on the Sibir. We are seeing Eagle Lance sending the Kleber full
He's
speed.
got to
Of course.
send it, like the Libertad in support.
Here we go, Wei Yang with the guns, it doesn't matter. AP, that's poor choice of ammunition, but what can you do? Maybe he wasn't expecting it. Torpedoes are out. They will get, they will kill Sibir, but of course they're gonna lose Eagle Lance at the same time.
Do
Oh
they
my
kill
God,
the
the
Sibir?
Sibir survives. That is crazy.
Like, that wasn't like that angle. Only 4 torps connected.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is. These Kleber rushes have to basically like hit or miss essentially. And
it's all or nothing.
at this point, even if they kill Sibir, it doesn't matter. They have no assets to get
No.
any caps whatsoever, so it's
No.
just a HP.
Yes, because even if somehow they take A, YY will
they
take
can't
D.
take A with the Yue
Yeah.
Yang. They can't
This
take A.
this has been a comprehensive
paddling,
strategy on YY's part.
a little bit of a paddling, I would say, on Resin. They lost so many ships so fast. Both Ragnar basically being dominated by the Marceau.
Yes, and Natsumi survived.
Yeah, he did actually. He got to basically back to Marceau almost for himself, and get to live to tell the tale.
Yep.
That's really
There we
good.
go. Sabir does go down, but Napoli goes down in return. D is being capped. Libertad is not in the cap. He's on not a lot of health. Yu
25
Yang and
seconds left.
Oranje are now opening up on
Yeah,
him.
That's going to be it for the Libertad.
That's it.
And once Feva goes down, that's going to be the points to basically get that second win. Exceptional work on Wawa UT.
Wow. So we are going to the 5th game.
I think some some person in the studio is gonna start swallowing a bit more saliva out of a sudden. Like, oh, man, okay. Well, these teams are both #1 of their regions. But
Yeah.
as you said, maybe Wawa UT had to lose 2 games to be like, all right, well, I guess we have to get to work now.
no.
And they are getting to
Yeah.
work indeed. Almost a full wipe as well.
Yes,
that's
no, that
rare
was
to see.
that was the most decisive game we've seen so far.
Definitely. Goodness me. Well, honestly, let's leave it at that. And let the studio take care of the post-analysis on this. Really, really well played. I have to admit, on our UT side.
All right. Let's see. So I got to say that was most likely going to give it to Resin. They just wanted to give all of you the best viewing experience possible. So they wanted to get it neck and neck, really coming down. And I really believe they're going to make a decisive play here on this next match, which is the 5th of the session that we're going to be doing here. But damn, God, it was interesting to see, like, right off the beginning, how, you know, deploying one battleship versus, you know, deploying both of them, sending in the extra DD over to the ACAP to see if he might be able to get some kills there, like where the Sibir ended up deploying and pretty much having a pretty safe, like, turret of that entire side of the map. I was curious to see, like, what your thoughts were. Obviously, YYU showing up, bringing 2-2.
Yeah, of course, the early deployments actually made a big difference because of the way things turned out. The Libertad was obviously driving in there, creating the illusion of a push, right? Didn't happen. He just turned around. He got reset a couple of times, right? But at the meantime, as the Libertad drew the attention, the Sibir just walked into the ACAP and kept it for them, which for the course of the game was very, very influential, since, again, we've already established early point grabs that continue to generate points for one side are just hugely influential.
Yeah, I remember looking at the clock at one point, and it was just like, all right, what do we do? We got almost double the time that we have to make up for.
100%.
But yeah, I think we'll have a better view right now, especially pay attention to this first half of the analysis as we take a look at the bird's eye view, as we see kind of what the deployment was and where they're going to end up. So let's pull over to the post-analysis screen, and let's dive into it.
Yeah, 100%. A bit of interesting trivia as well. YYUT actually was down 0-2 in their Asia regionals, and also was able to come back from this 0-2. So I mean, they're very used to being in this situation.
Maybe they're the showmans. Maybe they're the ones like, hey, we can go down 2 and then pull it all the way back and have that legendary upcoming. So we'll see.
All right, yeah, just starting up the replay here again, we see exactly what I was talking about, and you mentioned as well the Kleber. You know, it's two sides of things, or two strategies rather, here. YYUT pulling the battleships in towards the capture zone, right, saying, okay, they spawned there, so we're going to use them there. Resin, on the other hand, just uses the Libertad as a kind of a blocking force, saying, okay, sure, you can go towards the cap, but no further, sending the Bungo over to the other side, more central position in order to provide more crossfire, right? Yeah. But the Kleber, obviously spawning all the way on the other side, is fairly late to the party, and in the meantime, yes, Libertad does get reset a lot, but Sibir is able to get into the safe space. Nobody's getting a spot on the Sibir, and it takes a bit of time for them to cap it because of all the resets, but eventually they will get a hold of this A-cap here.
Right, yeah, that's a pretty strong showing. Interesting to see, so losing the destroyer by moving it over to this side, you have just the one Rengar on this side, but you have the Merceau and the... I'm not even trying to pronounce that.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that on that side. It was interesting. I was wondering, like, why are they dedicating so many resources to this side versus trying to maybe move into the B cap? Why do you think they're just supporting the C side so much?
Initially, it can be very beneficial to obviously grab C cap very quickly, right? But also having two DDs being able to contest the 9-10 line out wide. Because what you want to do in World of Warships competitive is you want to get information as fast as possible, right? And while going onto the 9-10 line, you have better angles, better spotting angles towards approaching ships on decap. But technically you could do that with one DD, but on the other side having two DDs there just gives you a little bit of a safety net, right? B cap, YYUT decided, hey, okay, we're gonna have this Moskva here in the central position. If somebody touches the B cap here, we are gonna be able to radar it. Napoli stayed fairly close, having an angle on the B cap here, and this is also basically what happened, right? If we just let it run a little bit further here.
Would you say this is more of like what Resin's doing is a bit more of like trying to simulate a more typical layout? So you have, you know, it's not necessarily a Napoli or something on this side. Well, you have it on this side, right? You have your traditional flanking side. You have a battleship, one in the center kind of overseeing everything, one on the side, and then you have your DD to support it. This looks to me like a more traditional layout where having both DDs or both battleships on one flank is a bit more.
Yeah,
How do you do
just from a strategic point of view, you can kind of see in this particular view right now that Resin is relying very much on getting the B cap, because by basically saying, okay, we're not going to push 2 battleships into A cap, we're pulling the Libertad a little bit more defensively, maybe wanting to contest A cap here with the Kleber. They are playing more defensively on the A cap, right? So they kind of need this B cap contest to be going into their favor. This is also why they, even after the Ragnar gets radared, they continue to stick around, because they kind of need that second cap, since YYUT is grabbing A cap, and obviously the home caps respectively go to their go to the teams of YYUT and Resin.
Like, yeah, I'd say like right now it could go either way, right? We're definitely neck and neck. This is a really strong position here, it looks like to me. This is you need this to go right, but if it goes wrong, it goes wrong,
and it did go wrong, and we see exactly why it went wrong. The Marceau, after grabbing the C cap here, he rotates over. So Moscow has used its radar, right? So they need a way of spotting the Ragnar as fast as possible, which this Marceau rotation here does provide. So. But not only does it provide reset shots, but also what we see happen here is, yes, Ragnar does get the cap, but now Marceau is just really putting himself into the face of the Ragnar. Lots of supporting fire also coming out from the Kaba, Napoli, and the other Napoli as well. So yeah, what ends up happening is, sure, they do commit for getting the B cap here, but in the end, doesn't really turn out as a great play from them. They didn't really have enough support for their Ragnar going for the cap point here, and YYUT just set up a really great trap right after Resin grabbed the B cap.
All right, so you're in Resin's shoes right now, and your one hope just died. How do you redeploy to try to either take B or take A? Like, what's your strategy like? All right, what do we do right now?
It's really difficult, because I was mentioning earlier that they set themselves up in a position where they don't really have many options, right? I mentioned that west side was fairly passive, right? East side also only has 2 ships compared to 3 on the other side from YYUT. So already in this position, it's incredibly hard for Resin to find something to come back from, to come back into this game. They just need to get a kill. So the play that they do make is on the A side. They realize, okay, hey, Libertad is fairly low, so B cap, super guarded, can't really send another DD in there. Play needs to happen on the A side, which is probably in this situation the best thing that they could have done.
Interesting. Okay, so you'd say let's get into the A, just kind of what they did here.
Exactly. So they did send the PVO in here. Obviously, I mean, it's not a great situation. He goes in there, secures the kill on the Libertad because they desperately needed that in order to flip the points back into their favor. But I mean, as we can see from the replay here, the PVO contesting, Sibir obviously has to pull back because Kleber and Libertad are coming. Also interesting bit again, the Moskva here continuously got chunked, spotted by the Marceau, PVO bombs, right, continuously trading shots here. We see Somers even smoking up the Moskva in the hopes of having him stay alive even longer.
And he has a radar, so he's kind of able to patrol this B cap a little bit if they want to try to do something later. So this dying would be really just kind of like, all right, we have free reign to be in this whole area.
I mean, we can see it now. I mean, 3 caps, right? It's a really, really good situation. YYT is in. Napoli is pushing the other Napoli. Of course, Bungo is able to create a crossfire, so YYT can't overstep too much here. But in general, super uncomfortable for Resin. Right. YYT is in a great place. Now,
It's desperate, just like, it's got to be so scary just being a cruiser in like a
Moskva dies in the center here because smoke went out, right, and then obviously he was visible again. PVO has to touch cap in order to make something happen. Sibir reverses on him here. I mean, Sibir secondaries at this range are super scary.
And also, once she gets her
special button.
Yeah, the special button, and just like, you're going to hit Citadels for days.
Ragnar goes down in the center here as well, eventually to the PVO Marceau Moskva combined fire. And yeah, that's all she wrote. We see the Kleber rush here on the Sibir happen, but
desperation,
inevitably there was really nothing that Resin could do after they lost the B cap by having the Ragnar get killed on hit.
Yeah, no, it's crazy to see just that one. I mean, the right play. You needed to make it happen, but if they're able to get the vision on it and make the play, it changed the tides of war so quickly.
Indeed.
So, judging based off of those two different deployments that we saw from the very beginning, if you were to play this match, you jump into a game right now, would you opt for what YYU did and put the two battleships, or did you like what Resin's idea was and try to make it more of a traditional format?
I did like YYUT's strategy a bit better, because they basically played with what they had, right? They were saying, okay, look, pulling the battleships towards another side of the map, needing a destroyer to rotate from east to west takes a long time, right? They figured out a way of like pulling a distraction from like onto that Libertad, right? And at the same time, the Sibir going behind that rock, capturing the A point. It's just, it worked really well, just because they were able to get two caps way earlier than Resin was. So it's just a good strat, honestly. And they were left with a lot of options versus Resin. Was really stuck in the situation, as I mentioned, not really having any option other than contesting B cap.
Super interesting to watch, though. I'm really glad we got to that fourth game, and now we're getting ready for the fifth game. I think the teams are almost ready here. Follow up from the rest of the tournament that's going on. So on our side of the bracket, Reign and TWA, it was a 3-0 on that as well. The other two games are both 2-2 on the other side. So again, we have some spicy plays going on from Moya and Oh Boy. So we're going to be jumping into the final match. So NA and Asia colliding. So we're going to find out who is going to take it home and get into the quarterfinals. Semifinals? Quarterfinals.
Yeah,
I'm not going to get it wrong. Yeah. So this is the determining match that we'll get to go into right after this. So what do you guys think? We got to the 2-3. You guys were saying from the get-go we're going to be neck and neck, and we actually made it happen. So, well, we didn't make it happen, but they did. Who do you think? Who's going to take it home? Are you sticking with your original analysis, or after seeing...
I mean, look, I was saying from the beginning that I think YYUT is going to put up a great show, so I'm not going to say I was right, but I was kind of right. So, honestly, it could go either way. I think the momentum lies with YYUT at the moment, so that's why I'm sticking to my prediction that it's probably going to be a YYUT victory. At the same time, Resin did show in game 1 and 2 that they are able to put up great strategies. It's right now it's kind of whoever can deal with this high pressure situation the best, because remember, it's single elimination. Whoever loses this game now is out of the tournament.
Yeah, and it's going back to more of that traditional format we're going into it. So, Robin, what do you think? Going back to the earlier matches where it was a pretty strong side from Resin, do you think they've lost the magic?
We just saw a 2-0 come back to a 2-2. And I think the map name is exceptionally fitting, because both teams are indeed in a very hot spot right now.
It's true.
And we've seen that map in so many other tournaments. We know that the dynamics of it and how it can be really interesting to see what teams do with that. I definitely agree with Blood Legend's statement that YYUT does have the momentum. They do have the morale. They're like, oh, wow, well, okay, we're coming back, so let's just, keep that going. And Resin might be thinking more like, let's get our, pardon my French, let's get our shit together, maybe, and not lose that best of 5. So we'll see. Maybe Resin will get serious and maybe play a little bit more, I don't want to say passive, but defensive. This is a 4-cap layout, so that prevents you from being too passive compared to a 3-cap layout. But at the same time, maybe be like, okay, let's not make too many mistakes, because we have to win this. Like, there's no other way. Especially when there's such a prize pool on the table, there's also a bit of a extra motivation to do your best. What do you think?
I think both teams are going to deploy the sort of nuclear strategy here. They have to they have to win this game. Both teams, like, to stay in, they have to win. This is a popular map. This is a common competitive map. They will have played it a lot. They will know much more the sort of dynamics and the feel for this map than the previous one with the unusual spawns. I would also suspect that we will either see way more Hail Marys or a much more conservative playstyle.
I would go for the latter. I would go for conservation.
Either you go all out
Yeah.
or you try to be as risk averse as possible.
But to be honest, we have to congratulate both teams because for a first best of 5 of the stream, this is
Fantastic.
exceptionally entertaining.
Absolutely.
And whoever teams wins this one will have fully deserved it because they put on a hell of a show.
For sure.
So,
Yeah. Well, without further ado, let's get out of the hot seats for hosting. Let's get into the hot spot. So let's check out the map and let's find this final battle between these two teams.
The treacherous islands and turbulent waters of the South Pacific lies an archipelago that will soon become the stage for an epic confrontation between enemy fleets. These scenic islands will reverberate with the clashing of steel and the roar of naval artillery that can only be matched by the volcano that looms over the area. This is Hotspot. Hotspot is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running from west to east. The A and B cap are on the left, C is in the center, and D is on the right. In this setting, the spawn points for the teams have been moved from a central position to a position located on the 7-8 line. Cap A and B on the left will provide a challenge for even the most skilled of teams. While an island provides for an easy ability to take one's home cap, the small amount of water that separates the caps enables the smallest misstep to be massively exploited. Teams that lose a ship out here will quickly find themselves fighting for only half the map. In the center, Cap C provides a variety of ways in and out for ships and can draw in a destroyer player like bees to honey. However, the 4 islands surrounding the cap provide a multitude of ways for a radar cruiser to ambush an unsuspecting DD. Cap D on the right provides a new and unique experience for teams. Moved from within the islands to the west, the D cap now has no island cover. Teams will have to execute any plays for the cap with an extreme amount of caution, as once lost, the cap will be a significant challenge to retake. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Hotspot.
And here we are into the last game of the first best of 5 for today. Resin versus YYUT. And in the sort of initial deployments, some surprising ships like a Shimakaze, 2 bungos Resin, definitely putting battleship firepower over any survivability. But we are also seeing quite a lot of control ships, Shimmers, Moskvas, Gearings, Gdansks.
oh yeah.
This is very much a map where teams want to grab caps and hold them because it's relatively difficult to anchor these caps.
So that's your question answered as to what team is going to take what tactic. Resin definitely bringing a control-based lineup, especially with the Shimakaze, the Bongo sniping, the Moskva with the long-range radar on the staying power, the Napolis for the flanks. And in the meantime, OIUT is bringing a Bengal Oria, which they've used in the past already. Des Moines, Moskva, Double Napoli, Summers, Kleber, and Gdansk. So they have some plans for this. We already see them Resin sending a lone Napoli on the 9-10 line, forfeiting the D cap to OIUT from the get-go.
Yes, looks like Resin want to play ABC.
Oh yeah, most definitely. They want to basically assert dominance over the 3 cap and bleed the points in their favor as soon as possible. They're sending so much assets. Gdansk, Moskva,
So many
Gearing.
torpedoes
Indeed,
currently
yeah.
through the Charlie cap.
And right now, yeah, I believe
Ooh,
that...
is the Gearing of Fright in trouble?
Please do not take the... That's the wrong turn. That's Gdansk torpedoes. He's taking 1 perhaps? Yeah, that's 1
on the
torpedo.
nose.
Quite unfortunate, but not critical.
Yep.
Bunch of HP. Gearing is not really meant to go face-to-face with destroyers, so it's not the HP which he will really need in a fight later. He has more torpedoes to contend with, so he has to be a little bit careful.
But wait.
But they look actually just fine, and here we
There's
go.
more, and he should, like, the cap's here, so he can, like, but is he going to do the same mistake? And
No, I think he's going to clear out of the area as soon as possible.
Like, there are plenty of gaps.
He sees them now, so he won't be taking them.
He's okay. He's okay.
But yeah, C cap being secured by Resin, extremely difficult cap to take back now with the
Yes.
Moskva in the play.
But
so
why know one of their destroyers going, I hit something with the torp,
yep,
and judging from where there was, it's not going to be the cruisers.
probably not.
So they know they've hit a destroyer.
This time I believe Resin will actually have the early cap control here. However, Wawayuchi will definitely get B.
It looks like the Napoli of Hungary is now going to start taking a lot of fire. There are 4 ships against him. He's
But
got
careful, really good snipe here from the bungo on the Moskva. Moskva has to be careful not to take too much damage. That's
double bungo.
double bungo salvos here. Oh, that could have been really bad. Half HP already. They're
Yep.
saying, yeah, you want to push, you're going to have to contend with the snipe.
Yes, double. That's the double bungo.
Yeah, that's a bit of a wake-up call here.
Yeah.
Even more salvos coming in on the Napoli from cruisers this time. The Napoli is going to provide some spotting on this.
Resin were able to get the Alpha cap a lot quicker than YY get to the Bravo cap. So they do have a slight points lead at this point, but YY will now even out the points income, so it'll come down to who kills who first.
Indeed, really good play from Mad Dog here, avoiding the Gdansk radar and basically sending a lot of torpedoes downrange on B, which might connect with Des Moines or even Gdansk if he's not careful. Natsume here making the right turn to be careful. He will be spotting these torpedoes for his team, which is good.
Yeah, like you've got to be careful though. Gdansk, she's fast, she's got good guns.
Yep. But she's also kind of thick and
She
not that
is
maneuverable.
indeed.
Predictions on the screen. Oh my god, would you look at that? We're back to game 1, actually, with a 49-51, now it's a
That close.
48-52, so let's get to it.
Okay.
Des Moines, are you dodging Shima torpedoes? Yes, you are. Uncomfortably so.
But he's got Moskva on his broadside and a bungo, so he's got to be very careful as he makes it. That's 10k.
That's another 5, yeah.
Napoli secondaries are on him.
Losing a bunch of HP here. We see also Resin sending the gearing to try to help on that pretty aggressive push from Wawayuchi here. They have to be careful not to overplay their hand because they're pushing into a really nasty crossfire.
Napoli's got to run into the border
Gotta dip a
to
little
shield
bit, yeah.
himself from the bungo.
All right. So far, both caps secured by each teams. The time counters are basically equal.
Yep.
It's going to be hunt for the kills at this point, I believe.
Yep. Moskva. Oh, good
Oh my
broadside.
god, Des Moines get to cover already.
Yes, that Moskva in the middle of the map. Des Moines is in trouble.
Yeah, it is. The Napoli's ASAP secondaries can over-arc this island and still do some damage. Still some AP salvos coming in from the side.
That was closer
Hug
than
the
it needed
island,
to be.
please. Hug the island as much as you can. Because the Shimakaze might still spot you. Oh my god, the snap! Wait, that was big 6TV here from
Yeah,
literally 20 kilometers away.
He takes a smack back for that.
Wow, what a shot
But that-
across the island.
That was an amazingly good piece of gunnery.
Yeah, first kill backed by Resin and a crucial one at that with Des Moines actually being kind of the only counter to that Shimakaze.
Yes, unless the Gdansk wants to get very brave.
Indeed, yeah. So
Looks like YY are redeploying some of their heavier ships. Looks like they're going to leave the Napoli at D, redeploy the Kleber and the Lowry and the Moskva to help at sea.
Yep. They will have to be careful because the bungo on the C line and the gearing are going to provide some nasty crossfire on that E line push if they want to do so. So right now the first kill goes to Resin and the first point goes to them as well. So yeah, Wawayuchi kind of unfortunately not pushing that Des Moines close enough to the rock in time and just suffering from bungo and Moskva. Long range sniping.
That was a long run he had to make.
Oh yeah, indeed. Not a comfortable one either, after dodging Shima torpedoes nonetheless. Napoli suffering from the bungo salvo, about to take maybe some torpedoes, he can reverse through it, but yeah, this bungo really making their guns sing and really trading the HP into Resin's favor.
Oh, bungo volley into broadside Lauria.
Yeah, that was what I was talking about. Laria actually, wait, doesn't take
He got
any
lucky.
damage.
He got lucky there.
Alright. Laria does have a very exposed citadel,
She
not a
does.
ship you want to show broadside with.
No, but those shells landed further aft than that weak spot.
Indeed. So a bit of a torpedo back and forth here. The Loria is going to have to be careful when crossing these
Looks
islands.
like nope, torps run out.
Another salvo here coming in. Does he have the angle to do some damage, or is this a blind fire? Yeah, that connects a little bit harder here. But yeah. Actually, the bungo from Resin is also suffering. Remember, Loria has 457 ASAP shells, which can really pen on any angles, to be honest.
But once you start saturating the bungo superstructure, which isn't that big, your damage output does drop quite a bit.
Indeed, yeah. So still, why are UT pushing ships forward into that 9-10 line? Really risky business.
There's only a minute worth of cap in it, really. So a short interruption of either team's cap points will really sell this.
Indeed, yeah. We see that now the teams are playing a little bit more passive. Resin actually is sending a Shimakaze towards that risky play between B and C here.
Yes, because the Gdansk has fallen back, so
they
YY
don't know
have no
that.
radar.
Do they know that? I'm not sure they do, actually.
Yeah, like
Honestly, Summers versus Shima kind of goes into the Summers' favor, but they have
Shima
a
has the
Napoli.
better detection,
Indeed, yeah.
but it's more a case of who's got the better support.
Oh goodness,
And
Summers torpedoes actually might. Nah, I think the Shima might be okay.
Yo.
Oh, that looks awfully close.
On the butt.
That's on the butt. Yeah,
Right,
half HP already. Okay, so
Ooh.
you were saying better detection, but much less HP now, and the Summers
Yes.
know. Summers has a PF on this. Risky business. They know they're gonna reverse Mad Dog into it, but the Summers is literally in the cap, preventing any plays on that side. So caps are gonna remain that way.
And at least now he's got the confidence and the information that knows if it does come to a fight, he has a significant health advantage.
Indeed, yeah. We see some long-range bungo HE salvos on the Moskva here on
But
Resin.
is he gonna get like tempted? Like, do I back into the Shimmer? Do I try to spot him? Do I risk the other ships?
I think the Summer has to play it safe right now because the bungo Napoli can be really, really scary. He's pushing in. He might eventually. The Shima is smoking.
Like Shimmer smokes.
Shima smokes, so that's actually
Shells are
good
in the air.
because Summers stays dark. He's gonna eat a bit of pain
He's
from
okay.
the
He's
bungo.
okay.
But he's alright. Shima even gets some damage here. That shows how ready YYUT is on that.
Yeah, but but the Shimmer has now revealed his position.
Indeed, yeah. And but he's contesting B.
Yep.
Resin is making some effort to block the
Napoli
points
is
here.
another hit on him. Napoli.
Indeed, yeah.
Shimmer down to 7.5 from the Napoli. So it looks like we're gonna have Lauria, Bungo,
Oh yeah, that Loria is
Kleber
making
Torps are looking good, dangerous on the Bungo.
the Kleber torpedoes.
Yep.
Do they have range? However, I'm not
I
sure
don't
they do.
think he'd have fired
reversing,
them. He is
so-
reversing, but looks like they might get away with
The
a dodge.
Loria having the considerable advantage here.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, no, the Gdansk is opening up. They're really trying to back the bungo kill, actually.
I mean, it does open up this flank for them.
Yep.
If they can take him out. Kleber's firing, Lauria's firing, Napoli's firing.
Shimakaze is still in the smoke here, trying to play around that cap and block the points,
Yep.
trying to
1
avoid
minute
Summers
40
torpedoes.
for Resin at this time. No torps on the Shimmer. He's left the smoke, so in the hope that he can sort of distract where the torps are. But those Napoli torpedoes, or
Are they catching him?
no, he's just dodged it.
But he's reversing into the Summers now,
Yep.
which eventually will catch him. He's 6.5 kilometers away. The Summers is using his engine
Summers
boost
has
to try
got
and...
to. Yeah, Summers has got to make this play.
5.9, Summers is now spotted.
Yep.
Shima is running away.
Yep.
Yeah, here comes the runaway. He knows he has a spotting advantage, so now it's the play on Resin to try and put some damage on the Summers.
Yep. Shells are out from both ships. Shimmer takes yet more damage. Lauria
Oh, God.
gearing has saved Bungo. Resin's gearing has managed to cover the Bungo with a smoke screen,
That's a really good
keeping
play
him alive
here.
on 8k. Lauria's eating gearing torps.
of
Lauria is
them?
going.
Only one of them, and now
Almost.
Loria is basically dead because he's in a crossfire. Eventually
Yep.
will be withered down.
45 seconds.
40 seconds. Loria, they have to kill him now to get that win. Can they find anything? Can YYUT actually find anything to come up from this? They have to find a kill somewhere, and they missed that on the Shima.
like Gdansk and Seth
that's it.
are on Moskva.
That's over. Loria goes down.
There
The
we go,
points are gonna
there we
go down,
go.
and Resin actually wins. All right. Well, that was kind
Our
of-
American colleague is extremely relieved.
We just heard like a throughout the room. Kind of a deciding win on Resin on this last one.
Not a lot of
actually.
kills, a lot of positioning, a lot of just sort of area control
Indeed.
and movement control there.
They got the 2 cap early and then basically sat on their advantage and waited
And
for...
great team play, like the gearing coming back, covering the bungo with the smoke.
Indeed.
Like if they'd have lost that bungo, the Mosfer in the middle would have been in trouble.
Mhm.
Like very good reactions on Resin's part and a bloody good show by YYUC.
Indeed. I kind of feel bad for them because they clouded back almost to a 3-2, but to be fully honest, no one was really expecting Resin to go down that easy. So well played on
yeah.
them, and unfortunately YYUT is kicked out of the tournament with that loss.
Indeed they are. So the winners of the NA regionals knock out the winners of the Asia regionals.
We
In a really good show, yeah. In a really
NA's
good
still
show.
in it. Oh my God. Good old boys showed up and played. I'm not going to lie. I was worried. I was legitimately worried. But as I said, they wanted to make sure all of you guys had a great showing. And I think they did a good job. They threaded that needle and they got that win. But that was like, even that match itself was pretty darn close up until the end there.
100%.
So, are you surprised? An NA team coming out on top?
No, I mean, not really. Resin is obviously a great team, number one of the regions, so they have shown to us throughout the series and also in previous series that they can make it. It was a bit surprising that they were able to kind of defeat the rhythm of the game that had established itself a little bit, right? And come out with the victory in Game 5, even though YYUT has won the previous 2 games. But no, I mean, good stuff. It was a little bit more slow-paced than the games we had seen before. But yeah, good games.
I remember seeing I think that Demoy getting kicked off. Like, I did see, like, YYUT did get a pretty dominant push on the right side of the map. But there's not much you can do there, sadly. Like, you can push back the Napoli into the corner, but it's not getting you points, really. And the Napoli is a super, elusive little ship.
Yep.
And getting the Demoy loss on the left side of the map and being able to get the basically the Shima play of just like backing in there and just make it, because you pointed out something right early in the game. It was just like, it was a dead even. They all had equal points, but I think YYT was ticking slightly ahead.
They were slightly ahead on the point sticks, exactly.
Yeah, so Resin had to do something to be able to kind of change it up and get back in there. And that dodging, I mean, on YYUT's defense, like, they were making some pretty nice blind shots on that Shima to force him out of the point. But not having the radar was brutal.
Oh, 100%. I mean, that was hugely influential for the game itself, right? We could see after the Des Moines got killed on the west side of the map, it was very, I'm not going to say easy, but it was very doable for the Shimakaze to always just eke closer and closer and closer towards that capture zone, because they didn't have any ships to really be spotting the Shimakaze other than the Sommers just running in towards the Shimakaze, because obviously there's a concealment gap of like, I believe it's like around 300 to 400 meters, right, in between Shimakaze and Sommers. So the Sommers always had to aggressively try and spot the Shima, and as long as the Shimakaze has the smoke screen up, right, he can just go and hide in there. You're going to do chip damage, but at the end of the day, that's all what the Shima wanted, right? He wanted to contest the cap every now and again to block points gain even further. They were already in the lead, right? They based off of the Des Moines kill, were able to flip the caps into their favor, and yeah, it's just big influence on the game, that Des Moines kill.
Yeah, no, and I think the sealing the deal towards the end there was the Laria that was desperately just trying to be a bit more aggressive. Fine, they realized like, oh shoot, okay, we're not going to win just by letting the time run out. We need to go find a kill somewhere, and bravery just going full steam ahead into open waters and just unfortunately getting nailed down there.
Like you said, I mean, on the seaside or on the east side of the map, let's just say, YYUT were really pushing for something, right? They were trying to get a kill somehow, but Resin was able to defend really nicely. It got a bit tricky with the Bungo almost getting killed, but Gearing saves the day. Smokes puts a nice vision smoke in front of the Bungo, so all these spotting angles are denied, right? So then all the Bungo has to do is just not shoot, just wait for the heal to come back up. But yeah, Lauria was so committed for that Bungo kill, because obviously YYUT is like looking for something, right? They're behind on points, A side is not really looking very nice, so they have to find something. We've got the double radar lockdown from Resin. We had 2 Moskvas facing middle contested cap, right? And there's just no way you're gonna get a DD in there without like paying a heavy price in terms of HP pool, right?
So as far as the tournament format's going, I'm curious, like from your perspective. So close to 2-2, finally get a 3-2 split for Resin to move forward to the next next match. Is YYT still in it? Do they still have a chance of going in there, or is this the eliminated from the tournament overall?
No, I mean they're just eliminated right now.
Oh.
That's just the beauty, I guess, if you're from Resin's perspective of the single elimination format. It just creates a lot more tension, right? It was all on the line in that game 5, and Resin came out victorious.
They got to go do it again. So we're going to see who they're going to be coming up here in another match shortly. I do think there might be a chance that we can snag the tail end of one of the other first 16 matches that are going on right now. So I think we're searching around and seeing which game we might be able to pop our heads into and seeing what's going on over there. But at this stage, like if you're being a tournament player and all right, you made it to the next round, do you give yourself a bit of breather? Do you step away from the computer, go outside, touch a little bit of grass, come back inside? Or are you like, okay, now we just got to stay locked in, get the adrenaline pumping? Like, what do you do?
I mean, it depends on the schedule, right? I mean, if you go to game 5, you don't really have a lot of time until the next series starts. And obviously, they still have one more series to go. They will play, Resin, that is, they will play the quarterfinals now, which I'm not quite sure if we're going to see that, but probably not, because the plan is to stick to the TWWA and Rain match. But yeah, it's just take as much time as you can spare, but it's probably not a lot because if you go to game 5, not a lot of prep time for the next one.
Right. Yeah. So I do think we are actually going to go take a peek. It is another neck and neck make or break situation for TSYMQ and Ortis. So they're coming into this as a 2-2 win-loss record. So we're going to find out who's going to take it home and continue advancing into the match here. Should be ready to port into there any moment now, but waiting for the heads up. So just want to thank everybody in chat for showing up. You have no idea the amount of time, effort, and energy and talent that goes into making a production like this. So really, really excited to have freaking 18 of these productions going on. And all of you guys continuing to be here and show up is what makes us want to make this whole event happen. So huge shout out to everybody in chat watching and enjoying and spending your afternoons with us here in this weekend. So thank you to you guys. Appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the things and continue chatting in there. Like we do take a look at chat. I've been in there popping in between the sections. So any advice and suggestions that we can do for next year to make it even better, we're here to listen. But I just want to thank all of you guys for being here this afternoon. That said, do we have a thumbs up? How close are we to getting onto this match? I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, I pulled up a little bit of info on the match between TSYMQ and Ortis. So they are going into game 5, and that game 5 will be happening on Hotspot, so will be familiar to us.
Okay.
We just watched the game on Hotspot, so we'll do it again. Map bans for this series are Des Moines, Petrol, Brisbane, Napoli, Minotaur, Marseille, Worcester, Brisbane. Okay. So we see again heavy bans towards like radar ships. Marseille is also getting banned again. So I'm guessing from the info that the teams have gathered, probably one of the two teams are more on the pushing side of things, right? I mean, we see Ortis actually banning Napoli and Marseille. So maybe they were looking at TSYMQ games and saying, hey, look, I mean, they probably are going to use those ships to push flanks a little bit too much, and we just want to deny that. So
chances we see a Svea out there?
I mean, chances are there. I mean, it's not banned, so there's a high likelihood of a Svea being played. We saw it already. It's a great ship for the situation where you're just going to be defending one side. When we did see it, I think on loop, it was forced to push, so not a great situation to be in there, but yeah. Still a good ship.
Very cool. Well, I'm excited to see it. It's not too often, especially an event of this, caliber, that you get to see two neck and necks right in the beginning of the match. So the pseudo Swiss must be working because we're actually getting some pretty close matchups. I will say. So
100%. No, I mean the way the format works with the stronger teams just facing each other in the Swiss format, right, after each other, and then that creates the bracket for the single elimination bracket. Yeah, It's a good thing to have, and we see great matches being played already.
Yeah, I mean, I hate when I go and watch a tournament and it's just like, okay, we have a sweep, we have another sweep, we have another sweep, and we have another sweep, and it's like, all right, the
100%.
winners win. I'm like, all right, well, that was kind of anticlimactic. So the fact that we have this is awesome, and I think we are ready to transition and watch the last head-to-head go on. So let's take us over to Hotspot once again, as we see TSYMQ and Ortis go head-to-head. Appreciate it, y'all.
Amidst the treacherous islands and turbulent waters of the South Pacific lies an archipelago that will soon become the stage for an epic confrontation between enemy fleets. These scenic islands will reverberate with the clashing of steel and the roar of naval artillery that can only be matched by the volcano that looms over the area. This is Hotspot. Hotspot is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running from west to east. The A and B cap are on the left, C is in the center, and D is on the right. In this setting, the spawn points for the teams have been moved from a central position to a position located on the 7-8 line. Cap A and B on the left will provide a challenge for even the most skilled of teams. While an island provides for an easy ability to take one's home cap, the small amount of water that separates the caps enables the smallest misstep to be massively exploited. Teams that lose a ship out here will quickly find themselves fighting for only half the map. In the center, Cap C provides a variety of ways in and out for ships and can draw in a destroyer player like bees to honey. However, the 4 islands surrounding the cap provide a multitude of ways for a radar cruiser to ambush an unsuspecting DD. Cap D on the right provides a new and unique experience for teams. Moved from within the islands to the west, the D cap now has no island cover. Teams will have to execute any plays for the cap with an extreme amount of caution, as once lost, the cap will be a significant challenge to retake. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Hotspot.
Oh, no.
Looks like we've got a restart.
Never mind. False start. We have a draw, a bit of a restart. So actually, let's get back to the studio. Sorry about that. Bit of a technical issue on the team. They'll have to reset for a second. At least we saw the map video again. We won't have to run it a third time.
And obviously, teams have the rule where once your lineup is public, you're not allowed to change it.
Down, yeah, of course.
It's the joys of the live stream process. But hi guys,
Absolutely.
gonna be back here just in a second. I was looking through chat. You caught me as I was looking back down and seeing all of you guys 5 minutes in the future. So it's always weird just trying to like tether back. Like, what were we talking about 5 minutes ago? Oh, okay, that's what they're talking about now. But hello again. We're gonna get right back into the action. Just 1 second here.
We had TSYMQ win on Sleeping Giant. We have Orchus winning on Faroe Islands. Then there was Orchus again on Northern Waters and TSYMQ on Land of Fire. Decided his hotspot, as we all saw. So again, we're gonna check the last battle between 2 teams on 2 and 2. That's quite exciting, actually.
Yeah, I'm excited for it.
We should be dropping momentarily, and I guess we'll just get right to it. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
All right, we ready? Maybe. I will say we just had a door open in here, and it feels incredible.
Some air.
There's some nice,
oxygen.
chilly Belgrade air coming in through the window to the studio, which is probably close to 100 and something degrees. So that's great.
Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit, yes,
Well,
freezing
let's
units. We use freezing
We're on
units over
fire.
here from Texas, I gotta tell you.
Okay, the game is dropping, and we are live.
There we go.
Kilobin, what do you see in terms of lineup for this TSYMQ versus Orchus?
A Wilhelm der Erst,
Huh.
the airstrike battleship with
Indeed.
some very powerful 16-inch guns, but only 16-inch. So there won't be overmatching much, but we're doing saying like Bungo definitely appears to be the battleship of the day.
That's true. We've seen a lot of bungos throughout that.
Fast, powerful guns,
Extremely accurate with that spotter plane.
Yep. but on the fragile side.
A little bit, yes. Better concealment allows you to disengage faster if you want.
Very much
But
the
yeah.
sniper's battleship.
A fragile ship, for sure.
Yeah.
But that overmatch is just ridiculous.
But generally speaking, in these games, unless the battleship is having an absolute stomp of a game, your battleship doesn't really want to have to take the hits.
No, I mean, it depends which battleships you want. We saw Sibir in action, we saw Ohio with the crazy healing potential. We saw even Loria kind of like tanking a bunch of hits due to the speed and the thin profile of it.
Yes, and compared to the last game we just saw on this map, we are seeing sort of a similar deployment actually, in fact, where North Spawn is only sending maybe 1 or 2 ships to D, and South Spawn definitely appears to be committing more resources.
And out of all the ships to send on a lone venture on TWWA's side, the San Martin is probably the safest bet.
Yes.
Basically unkillable as long as it's not caught completely with its pants down. That crazy combat instruction, able to cycle that 15 to 20k heal on demand essentially. And paired with a great concealment.
So
not stealth radar.
Kleb of Panda is going for the C-cap. He will potentially be facing quite a lot of firepower in return from Ragnar, Grozovoy, Delny.
Yep. Double bongo as well on the San Martin.
I mean, if I was the San Martin here, I wouldn't want to open fire.
Yeah, stay dark, I guess.
Stay dark, and because you've got the Wilhelm and the Bungo both would have shots on you.
But he's gonna get the cap actually.
Looks like he will. Like so far, this map very much benefits if you are brave enough to make that C play.
To be honest, it looks like they're gonna get C and basically hold on to it. I think Orchus is like, okay, if they're getting C that early, they must have some really good backup. They see the smoke screen as well from the Harugumo, and they're like, let's not put anything there. Let's just go past it, focus on AB. That smoke screen, like, there's gonna be a radar cruiser in there, so what's the point of even attempting to get into C at this point?
Yeah, like, this often becomes a case of, do you need to unstick the Moskva before you commit your destroyers if you're counterattacking this cap?
Yeah, which is really tricky when the Moskva is covered by smoke.
But like the Kleber, like just the speed of the French gunboats of like, he went to C, and
now he's at A.
He went to C, cap C, and he's almost already to A.
That's the strength of this
Whereas
ship,
the Grozovoy, which is not a slow destroyer, has just gone straight across.
And it's still barely into B, yes, it's true. We have a little bit of I don't want to say wasteful because obviously each teams don't know the full deployment, but right now that lone San Martin is kind of staging, taking the time of a Moskva and of a Svea. Basically, they're not going to do anything for most of the game because they have no idea that there's no one here.
Yeah, the question is, how long will it take them to figure that out?
Yeah, to just tip a toe into D and be like, okay, what are we doing, Svea? Because these are 2 radar cruisers which could be so
more useful
around C, A, or B, obviously. Orchus has staged the Ragnar next to C. I'm not sure what exactly this position is supposed to be. He's going to start to reverse perhaps into it. Not really sure.
I would have been more inclined to reverse more from the F7 square, just to keep myself more covered by the Moskva's guns. It does mean you're going to be in the Moskva's radar more, though.
Maybe he's waiting for the Marceau's rotation not to be alone if push comes to shove against another destroyer.
Perhaps.
But yeah, right now both teams have 2 caps. We do see some ships spotted, so the Bungo basically blasting the Moskva. Here we go. Oh my god.
Good opening salvo.
This is ruthless. These guns are just so good. We see the Ragnar here obviously spotting that Moskva through this little nook because of course the highest spot of the
looks
ship
like the Marceau is going to go for that corner of the cap.
Yep.
So we might see sort of a Marceau Ragnar versus Gdansk.
Ragnar instantly engaging with guns. Second Bungo salvo coming in on Renown here. Oh, okay. That's a bit better.
Not
mostly
as bad.
Superstructure shots indeed. Does Gdansk smoke up the Moskva? I believe he does. He kind of has to waste a smoke on it because that Ragnar just refuses to go away. And yeah, they're going to basically try to save the Moskva here with this smoke.
Yeah, and the other 2 Bungos are just trading salvos.
Indeed. All right, a bunch of torpedoes coming in around. Utrecht, remember, does not have hydro, and we'll see the predictions on the screen right now. What do we have here? TWWA 70% and Orchus.
Are you sure? Because Panda's nose in against a Groza Martin and a Delny.
Unfortunate. Yeah,
Chat might have
San
wanted to
Martin
hold off their
salvos.
predictions for a moment.
Yeah, Panda can't go away with that. He's already on 8k, and that's basically GG. That's it. It's like, oh, well, I'm dead. GG. Well done.
The Gross has a heal and it has a smoke.
It's true. Really good pick on this. Able to survive and disengage. Meanwhile, the Delny is just like, alright, well, you can't go away. San Martin is also adding this AP salvos to the mix. Don't let the Kleber go away. You cannot do that. I know he's kind of riding the border, which makes it extra easy to...
Are they going to trade? Because the Delny's suffering now.
Delny is fine. He can just dip into the smoke here. The Panda goes away? No way he survives. He has a fire burning, or is it just his engine? No. He survives. How? How do you live through this? That's insane. Okay. Delny kind of trying to run away as well. Some blind fire still. I don't know how Panda lives through this.
Yes.
That's ridiculous, actually. Kleber saturation plus...
He is out of the fight.
Oh yeah, most definitely. However, this could be really bad. Delny has no engine, and he has torpedoes on the way. That's a dead Delny right here. Arugumo torpedoes catching him, and they actually trade a destroyer for this. They don't
Maybe
even
Chat's
kill
prediction
Kleber.
was right.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's a bit of a loss here on Ultra's side.
Some more
Losing a Delny
torpedoes
like
going back the other way, though. Utrecht takes one on the nose. Haru just dodges it.
I would say that's just fine. Being able to save a Kleber out of this crazy engagement and killing a destroyer at the same time.
Before that kill, it was basically like ticking who was going to win.
Yep.
Now, TSYMQ have a 100-point lead, basically.
Which is really good, actually. And still, look at what's going on at D. Like, the Moskva and the Svea are just, like, okay, just here, waiting. They should have more information about what's going on now. They know the Willem de Este is there.
Looks like the Bungo is beginning to push.
Yep. They should try to make something happen, because right now they only have... They basically have 3 ships doing nothing around the D side of things. I know San Martin is a hard cookie, and Svea can't do anything against this. Oh, here we go. The San Martin spots the Moskva and starts engaging to get the combat instructions going. The Moskva kind of forced to keep the angle, because the AP on the San Martin is not any joke.
And a torp on the Sphere as well from the San Martin as well.
That's a good start on his side.
Yeah, that's an excellent opening exchange.
Moskva has to give more angle. Oh, he's going for the gamer turn. At this distance, I believe San Martin has enough pen to citadel the Moskva. This AP is crazy good, even though it's only 152 millimeters. Do we see some citadels landing here before the Moskva makes the full turn?
I think the turn gives him just enough of an angle.
Yeah, that's actually a good decision, because then you basically face-taking San Martin for the rest of the game.
Yes.
Right.
But the Moskva of renown has been forced out. He is caught between Moskva and Marceau.
The Gdansk is smoking up,
yes,
but kind of to farm the Bungo. Here comes the Bungo salvo from Ultus. Not all the turrets are in line, however. That's not enough damage, to be fully honest. Underwhelming at best.
Yeah, now Renown can actually like re-angle.
Yeah, Bungo's taking a bunch of Gdansk torpedoes. That's at least 3. Let me run 2, putting it to half HP. Now the question is, do I run to this island or try to keep my guns on the Moskva and try to finish him off?
Renown is wiggling as best he can. He fires. Is he okay? He's okay.
I think he can keep tanking the Bungo.
Can they take the Bungo down for this?
That's such unfortunate engagement trades on Ultra's side. They lose the Bungo for this. Wow. All right. Well, I guess
Does he burn?
Yeah, he does. Ultra's losing a lot of ships for nothing. It's quite unfortunate. They might even lose the other Bungo
They
here.
do take the C cap while it was all going on.
It's true, but the B cap is being flipped.
Yeah, but Gazando is going down as well.
Gazando will go down, but the Ragnar coming back into B will catch the low HP Kleber, and I think this time Panda, if he survives this again, I don't know what to say, but I think he's gone now.
Like even if he goes, like Ragnar does have that extra thicker plating, so it makes it kind of tanky in destroyer fights.
Yeah.
But that's a Harugumo and an Utrecht.
It is, but I think Ragnar can just run away and survive. The Harugumo does not have any radar. He can just go dark.
But the Moskva.
Oh, the Moskva does. That's actually a good cross push here from TSYMQ.
Now the Bungo's dead. The Moskvas are free.
So much fire pouring on the Ragnar here. Even the Willem de Este is actually putting the
Renown finally goes down. They did finally kill the C Moskva, but in return they've taken both Bungos and and maybe the Ragnar as well.
The Ragnar goes down.
And now B cap is open for
Advance.
TSYMQ.
Indeed. So Ortus does have the cap advantage right now, but
Yeah.
it's going to last so much longer. The Willem is going to put his HP into B here and block this advantage that Ortus has. And yeah, I mean, it's 4 ships down and 2 ships down for TSYMQ respectively.
Yes.
It's not the end though. It's not the
No,
end at all. There's
no,
still a
it's
lot
not.
of cards to be played
Yep.
here.
I think if you're the San Martin now, up on that sea line, is this your time to turn around
I believe it
and,
is,
and
yeah.
make your push?
I believe because the Moskva is nullified and the Svea, you win that 1v1. If you don't take all the torpedoes in the world, you win that 1v1 easily. TSYMQ putting their HP into play here, pushing the
Yes.
Bungo into C, pushing the Willem into B, and basically getting that cap back.
Yeah, like I said, despite the 4 ships for 2, Ortus are still ahead on the points by almost 2 minutes.
Indeed.
So, but now we're seeing the advantage of having all those extra ships. You can just put more bodies where they need to go.
Bungo has to be a bit careful. He must know that there are Marceau's torpedoes in the Watcher here. He is dark somehow.
He looks like he's slowing down and
He
turning.
will still take maybe 1 or 2 torpedoes.
Marceau torps, they're annoying.
slow.
They're not lethal.
They're not lethal, but still, it puts your DCP on cooldown and it allows the Marceau to maybe turn around and farm
It
again.
looks like he's
put
only going to
some
take the one
fire.
on the torp belt.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's okay. He's okay.
And just like that, TSYMQ basically putting even more pressure on Ortus. They are shipped down and now 3 caps down. And at this point, that's basically GG for Ortus. Honestly, like that's it. What can they do? They have the Moskva and the Svea still not really putting their work into play.
Falling out at the sphere from the
Some
central
crazy
bungo.
bungo salvos coming in. They should look early. Yeah,
He's okay.
it dodges that. And yeah, I mean,
and now we've flipped it. TSYMQ now win in just over a minute.
I don't see how Ortus can come back from this. They don't have the HP. The Grozovoy is hurt. The San Martin only has AP. Can't do anything except just try to farm. He is being farmed right now. Maybe the Grozovoy torpedoes pick up some Willem de Este, but 45 seconds on the timer. I don't see.
I mean,
happening.
like Utrecht Haru combo. That's
ridiculous.
nasty.
So much HE being laid down here. And the Moskva from Ortus is about to face tank TSYMQ's Bungo again, trying to make some Hail Mary pushes, but that's it, really. It is over. And it seems that
like the
TSYMQ
Moskva has
will win
already
this best of
angled,
5.
so he's not going to get caught broadside either. Like Moskva's guns at this range will make a bungo bleed.
Yeah, but
But
that's it. Even
you're
if
not-
they kill the Bungo, they don't have any plates on the cap.
No, 10 seconds.
Well, we didn't really see how the other battles played out on TSYMQ or on Ortus, but it seems that TSYMQ kind of on the back foot mid-game, just okay, we have battleships, they're healthy, put them in a cap win, that's it, basically. That was their plan, and they made
Yeah.
it happen fairly easily on this. Well played on them for
Yeah.
securing the kills and then the caps.
For sure. For
late game.
sure.
All right.
Well played to TSMYQ and Ortus.
What does the studio have to say about this? Because like we won't get renders for this, I'm afraid. And again, we didn't get to see the previous battles. What do you think happened, and how do you see it on this map at Hotspot?
It was interesting to see like how everybody just went kind of beeline off to the west line for me. There wasn't really a lot of contention on that C. And freaking Panda surviving. I still don't know how the heck that was possible. Because I feel like if he had died there, I don't think they would have been able to do what they did. Did I misread that?
No, I mean, you're right. The Grozovoy, I mean, I saw it. The Grozovoy, he smoked up, right? But then he suddenly stopped shooting. I mean, maybe he was a little bit too scared about like getting killed himself. But in this situation, when you kind of have the Kleber dead to rights, everyone needs to still try and focus fire on that Kleber in order to actually get it killed. So I believe they should have had the kill there. Robin also pointed out that, yeah, I mean, he was kind of dead to rights, right? And then it didn't happen. I think it was the Grozovoy or the Delny got picked up afterwards as well, dying to torpedo salvos. So
Delny,
all
yeah.
in all, it went from a great situation where it looked like they had the Kleber dead to Yeah, it backfiring completely.
How did
Kleber
that Delma even
surviving.
die?
And
Like, I thought there was a smoke on it or something. Like, what?
there were torpedoes incoming towards
Really?
the smoke screen. Yeah,
Brutal.
from the Harugumo.
Future. And then I know the Ragnar like tried to get in there and just save the day, just getting in the cap, but it was lit up from like 5 different angles. It was just like, I would not want to be in issues right now.
Yeah, no, I mean,
and then
it's just the first initial engagements kind of dictated again the way this game kind of went. Again, we see early kills being the determining factor on Ortiz deciding, hey, okay, we need to make something happen on the east side of the map. We saw the Bongo kind of pushing through the east side area, through the little islands, in the hopes of gaining a nice angle towards that Moskva, who had just left the island in front of Seacap. But yeah, I mean, Gdansk snuck in those torpedoes really nicely, surprised him a little bit. I actually think that he didn't have DCP ready, because I think I saw him flooding for a long time there, combining the fires that the Gdansk had set as well.
Yeah.
Just killing him, and yeah, that kind of started again kind of a snowball effect. The other battleship died as well on the west side. I don't know exactly how that happened, because we didn't really see it from the live feed. But I believe maybe he took a battleship salvo or something like this. But I mean, losing 2 battleships in a moment where you need to make a comeback happen, right, is kind of a bad situation regardless.
Yeah, and then it was interesting to see how long, I think it was the Svea and the Moskva, like stayed on the 910 line. And I think it was just like the San Martin and the 2 of them were kind of just like in this stalemate on the right side of the map. And then I think Ortiz saw like, oh crap, stuff had to happen on the west. We need to redeploy and get over there. But it was just like a little bit too late to get in there. And then like the Bungo just kind of established dominance. Like, I'm just going to sit in the middle, and there's not much you guys can do about it. And it was just kind of like that slow bleed at the end.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the Ragnar then was forced back into the capture point, right? Trying to get in there because he really wanted that Kleber kill, who was on 1.5k HP. He did get the kill, but I mean, paid for it with his own life. And after that point, it was basically game over. TWWA had way more ships than Ortiz, and yeah, sadly there were no fighting chances for Ortiz to make it further into the tournament.
Yeah. And where were both of these teams based out of? So TSY, MQ, and Ortiz, where were they both coming from?
So TSY MQ, if I remember correctly, are number 1 from, or not number 1, number 2 or number 3 from China. Okay. And Ortiz, I believe, was number 7 qualifiers from the European region. So, yeah.
Hey, I mean, the fact that they were able to be going into it as a 2-2, and 100%. I mean, it was pretty close for a while. Like, it really came down to that engagement of the destroyers, I want to say, on the west side of the map. Really turned the tide of war. Any hindsights that you remember seeing from it, Killer Ben, that you can share with the class?
I mean, I think just that destroyer trade on that wide end is just that we saw it looking really good for Ortiz. They had the numbers, they had the advantage, and by luck or whatever, TS managed to get away with it, and they just pay for it, and that just completely blows open that flank. And there's just not much more you could do at that point, especially with the Bungos both going down. While Bongo has very good firepower and great range and accuracy, so it's really good at making those important shots. It just cannot do the other side of a battleship's role of taking the hits, letting the other ships do what they need to do. So, just like taking both 2 Bungos is definitely a risk.
Interesting. What is like the main strength of the Bungo as
accuracy?
A battlefield? It's just an accurate ship.
She is the
tanky at all or no?
No, not really.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
It had also a consumable, a spotter plane consumable, which basically reduces your main battery dispersion by 20%.
Oh,
so when you activate it, the ship itself is already accurate. It's a Japanese battle cruiser with 457, the other match, the crazy penetration and damage, and then you have that consumable, which depending on your builds, allows you for 1 or 2 extremely accurate salvos. And that allows players to make this massive, like we saw on the Des Moines on Land of Fire, basically being a half the HP from 1 salvo. Vermont can do the same, to be honest.
Okay.
But the Bungo provides more concealment, more speed, more versatility to go around the map. And also has really strong high explosive shells if it comes to that as well.
Yeah, and that seems unique because I remember spotter plane just usually range. So
It's not called spotter plane, that's my bad. It's a different consumable, but it works the same.
Same
You
thing.
activate it,
Yeah.
you get more bird's eye view,
Yeah.
and you
So
have
kind of
20%
almost
accuracy.
like the activatable for the Sabir. It's just
Yeah.
like, I'm going to be able to
Exactly.
shoot some citadels.
It's really accurate.
Some big guns.
It looks like we have
think so.
the bands and picks ready for the
Yeah.
final best of 5 of the day.
And that one is the good old classic, I would say, for King of the
Yes.
Sea and Warships Masters.
You have no interest in this one. Do you want to step outside? I don't
No
think you-
stakes at all.
No. I'll be here, just crossing my fingers a little bit for one or the other team.
I may have had a bias in the last one, but you might
So
have
yeah,
a bias for this one, too.
so you're telling me I'm okay to having a bias here in this matchup? Yeah.
I'd say so. Well,
Alright.
you could lie or you could be honest.
No, I'll be honest. I'll choose to be honest.
All right, so it is going to be a best of 5 yet again. So we are going to take a look here at the ship bans as well as the maps that we have prepared. So these teams best. So obviously it's Rein versus TWA. Anything surprising to you, or what do you see from these ship bans?
I mean, it's honestly the good old classic. Ship bans wise, Rein going ahead, banning away the radar ships, Pedro, Brisbane, Des Moines, and Minotaur. TWA just banning away the fast DDs, Kleber, Marceau, Ragnar not so fast, but also not a strong DD, right? And also Brisbane. So again, a reminder, it's a blind bans, so double bans like this can happen. And it's honestly, having seen these two teams clash against each other for years, honestly, it doesn't surprise me at all that these bans come out, because it always turns out the same. Rein takes away the control ships from TWA, and TWA kind of wants to take away these fast opening DDs that could technically make for some interesting uncontrolled openings. So I'd say it's fairly standard bans, which does make sense, right? Because it is single elimination at the end of the day. So I'm guessing they just went with very standard bans here.
Which is surprising to me. I mean, if you want to go for like the tried and true methodology and doing the normal bans, I'm surprised that I haven't seen more bans of the Northern Waters, because that's like such a weird, like, what do you do? So both teams being confident that they can navigate that double, battleship lineup is surprising to me.
100%. I mean, I believe that Northern Waters, and with the way these spawns work and the way these capture zones are placed on the map now, which is completely different from what we are usually used to on this map, because otherwise it would have just been 3 capture zones. I mean, everyone should know these kind of capture zones from random battles as well. They weren't really particularly different for Northern Waters in the past. And now coming to this with complete different spawns, I believe teams have kind of said, okay, well, this is something completely different. Also, just you have to remember, we're in the international stage right now, so these teams will do their prep work, and maybe they are just embracing the change and wanting to show off some of the great strategies that they can pull off with different spawns like that.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see your reaction as you see what TWA chooses to adopt, if they're going to listen to your commentary from earlier and actually stick with the 2 battleships, or if they're going to do something different. But I do think, if my brain is working correctly, that means we are going to see 2 different maps than we saw from the last matchup, since Hotspot and Sleeping Giant were both available on the last series.
Yeah.
So curious to see what's going to be available and the order of those matches. The other oddball is, like, we're going to see the 5 position map right off the bat. So we have North coming up, and we're going to be able to see, again, a little bit more different play. And I love to see this tournament environment where it's like,
I mean, North has like 5 capture zones, right? So it's even more important than with the 4 capture zones we see on the other maps, that you cannot lose track of just positions that are controlling these capture points, right? It's okay if you don't have it, but then you have to make sure you are denying the opponent team of actually reaching those capture zones as well. Normally, the way North works is you will see teams spreading out to the flanks, so 1, 2, 3 line, 9, 10 line. Those are like just general areas where you will see lots of action happening, and then it'll be very interesting to see who is the first to kind of punch a hole into the center of the map, maybe, because those opportunities are always open if the opponents allowed.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's what's fun about watching it live. So let's get into the predictions. I mean, I respect you as a host, so I'm going to be rooting for your home team as well. But I think I really want to see another close 2v2, take it into that final fifth match for the 2v3. But we'll see. But I'm gonna give it to TWA. Who do you think's gonna take it home?
I mean, me as the analyst obviously has to go off of previous results, right? In the regionals, TWA did win against Rein. I believe that they are able to pull off a victory here as well, but I think it's not going to be as clear of a win as it was last time in regionals, because that was a 3-0. I believe that it could go all the way to the last game here.
Okay.
So,
Cool.
Prediction is 3-2.
What about you, Robin? What are we thinking? It's the time to predict.
To be fully honest with you, I have casted so many games of TWA versus Rein, and I will say most likely TWA wins most of the time. But at the same time, we've seen like these two teams are each other's nemesis. Like this is known throughout the tournament. They've met each other in so many finals for so many COTS or Warships Masters that at this point, it's like they must be tired of each other, I would say.
It's the grudge match.
It'll be like, them again, because they're going to be sweating, both of them. Rein has made TW sweat and the other way around, and it's never easy. Even if you sometimes see games ending up really quickly, it's never a stomp. It's never a stomp. It's just really mistakes being punished so extremely hard that that's it. And that's the level of competitive play we see specifically with these two teams. So I might expect, hopefully, a 5-game match, but these games will be quick. This is what I'm expecting. This is the only prediction. It will be quick and painless, not so much.
Okay. Killer Ben, any insights from you? Are you actually going to make a prediction this time?
No, I'm going to give it probably to TWA overall. But like I said, these two teams have fought each other so much that the level of just sort of innate understanding of what these players will do in certain situations. I'm curious if we're going to see something different from the teams because of how much is riding on this game. So yeah, but I think I'm going to give it to TWA, but it's not. It's going to be a slog. I think these games will go to time.
Well, that's all we can hope for. Time will tell. Let's get into the very first game. I'm sure both of these sweaty gamers, as you may have put it, Robin, are ready to put their metal to the metal. So let's see what's going to be as we jump into North, ladies and gentlemen. I'm ready to see what your.
The rocky shores of the North Sea comprise the setting for a titanic clash of enemy fleets. These tall evergreens and mossy rocks will soon bear witness to the deafening sounds of battle as two teams vie for dominance of the ocean. This is North. North is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination style map with 5 cap points running from west to east. The A and B cap are on the left, C is in the center, D is located on the 7-8 line, and E is on the right. In this new variant, the spawn points for the teams have been moved from a central position to a north and southeastern position on the map. Cap A and B on the left are the most open and accessible on the board, although located the furthest away from the spawns. There are plenty of ways in and out for destroyers, and there aren't many places for radar cruisers to hide nearby. As the smallest capture area on the board, the most common access to Cap C comes from due north or south, but there is a small access via a channel between the islands on the eastern edge. Radar cruisers can sit on the islands to the north or south of the cap and deny the claiming of this cap until the mid to late game. Cap D provides a challenge for both teams. The islands around the capture point allow cruisers to sit on nearby islands with relative safety, and will likely require teams to position ships to the far east or to push down the channel between the C and D caps to dislodge ships stationed on the islands surrounding D. In this iteration, further to the east, Cap E is shifted to the edge of the map, featuring multiple islands that provide cover. Typically, teams can be seen pushing battleships or cruisers up the line to try to claim domination over the cap. However, the many islands within the E cap provide plenty of cover for cruisers to sit inside of the cap and become an anchor point for both teams. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play North.
And here we are. Initial deployments as they stand. Rein bringing Z42, which I think is the first time we've seen it as well today. And Salem and John the Ruthless, noted North American player playing for Rein this tournament, making a beeline for the decap in a Cabaros, which is not something you'd often see.
That's actually pretty interesting.
Meanwhile, TWWA are playing very much a bite and hold build.
Oh yeah, triple Moskva out
Three
of the bat.
Moskvas, San Martin, Oranje, Moskva.
In terms of radar, they are dominating. They have Gdansk, triple Moskva, San
Yes.
Martin. Meanwhile, Rein only brings 2, short range with Salem and long range with Moskva. But they do have more like flanking ships,
Sure,
Marseille
yeah.
specifically. We've seen Rein making extensive use of Marseille in previous tournaments, really effectively. And of course, they're sending Lucar straight to the flank, engine boost on. These crazy guns and main battery reload booster. You don't want to see a Marseille on your flank.
No.
Like,
But
it is a scary sight.
But John already got into the decap. Can't really hug that out. He's taking fire from Haru.
They know exactly where he is, which is
for
kind of
sure.
funny. Like, they've done this
Yeah.
before. Harugumo pouring the shells here, John the Ruthless basically oh, some hits actually, that's funny.
Yep.
Do we see some Prince Van Oranje airstrikes perhaps to try and
I think we will,
contest that?
because
Oh my god.
they can't stop to just keep shooting at him. They have to get to the flank.
They have, yeah, of course. But still some hits, some
So, like,
really
all-
good
so, like,
blind hits on
all-
that.
All John had to do was weather that first volley, and he took 3-4 KO. Got another volley coming in. Looks like the
Still firing at him.
Looks like the
and
Oran-
they're still hitting
Yep,
him.
mhm,
That's so unfortunate.
the Oranje is
Yeah,
dangerous,
yeah,
but
yeah.
now we've got the Wilhelm airstrikes coming in. We've got the Oranje airstrikes coming in.
Yeah, John the Ruthless
He
not
can- he's-
wasting more time on this
No,
and
no,
dipping
like-
out before he lose all of his HP on this.
Yeah, like
Wow, and they still hit him. Is he spotted or is
Yes,
it just
it's the
purely
Moskva.
blind?
points Moscow with his Hydra.
Oh, I am so sorry.
Yeah.
My bad. Please apologize. I
Yeah,
apologize.
so
and I-
both teams now have a cap, so it's about even. But Rein have now taken the E cap. Z42, German destroyer, sort of a German-British hybrid. She's got the short smokes, but she's still got the very good hydro. Very strong DD, one of my favorite destroyers in the game personally.
Yeah, the armor piercing on this arms on destroyer hulls, so you can really put some hurt into close quarter fight with other destroyers. Versus a Harugumo, it's like kind of a tide. I would say Harugumo has more DPM.
I'd say if it's a 1v1,
More HP
I'd
as well.
probably put it in the Haru's favor.
Yes, fair enough.
But the Z can much more easily fight the Haru than a Haru
True.
fight a Z.
Better concealment, smoke and hydro combo.
Exactly, yeah.
Indeed. So, all right. Well, it seems that John the Ruthless has healed and is coming back around for more.
Yep.
More beating. It
like
seems.
Point looks like he's just going to start working his way around that island because there is a Salem about to Amazing and the Ohio, so they've got the battleship and Anglai Tung's Moskva there to stop any push,
Yeah. Here comes the bomb from the Willem de Este.
and the Oranje.
They are really trying to get that cap here. The question is, how much HP is that Kaba willing to sacrifice just to get that cap?
We've got a middle push.
We got a middle push indeed. Salem with Ohio
Yes.
is going to basically face tank that Moskva. Predictions are going to come on the screen momentarily. What do we have in terms of this? Oh, that's pretty goodly tied. 47% for TWWA, 53% for Rein.
Oh.
So an advantage on Rein actually on that prediction.
Well, Salem has an advantage because he's fighting a Wilhelm.
yeah, but the Willem
406
overmatches him. So.
Well, not as much. Like,
Wait, does the Willem overmatch 30 mil?
yeah, well,
I believe it does.
It overmatches the 27 of a Des Moines bow, yes, but obviously the way his guns are arranged,
Yeah.
he's got to give quite a lot of side to get all of them in play.
is true.
So
Salem has to be careful
Oh,
though, because he's
point.
pushing into a lot of
Point is getting put into a rain sandwich.
That's really interesting. Libertad pushing in,
Yep.
paired with a Salem on the other side.
Snackman is suffering from focus fire from the Ohio, the
Yeah.
Salem, and the Moskva.
Dasset has to be careful because he's literally broadsiding double Moskva and he will lose HP for this.
Yes, looks like
he's losing a lot of HP
Yes,
for this
yeah,
actually.
looks like Silverblade is coming around. Kaitis is also on his way to help.
Oh my god, the crossfire on the
Yeah.
Libertad is ridiculous. A lot of damage. He's actually broadsiding 3 Moskvas right now, Dastard. Losing so much HP from that. They might just back that Libertad kills so easily.
But now there's also Ohio enters the game.
I know, but I mean, Yeah, Ohio still gets absolutely nailed by, I guess, the Kremlin, which he wasn't
Yes,
expecting to
yep.
be here. What is Ren exactly doing here?
Point takes a nasty volley. Libertad's still alive.
Can they kill Libertad before that last salvo, or the secondary's back? I think Point is dead anyway. It doesn't really matter.
Down
Oh
to
my god,
500
we might
health.
see a ram actually. We might see Deepest Dungeon
okay.
ram the Moskva.
Yep, but would you want to do that?
I'm not sure. They will kill the
Well,
William the Este.
like,
Another massive salvo from the Kremlin.
If Anleitung keeps backing up, Lulu will have his broadside. Meanwhile, at B, San Martin, Gdansk have pushed Napoli, Somers.
Oh my god, yeah,
to
you
the
have to
point of
accelerate now.
contesting.
Ikea has to accelerate to get away from these turrets. He doesn't get the
No,
right
he's-
angle.
he's
Back
okay.
turrets, perhaps?
He's okay, he's okay, he's
No.
okay, he's
He
okay.
bounces everything.
The Des Moines is now, if I'm Anleitung, I just go and ram that Salem.
Yeah, I guess they're gonna lose the Ohio as well. Nothing Deepest Dungeon can do right now. And I guess IKEA survives this and be like, okay, let me just go get the kill.
I mean, we say he survives.
I don't think Ohio can live through this, honestly. The Kremlin's gonna have another shot on this momentarily, and that's gonna be it. Salem should be able
Kremlin
to...
is also suffering. We've also, and Lucas Marseille has pushed up.
The
very
heal on the
aggressive.
Ohio actually coming in clutch right now.
Yeah, trying to. Down he
goes down.
goes.
Do we see a ram here?
Yeah.
I believe we see a ram.
If
Oh
he
my
can
god,
make it,
9k.
Can the Moss, or is it a case of the Mosfer?
He's trying to knock out the turrets
Yeah.
and he's successful to it. He has to do this ram now. 4k, going for superstructure, fire's burning. Can Salem survive this? 2.5k. He rams. Oh, that's unfortunate for this.
And Vile in the Haru manages to torp out Lucar in the Marseille at that exact
My
moment.
god. Ships
This-
flying.
This is just a, it's just a massacre.
Bloodbath. Okay, well,
TWA did also manage to take the B cap forward onto Dawn in the Gdansk is now heading to C. This will be quite difficult for him because Gdansk only has high explosive shells.
yep.
So he'll need it. So if he's going to try and deal with a full health Mosfer of Lulu, he's
Gonna have
going
to
to
be
need
a ram.
torps.
It's gonna have to be a rush. Yeah, indeed. Right now, TWA will get the cap advantage. To be
Yes,
honest, they will
and,
get.
and Sacco
E.
in the Mosfer is taking E. Do they send Silverblade in to take the decap, or is he just going to go like, you know what, I've done enough?
I think TWA's Gdansk. Oh goodness, is he gonna go through the channel or just try to rush the Moskva? I think he sees. He sees the Moskva now for
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, he's going for the cap.
Is he gonna waste his torpedoes now, knowing that they probably won't connect? I think he's just saving the torps and getting away from here.
Yep.
But the Kaba is
Kab-
gonna come on the
yeah,
other side.
mhm.
That Gdansk is caught between a rock and a hard place, to be honest, because
Yes.
the Moskva will keep pushing him.
And the Sommers is also coming into sort of the fight general area as well.
Yeah. Lulu has to be careful not to
Yeah.
give too much side to the San Martin as well, not to lose too much HP here. Trying to get that Gdansk caught again. Nice salvo here, bringing them to 9k.
Good shot.
Yeah, that's a
from
really
Lulu.
good push. But at the same time, TWA still has a very healthy Prince van Oranje, which they can just push into
And a very
C.
healthy Moskva.
Indeed, yeah. So that's looking a little bit bleak for Rain right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, Kinney Mod and Forward managed to grab B without too much difficulty. Now, obviously, Forward's in a bit of a pickle because John does have a heal, he doesn't. And John
Yeah.
can belt tank a Gdansk.
Kind of, yeah. But the Gdansk has the smoke trick combo. I'm sure he still has his smoke available.
yes.
So John the
Is he-
Ruthless
is
might
he
have to
gonna-
finish him off by blind fire. Here we go. He
Yep.
has to keep his guns trained. 4k.
5k volley, solid hit. John
Down
is
to
not
7. Oh,
John's
John the
not-
Ruthless
and there's the
proving that
radar.
he is.
Yeah,
he
that-
knows
that
what he's
was-
doing.
Yes, absolutely. That was never really in doubt. Now Kinney's in trouble. Big hit from Lulu's Moskva. He's caught between 3 ships now.
Yeah, indeed. And the Kaba, Rain actually has a chance to maybe slot the Khabarovsk onto the east side of the E6, but
Yep.
then, yeah, he's
But-
gonna
but yeah,
running away
But we've
from
got
the Prince.
we've got Kremlin taking D. We've got Oranje about to contest C.
Yeah, the Z42 running for his life because
Yep.
the Moskva can just radar him.
Can Kinney get away? Maybe.
I think Kinney can get away, to be honest. I mean,
Yeah.
he can live, but it's a double crossfire Napoli-Moskva.
Yeah, it's
Just going to take forever for them to kill him, and by that time it might be too late.
yeah, like it's 3 minutes 30 for TWA, 5 minutes 40 for Rain.
Yeah, but the 3 cap advantage is just going to be brutal.
Which might be about to become a 4 cap advantage.
With the Prince, yeah. I mean, maybe John can contest, to be honest, to prevent the definite loss, to be honest.
It looks like Kaiser is going to grab C and then turn to have his guns ready to catch the guys as they jump from B to A.
Exactly, yeah. On their way to the 2-3 lines.
'Cause
I don't think Rain can come back from this.
Kinney's just going to throw torps and shoot when he thinks it's safe.
Some miracle needs to happen where the torpedoes from the Z actually connect with Sako here, but they look a little bit late, to be honest. The Moskva is a really fast cruiser, and these torpedoes, even if it takes 2 or 3, it still won't be enough to kill him. Kaba does reset.
Kaba
but
goes for the reset.
It's just momentarily, to be fully honest. Yeah.
Kremlin's moving up into play as well.
San Martin still extremely healthy. This ship having to be careful not to take a cruiser torpedo here. That would be quite unfortunate.
Sommers of the Sheep.
Yeah,
Is
he's gonna. Yeah, that's fine.
Ooh, that's close.
Here we go, San Martin is using the radar. This ship is kind of caught bow on to the San Martin. Not to take too much damage here, of course. 2 minutes on the timer for TWA to win this first game, and with the Prince Van Oranje actually finding a good spot where Kaba can't reset him, he's gonna get the cap for free. So, yeah,
That's going to turn it from 2 minutes
to like what, 1?
1:27.
Yeah, I believe TWA wins that first game. The bloodbath happening at the start was ridiculous.
Yes.
I'm not even sure why they would sacrifice both. Rain would sacrifice both of the battleships for such a trade. It kind of escalated.
I
the
think
whole
they were
drama.
hoping for a bit better of an exchange, the battleships being able to put down those Moskvas quicker.
Yeah. It's not over though. San Martin on 5k HP.
Yep.
Can he reset the combat instructions in time for that next heal with the ACP secondaries from the Napoli pouring in?
Can he do it? Can
Some
he do it?
long-range
Can he do
Moskva
it?
salvo.
He's
That
only
will
got-
buy them a little bit of time. Yeah, he's still not healing.
Ooh. There he
we
goes.
go. That saved them 40 seconds, more or less. Is this enough? I am not sure. The Moskva from Lulu cannot push the Prince. There's no way she loses that. He loses that
He has
fight.
to wait for the Napoli and Sums to catch up, but will they have enough time?
I'm not sure.
Looks like Gang is trying to turn around, maybe head back towards E, but Sako's Moskva also appears to maybe doubling back a bit.
I mean, I'm not really sure what they can do. Maybe they just rush the Summers on the Prince and hope for a torpedo kill in 1 minute and 15 seconds. He can't even get there in time.
Yeah, I don't think he has the legs.
No, the Moskva from Lulu kind of unable to do it. The radar is being burned. He's gonna spot the Prince, but at the same time, what do? He's full HP, quite literally. He's like, I think this is a win for TWA. They have the cap advantage. They have the map control even after this early bloodbath. And I think at this point, whatever Rain attempts, it's just not enough time.
I mean, it's going to be on the Kaba. It's going to be on John. He's the closest to the enemy.
Can he rush the Kremlin in time? Oh no, but Christie has the guns on target. That's gonna. I don't care about your 50mm plating because I have Goliath guns.
Yes.
So he goes your HP. Yeah. And I think that's it. Next salvo will bag John the Ruthless, and that will be the win for TWA. Well played.
Yep, first game to TWA.
What a massacre around the 6th, 7th line, to be honest.
They really wanted to kill Point.
Yeah, I guess.
Having played against Point,
But
I
the
understand that.
Like, the Libertad basically broadsiding 3 Moskvas and melting so quickly is, in my opinion, a questionable move. I know they had to put some HP into it, but losing so much HP so quickly on them #1 brawler battleship might not have been the best play in this situation. But yeah, look, I was saying that these games were gonna be quick. Most of the action was quick, at least,
Yes.
before the rest of the map control game.
It's like the two teams clashed, and then once that fight was over, it was, what do we do with who's left?
Exactly. Damage control.
Yeah.
Everyone's dead. All right, what does the studio think about this this opener between TWA and Rain?
I was worried for you guys in the beginning there. Like that was I was looking at it develop in real time, and I was like, I think Rain's in a really strong position. And like the fact that like TWA definitely had everything set up and it was like more conservative, but it was just like Rain had such an aggressive just like push into all the different zones. And I saw the San Martin and the Napoli like on one side. I was curious, we're asking like your feedback, like who do you think is going to be stronger there? Like the coolest thing, I think the Moskva definitely had to pretty epic play, surrounded by 3.
100%.
Like that bunga, like who is going to survive? That was like a really cool, high tense engagement.
Yeah.
We definitely I was glad we got the cinematic shots of all of that. But seeing the San Martin push on that west flank, at the same time being able to secure the E capture, that was like a huge turning point as well. But like, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we saw initially Rain wanted to really grab the center caps, the center cap, right? The Moscow was able to provide the vision, so then bombs from the PVO and the Willem, the Erste, just coming in, denying that capture point. And yeah, TWA just wanting to set up a more controlled setup on the east side, right? They were pulling ships like Argumo, Moskva, Kremlin, and at the beginning also PVO over there. Quickly realizing that they will need some firepower in the center, because obviously Rain put the hammer down and pushed in with the double battleships. And I was surprised as well at how quickly the Libertad actually just disintegrated. But it shows again, Libertad is obviously a great ship, has a lot of firepower in her own right, secondaries are really great, but it doesn't really have a lot of HP, and that really showed here. I mean, good on TWA to have that crossfire and punish that so quickly. Also, Kremlin adjusted his position pretty well. He could have also made the decision to go down and then just get behind the Libertad a little bit. But that would have meant that he would have been too late for receiving the push on the Ohio. We saw the Kremlin putting out great shots on the Ohio as well as he moved forward in the hopes of getting a rush off on that Moskva. It was just overall complete chaos in the center.
It was like on all sides too. Like usually it's like, hey, we're going to have one action point, and then the other sides are kind of just stalemating it off. But it was like, no, we're going to have this crazy battle in the center surrounding and get like a freaking, like, hey, I am the torpedo now.
Yeah.
He was able to get the kill, making the best of the
and that was actually super important for TWA as well, that they got the ram off on that Salem on like, I don't know, 1 or 2 HP left on the Moskva. I guess kind of lucky. Could have gone either way with fires and saturation and stuff. But what we completely missed as well, as we were just looking at the shenanigans that were going down in the center, the San Martin and Gdansk were actually, at the same time as the pushes in the center happened, they were actually just grabbing as much space as possible, even going so far as to capturing Rain's home cap, which inevitably was important in the grand scheme of things, because, well, it's just more points in the back for TWA that they desperately needed in an endgame situation where they actually were down on ships.
Yeah, and there was one, I'm trying to remember exactly what the layout of was it. I did think Rain was kind of having a position of pushing back. I think they were able to take the San Martin back into kind of that A cap and maybe wrap back around and make pretty short work of that. But at that point, especially when there's 5 caps, and it's just like that clock is just continuously ticking down. It's just like,
where do you go, right?
You don't usually have the, okay, hey, it's even, we have 2, we can get that one, and then it's just like get a couple kills. It's just like, no, I have 3 points ticking down the entire time. It's kind of tricky. So great first game though. I mean, if all the matches are going to be this kind of neck and neck, like right in the beginning, seem like you have the advantage, and then you come back around and really kind of squeak it out. I'm excited to hopefully get this go to the 5th match.
Indeed. So next map will be a map that I don't think we've seen so far on stream. It's Faroe Islands. It's picked by TWA. Rain did pick the Bravo spawn, and it's something new, something fresh, something we haven't seen so far. It's also a map that is got added fairly recently, I'd say, to the map pool. I think it's been here for like half a year or so. Maybe a little bit more, but it's fairly recent compared to the other maps that are in the map pool.
So would you say TW has pretty decent amount of time playing on this map though, like in a competitive scene?
Yeah, of course. I mean, this map has been, I think, in 2 clan battle seasons so far, so it has seen competitive play in this kind of format already. I believe we also, I'm not quite sure if we saw it in WM, but yeah. That's not an issue. These teams will prepare very well for newer maps, and this particular map isn't really new for them, but maybe new for the audience.
Okay. Do you remember which order the North is going to be, or sorry, the Northern Waters is going to be in this lineup? Is there a good chance we're going to be able to?
It's fourth.
It's going to be fourth, so we do need to see at least Rein take one of these matches to be able to make it to the Northern, because that's what I really want to see. I don't know, something about the asymmetric lineup just makes me really kind of, I guess not really asymmetric, but excited to see what you guys pull out. So it's going to be a couple minutes here. We're just waiting for all the teams to get ready, set, and then we'll be firing the gun here in just a moment. Anything that you see that was going to be like a swap up in strategy based off of how Rein is engaging this time, or do you think it's going to be kind of like we're just going to read each other, get the information, and make it?
I think it's going to be much less explosive this match compared to the match that we've seen just now, just purely based off of the way Faroe Islands works. You're going to have the 2 home caps on the southeastern side of the map, and then teams will be fighting over the outside northwestern side capture point. Center point, usually it's uncontested for a long time. Maybe we will see teams trying to sneak in a DD early, trying to get that cap points advantage. But what is really interesting to see on Faroe Islands is the flanks itself, right? Who's going to eke out an advantage on a potential home cap push? Who's contesting the northwestern cap the most, and that'll be interesting to see.
So compared to Hotspot, where we saw there's like, okay, there's going to be a little bit more turtley. There's like a lot of the island coverage on like those 2 home zones. Are we going to see the traditional just 2 ships over there, like the Neptali and the Destroyer, or are we going to see 3 ships go over there with the BB support, or is everybody going to be fighting over the single point on the west coast?
I mean, you can do both things. I've seen people try and push home cap. I've seen people try and contest, I believe it was a cap on the northwestern side of the map. If we will see the teams go for home cap pushes, you can expect faster EDs going for some of the spotting runs, getting the cap early, going out on the southeastern map border, just trying to get the spots, get information if the push is viable or not, because obviously pushing into something is always slightly risky, so you're going to try to find as much information as possible. And I mean, I think what's going to be most exciting is if both of these teams decide for themselves, hey, we're going to have a clash on the northwestern cap, right? Because that's usually where you see lots of radar cruisers clashing, fighting for positions. So in the hopes for creating space for the DDs to actually go and grab the cap after.
So how does the center spawn or center cap typically play out on this one? Is it usually like a coordinated push into it, or is it kind of you have a cheeky cruiser or destroyer that tries to sneak in there?
I mean, most of the time you won't really see teams go for cap grabs on the center cap early, just because there's a high likelihood of radar ships just lingering around. So it's always a bit risky putting a DD into that center cap early. What we might see is maybe one of the teams have, maybe a crazy push idea in mind and is going to step on that cap in the beginning. But I would say the likelihood of that happening is pretty low.
Cool. All right. Well, we've seen the first match. As you guys said, it was violent, it was bloody, but I wouldn't say it was quick necessarily, but the engagements certainly were. They have some pretty good accuracy over there. Any predictions from all of our casters in the studio here today? Start with Robin.
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen that much competitive plays on Faroe Islands, so I'm gonna hold my predictions from that. I would like Rein, to get a win in, so we can actually see that Northern Watcher spawn lineup and see how these 2 teams abuse or suffer from it. But yeah, Faroe Islands, not really that much experience on it, so I don't expect anything completely crazy like we just saw. Like some initial engagement might be much slower, but I do expect teams to abuse mistakes or luck, like ship will take a random torpedo through a gap and that's it, they're gonna emphasize on this. More like these events happening, so we'll have to pay attention to details more than anything else, I think, for this map. What about you?
I think Rein are going to take this one. I think from what I remember in the past, they just seem to have a better feel for this map and are more willing to try positioning, whereas TWA from my experience, are very sort of hold the line on this map. So I'm curious to see how this will go. But I think I'm going to give this one to Rain.
All right, well, we'll see who's right and who's wrong, and we get to make fun of each other afterwards. Let's jump into it as we're going to go check out the Faroe Islands.
Between the Norwegian Sea and the North Atlantic Ocean lies a subpolar collection of islands guarding the gates of Northern Europe. The seas surrounding this rugged volcanic land will erupt once again as two opposing fleets donate molten steel. Only one fleet can successfully tame this land. This is Faroe Islands. Faroe Islands is a 42 by 42 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running from the northwest to southeast. The A cap is in the top left, B is in the center, C is in the bottom, and D is in the upper right. The A cap lies far from each team's spawn. Ships heading this direction will be forced to expose their full profile to potential enemies along the way. With nearby islands providing refuge to radar cruisers, destroyers must play cautiously. The B cap sits in the direct center, the remnants of an extinct volcano bordering the caldera. On all 4 sides are narrow waterways, in and out. Fleets must commit significant resources if they wish to take and hold this crucial territory. The C and D caps serve as home caps for each fleet. Though easy to take, the islands between them will serve to mask the advancement of friend and foe alike. Will teams opt to blitz their opponent by directly assaulting their home cap, or play it safe and fight for more? Map control. The 4 corners of Faroe Islands consist of landmasses which serve to funnel ships into various choke points. Battles on this map will resemble the molten forces that forged them, fiery and fierce. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Faroe Islands.
And here we go into Game 2 of TWA versus Rain. And right off the bat, we've got some interesting ship picks from TWA, with Kinnimod playing the Worcester, Sakio in the Smaland, and Angelstone in a Rhode Island.
Indeed, we even have a Laffy in there
Yes.
as well. So a few exotic ships, a few interesting picks here. Remember, the bans affect their picks most definitely and their strats. And Rain brings a more standard lineup, minus the Utrecht, I would say. Bungo, Kremlin, Double Moskva, Napoli, Summers, Grozovoy, Gdansk. So 4 destroyers on TWA, 3 destroyers on Rain. So the damage output is in Rain's favor, while the spotting output is in TWA's favor.
Yes.
Specifically with the radar Småland, naturally.
And thanks to TWA bringing those additional destroyers, they can be a bit more aggressive around the B cap with the Smaland. So it'll be interesting to see how this goes, but they will have 2 radars up at A, the Rhode Island and the Moskva.
Yep.
Rhode Island with her 12 14-inch guns with their improved AP angles and very good HE.
It is a terrifying
So-
ship against other cruisers.
Yeah, I mean, but Gdansk, big, kind of clunky destroyer.
Mm-hmm. Will suffer
Rhode
from
Island
this HE,
would be
yeah.
quite a good destroyer killer, as it were.
If it can get close, because Rhode Island does not have a stealth radar. I think the
No.
concealment is around 12 to 13
And its
kilometers.
ballistics are decent.
They're decent, yeah.
They're not like your classic Montana badminton shells.
We are seeing the Småland burn an early radar, actually. Probably catching the Moskva in there. It's 7.5,
I
so
just
not
want to
quite.
check what's what. The Laffy has a lot of torps heading in his general direction.
That is true.
A large part of being a very good competitive destroyer player is sort of object permanence and just predicting based on players' habits. Like
These are Gdansk torpedoes, so they're really
Yes.
quick. Ooh, can he... Oh, is he
He's
actually...
a-
I think... Oh, no, okay, that died off.
he's
He
okay.
was going to eat that one
Yeah.
otherwise. He was eating that torpedo for sure.
But it's definitely a case that just predicting where your opponents are going to be before you see them is a big element of destroyer gameplay.
It is, yeah. Bungos and Moskvas already engaging the Kremlin from range. Kremlin
Yep.
kind of laughs off this. The Småland is going to poke the cap, trying to bait that radar from the Moskva. Moskva creeping forward from range to try and get that spot on the Småland. They really cannot let B being capped so easily by TWA. So Moskva is pushing forward, will get spotted, will burn the radar, and then will contest the
Sako
Småland.
just
Sako
is like,
just
nope,
running out.
I don't want to stay here.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get shot by the Kremlin, so he's booking it out of here. Any other shots? The Bungo, deepest dungeon here, using his spotter plane to try to get some eyes on the Smolensk. Is he going to take the salvo on that destroyer from that range? I don't think it's worth it, to be honest.
I mean, he's got nothing else to shoot at, really.
Yeah, but it's
so
too little too late.
But
However, once the Moskva's radar is burned, Smolensk can just reverse into it again and get B in the
yes,
cooldown.
But yeah, Grozovoy of Gang has smoked up and is now
Ooh,
engaging the Smaland.
Some really good
Radar out from the Moskva, so he's straight onto Gang. So like, these are definitely sort of give and take games where it's like,
Yep.
for the damage you do, you will take damage back.
Indeed, yeah.
Rhode Island also engaging, get a couple of hits. Laffy's on him too, but the Groz, it's quick, it's got a heal.
It should be just fine
He'll
indeed.
be
yeah.
okay.
And then Smolensk actually this time putting his bow towards the cap, so he'll probably take this kind of approach where he just stays on the 6E line.
Moskva's burnt his Moskva has burnt his radar, so Smaland can now, if he wants to, recommit to the cap.
Indeed. Predictions coming in on the screen right now. 56% for TWA, 44 for Reign, so a slight increase into the prediction for TWA this time, especially with that first game.
Bungo exchanges going on at D and C. We've got a very strong Shimmer Haru Worcester push
Indeed.
of Kinney, Vile, and Marcel against Sheep and Malimo.
Some torpedoes. The Shimakaze's torpedoes can be really terrifying. Summers have to be careful. These are definitely APF torpedoes. And yeah, they can really catch people off guard because it's a wall of 15 fishes in here. Summers
There's a gap
sees them now.
if he can make the turn.
He has to make that turn, otherwise he's eating 2 of them. Oh, that's gonna be fine. He dodges them fairly easily
but
here.
Bungo in the background taking another nasty hit.
Yeah, Deepest Dungeon kind of suffering from this exchange a little bit.
But yeah, it just looks like the two destroyers are just pushing these guys away. So Kinney's got to be a bit careful because if he gets caught out with Vile a bit too far ahead, Bungo and Napoli could end him pretty quickly. Kremlin pushing into Bravo Cap by the looks of things.
It does, yeah. The Smolensk actually not abusing the radar cooldown on the Moskva and going around, basically redirecting himself to the DC push. So far, Reign has 2 caps advantage and are bleeding the points in their favor. That's why maybe they're also pushing the Kremlin in there to try to get the 3rd cap advantage and really put pressure on TWA for the points. Look at their push as well, as you said. Harugumo pulling the plug on that smoke here.
Yep.
The Summers is kind of spotting her, visual spotting her, so she has to slow down not to lose too much HP.
And there's Torps in the water from the Summers. He's like, I know where you are now.
Yeah, exactly.
Dance for me.
So yeah, they're gonna start putting a lot of pressure on all caps. TWA rotating, with that smoke push on the Worcester is gonna threaten that Summers Napoli. They don't really have any assets to spot this Harugumo except just the Summers spotting. Does she takes the torpedo, however? Napoli torpedoes kind of creeping in, has to reverse into it. Summers being caught into the Worcester's radar. That's a really terrifying thing to be caught by.
Yep. Looks like Bungo, Moskva on Kremlin. Torpedoes from Smaland in the water. Looks like a decent hit. 2 perhaps?
Maybe 2, but these are Smolensk torpedoes. They really don't. They really just tickle, to be honest.
Oh, he's going to get away and only take the
One hit on the belt as well, doing basically nothing. So Kremlin is a good asset to put there.
But it makes him back up. It buys them time. It keeps the B cap clean.
Indeed, yeah. Plus, Kremlin only has limited DCP, so if Smolensk wants to, he could engage with guns at long range and try to set another fire on it.
But these guys will be ruthlessly efficient with their DCP
with
usage.
punishing him for that.
They will not use it for a single fire.
Summers, this ship from Reign actually getting out of there sort of unscathed, especially being caught in the radar of a Worcester for so long.
Yeah, it looks like Marcel is going for the C cap.
Yeah, it does.
So they can flip the 2 bottom caps to their favor.
Yeah, and nothing can really be done from Reign to block that.
But we do see the Utrecht and the Gdansk are on their way. Sorry, the Utrecht and the Grozovoy, are on their way back to C.
Yeah, but by that time, the Shima might just be out of there, you know. The Shima will just dip, let down another smoke for the Worcester. Oh, okay. They have to be careful now.
This is like just rotating through your team's smokes.
Shima briefly spotted by the Summers. Summers burns a smoke, not to die immediately right now because he's on 5k HP.
Suffering for that.
Oh my god, down to 3. We don't see any more blind fires here. Marcelo took a lot of damage as well on this.
Radar from Kinney. Does he have spots?
Oh, he does.
Yes,
he does. Summers has to dip behind a rock as soon as he possibly can.
Haru gets a volley in just with the delay.
Yeah, just hide this ship. Just hide and weather
like
it out.
He gets away with it.
He does indeed. Yeah, the rotation actually is pretty good from Gang Barang here on the Grozovoy.
Kinney is flat broadside.
Oh, goodness me. But he's not spotted. He's
Got his hydro going, but like Worcester, he's got to be
think
careful.
he can make that
Kremlin
turn.
of Dasta has been battered. 23k and dropping.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe some oh, Kinemod taking that Shima torpedo or not? No, I think it's fine. Summers, my bad. He is spotted, however.
He's engaging the Grozovoy. Yeah,
Grozovoy from Gang Barang being caught in that. I don't think it was the radar, or maybe the last few seconds of the radar also caught him. Poor communication in this because this ship should have said, you know, I'm radar, do not come here. Marcelo, however, reversing in front of these torpedoes. These are Grozovoy torps. Is he taking them?
He doesn't need to do that.
I think he's taking a top. Oh, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna avoid that? Yeah, he does. Pucker factor 100 right here.
Yeah,
I would say so.
Okay, Viles had to use his own smoke, so Kinney doesn't have a smoke on demand right now.
Kremlin from Rain about to go down.
Down, yep.
And look at this TWWA, not really able to get the A cap because the Moskva from Rain is still around here. It's still around with the radar covering it. Meanwhile, Rain putting both low HP assets into C. This is really dangerous because if Marcelo spots them, the Worcester can just finish off both of these destroyers extremely easily. This is a really, really risky play here from Rain to try and get that cap back. Marcelo is kind of dipping away, but honestly, this is risky as hell.
I remember when Worcester had a 10k radar.
Imagine that. Yeah. They have to be really careful and dip the moment this cap is secured
Napoli
again.
of Malimu is also coming in, trying to force away Kinney. Like Marcel is just throwing those torps out.
But look at what we're seeing on the other side as well. The Rhode Island is finally putting the plug on that push. They're going to put that ship against the Moskva.
They're going to collapse down on the Moskva.
It's
and
a lot of ships as well. Double Moskva, Laffy,
Bungo
Rhode
volley
Island.
at the Moskva.
Do we see any trades here going on? Lots of torpedoes from the Shimakaze coming in towards Gang Barang here. He's going to have to dip away. Both Summers and Utrecht, Gang Barang, they are all caught into this crazy torpedo salvo from the Shimakaze. They really have to avoid this.
Lukas Moskva's taking the brunt of the shell fire.
This ship, should be fine.
Yep, he spotted them for the rest of them.
Smoke being laid down here to protect the Utrecht, of course, not being focused fire too hard. They managed to get the C cap back, so they still
Volley
are
from the bungo at the Utrecht.
That's a really good
Solid
salvo.
hit.
What do we see here? Is the Moskva going to be able to sustain that push? She is kind of well hidden into this corner here, able to fight the Rhode Island and actually make her turn away.
But Lulu's Gdansk has been caught on the rock by Kaitis' Moskva. He's on fire and he ran aground.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. I think
that's
going
to take him out.
Yep, he's out.
So that frees up Kaitis and Point.
And now this Moskva is basically free.
Yes,
there's nothing to protect her because all the rest of the Reigns team is basically clumped around Charlie here to try and block that crazy push.
Sako Smalin is trying to grab the cap, but he's under a lot of fire.
He is. Luca here pushing kind of hard in here, tanking Bungo Salvos, really trying to get that Smalin out of here, but now he will be kind of exposed into a nasty crossfire from TWWA.
You got you got Point's Moskva. He's the healthiest. In fact, Point has taken no damage.
Indeed, so far at least.
So he will move in to take the pressure on the B-cap.
The Moskva being burned down by the Rhode Island. That HE
Interestingly,
really
Angel has turned around. He's just going to sit there and just
burn the Moskva down.
And
with the good HE shells.
So we're not going to see any sort of dramatic battleship push on a cruiser because Moskva in a knife fight against a battleship is actually really dangerous.
Yeah, so much assets from Rain just being pushed into sea right now.
Yes.
They don't really have anything to do. The Bungo, I mean, sure, they can do damage here, but they have to get a cap into their favor because right now the points are ticking very quick towards that. And look at Luca just absolutely melting down.
The more he goes south, the more he has to angle against the Bungo.
And the Bungo, of course, can just push forward to keep the angle.
Which gives Point a more flatter angle, so it's just...
Is he dark? He's not dark, no. He's firing.
He's not going to last much longer.
Oh, here we go. Spotter plane being out. We're going to see that last salvo basically being the finisher.
Very good dispersion. Is the iceberg going to eat it?
No, he's...
Couple shells. Oh! Like the one shell that got past.
Yeah. Directly under the back turret, and that's it. Deepest Dungeon now the next target in line. 2 minutes on the timer for TWA to win the second battle. Laffy might see a finisher rush here on Amazing, even though it's not really needed because the Rhode Island has this, in the bag.
It's just gonna maybe take.
It doesn't even. Oh my god!
Or do that.
Yeah, or just finish him off with
That works.
with this. Okay, well.
Yep.
It's pretty clear now that
1 minute on the
TWA
clock.
wins that.
Yeah, just Rain's inability to actually put down any of TWA's ships.
Yeah, that's actually 5 ships down now, and with 17 seconds left on the timer, it puts Reigns already on the back foot. They cannot win, they cannot lose another game at this point, otherwise that's it for them. I don't know what to really say here. A few things went wrong, especially that Smoke Train, Shima, Harugumo, Worcester really worked nicely in TWA's favor.
Yeah, I mean, Rain's lack of a radar to fight it.
Yeah.
They just kept going and kept going and kept going and then took the cap and then were like, oh, now we're going to leave. So yes, 2-0 to TWA.
Pretty decisive as well, not losing a
Yes.
single ship,
No, that is-
losing some HP of course,
Yeah,
but not a single ship.
That is a sign of having control of a match. Is that you have ships like Point who went basically their entire game without taking a scratch, and you're also not forced into situations where you have to sacrifice a ship.
And meanwhile, you have Ren on the back foot. They had kind of a okay-ish start, to be honest, with cap control for a long time. But I've seen this in battle where Rain has the early cap control, and then just one thing switches, and TWA gets the advantage and refuses to give it away after that. And this is kind of exactly what happened. And then Rain had to throw so much assets back to sea against that Smoke Train, and basically lost all their ships in the process. All right, what does the studio have to say about this? We're about to find out.
That was some really good dodges in there. So, I mean, it's like a blend of being able to have like the tactical map awareness, but also like, hey, you got to perform well in that moment to moment, just like know exactly how far you need to be to dodge the freaking tiny little gap of torpedoes coming in, and like when to use your smoke and like how you follow into that, and like creeping into that, God, was it the sea line? By the Shima, what were the other? There's like a 3-ship combo coming down there, just creeping in.
Yeah, Harugumo,
Rain saw.
Shimakaze, and the Worcester.
Yeah, so and it was because honestly, I thought like from the beginning, I was worried for TWA again. It was just like it looked like Rain had a pretty dominant, like strong thing. I think they got the cap up at A first, and they're like, okay, we're in position, we're good. I really liked how he was trying to creep the battleship into the B capture point and sneak in there. I think he got pushed out. There were some really good torpedoes and stuff in that line. But then it was like the overcommit, I think. It was like, I think Rain saw the Shima and the Shima pushing into the A cap, and they're like, okay, we're overnumbered there. We're going to lose that point if we don't move now. So they redirected like their whole fleet from the A cap down to C. And then it was just like, nope, the Laffy's laughing and pops back in and captures it. And then they're like, oh, crap, now everything's down stuck here. What are we going to do? So it's just that overcommitment. I feel like I wish I'd seen just maybe 1 or 2 ships from Rain go down there so they could still defend A. But I don't know. That's my takeaway.
Yeah, I mean, you summarized it very well, honestly. It's I pointed it out to you as we were watching the game pretty early that I thought Rain doesn't really have any great defensive chances defending that home cap push that TWA pulled with the Shimakaze, Harugumo, and Worcester, because they had a Somers facing off against the Shimakaze. Obviously, we come into the situation again where the Shimakaze has like better concealment than the Somers, so then the Shimakaze can kind of concealment push these ships away. Rain doesn't really have any good abilities to spot the Shimakaze other than the Somers just accidentally running into the Shima. And yeah, lots of smoke available for the Worcester as well to push up the ship inside the smoke screens, pushing the radar even so closer and closer towards Rain's home cap, right? And that's what TWA did really well. So you could see that the 3-ship combination that TWA brought onto the home cap was tactically a much better pick compared to what Rain had.
Yeah, and it was just the the balls on the Shima just staying in that little, just to squeak out as much, because I think at that point, like, Rain still had the clock timer advantage, but it was because they hadn't captured A yet. But he was like, no, I slightly outranged those other two DDs that are like the sharks in the water waiting for me, but I was able to dodge all the torps that were coming out there, hold on to it as much as long as possible. Dodge. And then eventually they got pushed out because they had like a whole armada on their tails. But that was too much. It was just like they did enough of just like, hey, you need to take care of us, that directed the entire team to go over there. So TWA they weren't cowards. They didn't run away from the ACAP.
No,
they stuck around. They waited for their opportunity, and they trusted their teams to take care of the southern quarter, and then swooped in and just had complete map control. It was pretty crazy.
There was also a really great situation that we caught on stream where Marcelo was dodging the incoming, I believe it was Grozavoy torpedoes, and that could have been a situation that have potentially spiraled pretty badly for TWA, because obviously Rain was pulling a lot of forces back towards their home cap, right? And if, let's say, that Shimakaze does get killed by those torpedoes, then you lose that spotting advantage that you have with the Shimakaze. You lose the second smoke for the booster, so it could have potentially spiraled into losing one or even two more ships there, which maybe that was what Rain was kind of hoping for. Just pulling all these DDs back towards that home cap. In the end, great dodge by him. Just not getting killed by those Grozavoy torpedoes, pulling away in time, and just like you already said, just great just longevity of just holding the flank on the A side, right, from TWA, just being patient, just recontesting it, and then just finding themselves in a situation where previously it didn't really look like they were able to contest the cap, but now just 10 minutes later-ish, they were able to grab it back and get the kill on Lulu. I think he got caught off guard maybe by the Moskva suddenly pushing up into the center of the map, and the other Moskva was just not able to live since it was just outnumbered, right?
Did anyone even capture B, or was that kind of just no man's land the entire game?
Well,
maybe TWA snagged it at the very end there?
I don't recall that they did actually snag it. I think it was uncontested for the entire time. TWA obviously did try and get the cap at the beginning with the Smaland, but again, they realized, okay, there's a Moscow there, nothing you can do. It's way too dangerous to like keep contesting it. So they pulled away successfully, reorientated Smaland in order to actually fling torpedoes on towards that contesting spot that the Kremlin picked, which, by the way, we haven't mentioned it at all yet, but getting that Kremlin kill over time is actually huge, because Kremlin is that one ship that you can put close to these capture points in the center that is really, normally it's really tough to get rid of, right? And being able to kill that ship really also was a contributing factor for TWA's ability to push into that area of the map later on in the game.
Yeah, no, it was rare to see like how aggressive, because usually when you see a battleship pushing like into the middle of the map and actually trying to capture something, you're just like, okay, that's a W key hero, and just like they're gonna die. But it was a pretty brave move by Rain, and he actually was able to kind of dodge multiple waves of torpedoes to get out of there, and Rain's credit. But it was still, despite the best efforts of a whole battleship going into his own, they still weren't able to capture it, which was pretty funny.
Indeed.
Yeah. So we do have one more chance for Rain to be able to make the fourth game happen at least and get into the northern waters. So I'm praying for him this time. I know TWA has definitely shown that they're not messing around, and they know what they're doing. But I'm rooting for Rain this time on the next map coming up, as we're going into the Land of Fire. Because if they're able to pull this one out, then we're going to get into the northern waters, and we get to see what spicy things people are going to come up with a new meta. So of this, anything special that we should know about Land of Fire that's maybe different from the last two maps that we've seen?
I mean, again, Land of Fire is a map where we will see lots of early contests on west side or potential home cap pushes. So I think right off the bat we're going to be having to strapping ourselves in because it's going to be a crazy roller coaster ride again. Maybe something similar as we've seen on the north. Could be that some of the teams will decide to push heavily on the home cap. I've seen a couple of just plays being made in the past from these teams when it comes to home cap pushes, like with early spotting advantages and then just really just putting the foot down. Or we will see the typical DD clash on the A-cap side again. Although obviously lots of French DDs are banned in this series, so that will take an effect on how exactly these DD situations will turn out on the A-cap.
What's the French DDD really do?
It's just speed. I mean, it's you're super quick, right? Lots of firepower with the guns. Great torpedoes most of the time. I mean, Marceau is a bit slower torpedoes, but still very versatile with the 9 kilometers.
Okay.
So yeah, but we won't see any of these. Maybe a couple of Russian DDs in order to get some fast vision on west or east side of the map, and yeah.
Okay.
Overall, exciting match.
Well, let's, without getting too much further ado, let's get ready to go. So you heard from me. I want to see Rein win for this one. Can I get you live so we can clip it and show it to the whole TWWA that you want to see Rein win this so we get a good match? Or,
I mean, I'd be lying. So sorry. I'm going to stick to honesty, and I'm going to have to root for my boys. So
I respect it.
Yeah.
How about you, Robin? What do you think for Land of Fire?
Well, to be honest, yeah, TWWA looks extremely likely to have a 3-0 at this point here. I'm surprised that Rein hasn't came up with some better plays so far. The first one on display with the battleships was kind of weird. I wasn't expecting them to lose so much HP so quickly. And then, of course, the whole game kind of fell apart. And that one was, again, kind of not a full stomp, but just throwing HP at the problem without really any solutions. And Land of Fire is a map which has been played on extensively by TWWA. They've shown what they can do on this. And we'll see. We did see a very fun match with YYUT versus Resin, and how the dynamic of the home cap was done, last-minute pushes and stuff like this. Maybe Rein kind of tries to make some crazy plays like this, because they can do it, 100%. It just remains to be seen, because right now they have no choice but to make it happen. So, what do you think, Hilabin?
I'm of a similar opinion. I'd love to see the 4th map, but I think TWWA are just the better team today.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if Rein can maintain that momentum. They've had both games, to be fair. Their early game is real strong, but then TWWA finds a crack. So let's jump into the Land of Fire and see if they crack under the heat and the pressure that causes.
At the extreme southern tip of South America lies an archipelago rich in history and diversity. Soon, these storied waters will play host to a heroic clash between opposing forces, and the region will live up to its name. This is Land of Fire. Land of Fire is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the left, B is in the center, and the C and D caps are on the right. To the west, the A cap has been shifted eastward, providing a significantly more open cap than before. It is common to see ships parked on the island on the west edge of the cap in order to deny the flank push, while also preventing an easy capture by enemy destroyers. Islands to the north and south also provide a safer but less rewarding place for radar cruisers to sit and defend the cap. Cap B in the center is wide open with plenty of ways in and out, and is initially the purview of competing destroyers. Teams will have to evaluate if it is worth smoking a cruiser to the island to the west of B in order to provide radar and hydro coverage. If combat shifts to an east-west axis, it's common to see some spectacular mid and late game pushes through the center of the map. On the right, caps C and D provide a tempting and risky choice for teams. Fast destroyers will typically take the home caps early, giving the teams the option of pushing a battleship down the 9 or 10 line to gain complete control over the eastern portion of the map. However, teams must always be wary of the multitude of islands that provide cover and ambush opportunities for a daring team. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Land of Fire.
And welcome back, everybody. Rein versus TWWA. Last chance for Rein to keep it afloat, to be fully honest. We are on Land of Fire, and the lineups are very heavy on TWWA. Kremlin, St. Vincent, Triple Moskva, Marseille, Khabarovsk, and then Kassar and Gdansk as the light assets in here versus Rein having a lighter lineup, like light cruisers, 2 of them, Salem, Rhode Island being kind of on the weaker side of the battleship's HP and armor. Like, they're gonna have to chew through a lot of TWA's HP in this map.
But they've also brought 2 German hydro destroyers, because a lot of these caps, while the islands are not in the caps, they're next to them. So if you can get into a good corner,
You contest it.
you can cover a large amount of the common contest points.
The triple Moskva from TWWA is just kind of ruthless
But
in
like
terms
they
of
have
controls.
what, between them like 60 seconds of radar versus
Yeah, they do.
like the 6 minutes of hydro.
I'm not sure. All right, TWA already taking some heat from deepest the dungeon, kind of a near miss on this part here. And yeah, we see the deployment, as you said, Gang Barang with the Z42 basically sticking to the island, covering.
First engagement,
Covering
Sacco engaging
some-
John across the cap with a Marseille in support. But it definitely looks like Rein are a lot heavier on the A side, but John is suffering.
Ruthless, already taking so much damage on the Grozovoy. He has a heal for sure, but that was like, ugh.
Point will have to be careful though in his Marseille if he backs up to give the Rhode Island some shots. But it also looks like it might actually be in TWA's favour, because that's where the Rein Utrecht is going.
Indeed.
And so you don't want to be playing a static ship holding an island.
No, not really. I mean, he does have the Shimakaze and the Rhode Island as backup here. I don't know what they want to do with the Utrecht, because they will be only the Marseille and the Gdansk, of course. We have a very strong home push cap, Khabarovsk Kassar. Kind of an interesting duo here, because the Kassar does have really great concealment and speed. Getting the early cap advantage. Z42 actually reversing into the cap here. I mean, under double Moskva's radar, so he's gonna have to dip out of this really quickly.
Anlai's gonna get him decapped.
Yeah.
Like he's got he's got 2 of the 3 Moskvas that can engage him, so
Yeah,
he can't
you
stick
don't
around.
want to stick around too
No.
long, Gang Barang. Like, that's not a position you want to. You're basically giving free HP to them at this point, so please run. Yeah, that's a lot of damage, even from the Moskva long-range railguns, finding their marks and already putting both the Grozovoy and Gang Barang in half HP. Honestly, that's. I mean,
It's an excellent start for TWA.
it is, yeah, which doesn't look good already. The Shimakaze, however, on Rain's side.
He's attempting to cap, but
Yeah, Sacco.
manages to get the decap.
He does, yeah. The Marseille also adding the long-range fire on the HE shells. This ship can now perhaps try to reverse into the cap and get it as soon as possible.
Yes, I mean, like, I would be cautious. I don't think TWA's plan is to contest A at all.
No, of course. But still, like, they have one chance to get it, and it's now. And after this, basically try to redirect their forces towards B. All right, so far so good. Kassar, Khabarovsk making progress on that 9-10 line. Kaba, of course, already into a kiting position with the Kassar providing vision here. They have to be careful because, of course, the Salem has range on the radar on Kassar. Predictions on the screen. Oh, goodness me. Rain kind of suffering on that a little bit. 64% for TWA, 36% for Rain.
I mean, Robin, you're known around these woods as a Des Moines fan, a fan of the Des Moines in general and Salem.
Indeed.
How little do you want to fight a Vincent and a Kremlin at once?
Never. No. I mean, look, if I'm caught in this position, I just go full forward and ram. That's what I do. I run legendary Des Moines. Instead of letting them come to me and basically death strike me, I will just find an opportunity to just ram and die. This is all you can do. There is maybe a chance of making a gamer turn and then just trying to kite, but like normally you should see this push coming, and they will eventually. TWA sending St. Vincent and Snackman basically straight into the home cap. This is going to be interesting to see what Rain can do against that.
So it looks like TWA have completed their sort of fighting withdrawal from A.
Yep.
Rain do hold it. Rain do currently hold the lead on points. So it is down to whether TWA can get some kills going or if they can get the C cap.
Gdansk has to reverse, not to take that torpedo. That would be... okay, that died
they're
off.
running out,
That
yep.
could have been a bit scary.
Point is also moving up. Looks like they're going to try and just make a line of Moskvas to keep ships withdrawing.
Sacco spotting Gang Barang here. I believe Point's Moskva's radar is catching him. The Gdansk, of course, having a field day
and
with
Kaitis
this.
and Point on John's
Also
Kosovo?
John, yeah. So both destroyers already took damage.
Ooh,
That's
nasty
the
hit.
Oh, what was that?
All the HP
from?
that he'd recovered from that initial engagement, I think he just lost again.
That was from the Moskva's combined fire,
Yes.
right? He took like 6 or 7k in the face. Yeah,
But
really putting the hurt on the destroyers.
There's just enough torpedoes that it's not like Sarko can contest.
Sako is just safe right now.
Yeah.
Look at the push going on though. They're pushing the Kremlin right into this nook. Yeah, and the St. Vincent dodged, maybe took a torpedo from the Z-52 here. But once TWA gets the Kremlin into sea, I mean, that's gonna be really tricky for Rain. Incoming salvo on the bungo shouldn't really be a problem on both sides. I'm not sure how they allowed this to happen, but right now...
In theory, like, Kaitis' Moskva prevents Mali or John going to the other island in the cap and blocking the cap.
Yep.
So this is and looks like Sako is actually going to try for the B cap.
Potentially, yeah, reversing into it. He has all the advantages for this because Gang Barang does not have the HP for this anymore.
Yes.
And meanwhile, look at TWA still has a Marseille on the 1-2 line,
just chilling.
ready to just make a engine boost push on that entire thing and just wrap around the Rhode Island.
Like I said, he doesn't have to worry about
a thing so
anything.
far.
Like he's
Yeah.
just there, waiting for the Rhode Island to make a move, to open it up, and so that when he is eventually spotted by the Shimmer, he's not immediately in mortal danger.
Here we
But-
go, cap advantage
Yep.
on TWA now, essentially. Bungo has switched to high explosive to try to fight off the Kremlin, but
That's honestly a fairly good idea.
it is, but it will take forever, to be fully
It
honest.
will.
Not enough time, at least. Utrecht gets caught broadside to a Moskva, takes a citadel, and yeah, has to kite away. And they're giving so much ground. Look at where the Svea is. Look at where the Grozovoy is. They are just giving so much ground. The Rhode Island on A
Yes.
side is kind of not doing anything right now.
Yeah, I mean the only ship that's kind of stuck at the moment on TWA side is
Point.
Anlai Tung.
Oh, right, yeah. I mean, he's not even stuck. He's kind of like ready to meet any kind of Rhode Island
Sure.
push. Once the Rhode Island gets like pushed through A, Marseille and Moskva can basically just crossfire it and just wither it down. So at this point, it's really tricky. Salem can't do anything because he's basically stuck against the Kremlin and the St. Vincent. Z52 can't do a lot because there's another DD in the area.
And he doesn't really have the torp power.
Svea being caught again, try to push into a massive crossfire here as well from the Gdansk. He's gonna be basically...
Pair of Moskvas.
Yeah, he's deep into the radar.
John
too.
is smoking up Lukas Utrecht. Looks like they're going to try and make some efforts against probably point. Anlai Tung is taking a couple shots from the Rhode Island.
Nah, I don't like this at
Nothing.
all for Rain. I really don't like this at all because right now they have so much assets basically on the home cap defending it. There's no way they push the home cap.
Snackman is starting to feel the focus though.
He is a Kremlin and he has 80k HP. It will take a long time for them to kill him,
I mean,
really.
like that is true, but like he will. These guys know how to take down Kremlins.
I guess he's not taking that torpedo, which is kind of important.
That is
but,
big.
At the same time, the points are taking.
Yes.
5 minutes to make anything happen. Gdansk does take a bit of heat, however.
Yes,
Sako
Utrecht
one.
bombs on Kaitis.
John the Ruthless also under tremendous pressure down to 8k, 7k HP. Can they back the kill on John?
Yep.
That would actually be the first kill of the game
It's a
so
question.
far.
Can they get? It'll be down to can they get? a
Oh
fire?
my god, the Kabarov just got absolutely massacred. I don't know what happened here. I
That
don't
was
know who
Utrecht
took.
bombs. Utrecht bombs.
There is no way he lost that much HP from a drop.
Yes, he did.
That is ridiculous. Okay, well, that's looking a little bit better in this area, but the Kaba can just hide and heal.
is paying for it.
Yeah, the Svea is indeed paying for that. Down to 10k HP and kiting away. Nothing they can do on the Kremlin. This is ridiculous. He's not taking any torpedoes still. He's avoiding these torpedoes by the skin of his teeth. Maybe he will take one on the stern, but still torpedo belt won't do a lot.
He takes it amidship. He's okay.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes ticking.
Yep.
What can Rain do to basically
Okay, looks like
keep this game
Dasturz is
alive?
making a move as well, and against Kinney maybe.
That is kind of
I mean,
interesting.
Rhode Island does not overmatch Marseille. Marseille
No.
does not overmatch Rhode Island.
But Marseille has more mobility and can really get on that flank.
And
And
has a
again,
reload booster.
he won't be alone because Akin Letung here is ready to just push forward and help on that.
Yes, and I guess even Point could back up and get some shots out.
4 minutes left. They are pouring damage on the Kremlin, I guess.
Yeah, there goes the Utrecht bombs. Like they've got to, like G4 has to push into fairly risky positions.
Okay, more torpedoes. El Snackman might beach in front of these torpedoes. Okay, there is a silver lining. There is a silver lining. El Snackman will take 2 torpedoes from the Z42. Might trigger another flood. Only 1 actually. Down to 3k HP. Sorry, 30k HP. Can they kill the Kremlin in time and open up the sea cap?
More bombs on the way.
Yeah, this is gonna be quite tricky. HE shells coming in from the bungo. Here we go. Marseille is gonna start suffering from the Rhode Island push. He knows where Kinemot is.
Looks like no torps on Salem. This is where it could get interesting. Like
It could, but the time is ticking, and I don't see Rain in position to really do anything. Even if they kill the Kremlin, they still have to put assets into the cap. And there's a Gdansk, Khabarovsk, Moskva, Kassar, St. Vincent. Like, who can they put into sea to get it back? Like, it's not possible. It's a suicide mission, specifically with the HP which the Svea, Grozovoy, or Utrecht has. They just can't put anything into.
Looks like
into
Gdansk,
sea.
Kaba are coming to kill the Z.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit tricky here because the Gdansk might have the radar soon. The Kremlin will go down, but the Gdansk is literally... Is it a 10-kilometer radar? I think it's 10-kilometer radar. Yep. Here goes the Kremlin. That gives them a little bit of time, 1 minute more on that timer.
Yep, 3 minutes 20.
And here goes the radar from
Kaitis
the
is making a move. He's got Shimmer torps to worry about.
Oh, goodness me.
There's a possibility of a bungo salvo in his future if he turns to fully dodge the torps. Looks like he's going to take at least 1 on the nose. Yes. 2 on the nose.
Okay. Anything to answer this? Oh, here goes the bungo salvo.
Yep.
Spotter plane is in the air. They have to get that kill. They have to land that salvo. They do! Okay. That's a huge thing because now they can put assets into sea. They have to put assets into sea right now. The St. Vincent is kind of nudged out of the position too, so he can't really like be present on on sea. They have to try to put someone into sea here because they only have to contest.
Proximity spotting Z52.
Yeah.
Hydro's no good if you're 2 kilometers from the other guy.
Okay.
And the Vincent's only got 1 turret in play if the Z ends up trying to peek out to get shots off. Looks like...
How is it going on the Marseille, Rhode Island? Yeah, Akiya and Letung pushing out, cross-firing the Rhode Island and actually going straight to A. And he's so healthy as well that they're just going to be able to flip A while all the action is going on C. Kinney is suffering, but even if the Marseille goes down, then he'll have to face off a full HP Moskva, and I don't know, man. They're gonna get the A cap in their favor. Maybe Gangbaran can try to reset the Moskva while he's busy shooting at the Rhode Island.
If you're point now, do you go for B, or no? Looks like Vial is heading for the B cap.
You can't go B because the Moskva is still there. You know, like what do you do?
Yeah, exactly. But like, does point in his Moskva go for the cap?
Val is caught by the Utrecht a little bit here.
Yeah, so they're taking C back.
But St. Vincent is gonna have the guns on the Utrecht momentarily. Look at the Vincent. Yeah, he's looking at him right now, and the Utrecht cannot survive.
But is he looking at the Utrecht? Is he looking at the Salem?
I think he's looking at the Utrecht, to be honest. He has to try and get that because it's the assets which are going towards C right now. The dispersion looks kind of poor, so he survives that. And now he's in smoke. 4 minutes left. They are trying to keep this afloat here. And again, the Gdansk has to be
looks
careful.
like Kinney has managed to turn this fight a bit more in his favor against Dastert.
Yeah,
good volley. Can he get a volley off? Can he kill him? Yes, he can.
All right, and Marseille survives actually, which is ridiculous. Meanwhile, St. Vincent in deep trouble.
Yes.
Angelstone will go down eventually, so that's a trade.
And now Cassard's in serious trouble.
Cassard has just used his left side torpedoes here. He has still the right side against the thing. Can Amazing dodge the torpedo? Yeah, he can dodge these torpedoes. He has to.
Is he going to take 1?
These are in the threshold, so if he hits one, it's going to do a lot of damage.
It's a miss.
All right, Cassard goes down. All right, so far so good. A is still being contested, however.
Now Gang, currently Rain take the points. Point has to get into B.
Yeah, this sheep has to go into D as well. He still has to face the Gdansk and the Shimakaze, which is a really terrifying prospect. But he can actually nudge himself around these islands and maybe survive that radar. Meanwhile, Point is going to go into Bravo. They still have so much...
Rain still have their bungo in play, and we've seen that he can take out these Moskvas if given the opportunity.
Indeed, but the cap flip, look at this. Even if they get D and C, they're going to lose A and B at the same time, and there's nothing they can do against this. Malimu in the Svea cannot face like a Moskva. This is looking really bleak here. Still for Rain. The pressure is still so heavy on Rain's side right now. They're gonna get the home caps, but then what? What do they do about the B and A? They have no one there for this.
I mean, like Sheep is taking it. Can they get a decap on him? Are they going to get a decap on
not
Point?
in time.
Okay.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Point gets away with it. Obviously, now they're going to try and just take out the Sphere if they can.
Yeah, but then AP is being loaded by the Khabarovsk, hurting the Svea a lot. Malimu being a light cruiser here, and then even if he smokes, he's still stuck into the Moskva's radar. Bungo Salvo's not doing anything to this.
Not at this angle, not at this range. Yep.
And the Svea is down to 8k HP. I think they will be able to back the Svea. He's still visible, and with a double gunboat DD plus the Moskva, I don't think she can survive this.
Okay.
Yeah,
He's
down to 6.
He's trying to heal.
Nah, there's no way. He goes down momentarily.
He's got a fire going. That's him.
This is looking so badly. Like, that's it. I think Rain cannot come back from this at this point. 1.5 minutes left on the timer with 2 caps ticking, which they can do nothing about. This is game. This is game over. Actually, no, my bad, because... Okay, hold on. Let me rephrase this a little bit.
Yeah.
They have to kill something.
Yes, Point is vulnerable.
Points are tied. Yeah, oh goodness me. This Sheep has to be a little bit careful here. Salem has to try and engage the Kaba maybe. Point is vulnerable, but can they kill a Moskva in 60 seconds?
With the Utrecht bombs and maybe a lucky Bungo
Maybe a
shot?
Bungo salvo as well, yeah. Can the Bungo actually clear this rock? I don't think he can. Oh my goodness, they have to find a kill. They have to find a kill somewhere, and they have to find it now. Gdansk burns a radar, maybe catches John the Ruthless into this. Maybe the Moskva and the Kaba can crossfire John into this. Yeah, here we go. Moskva is actually firing on the Salem instead.
Yep.
Salem suffering a lot from that crossfire.
Yeah, Kaba, yeah.
Bungo salvo on the Moskva does nothing.
Yep.
30 seconds on TWA's favor. It's tied to almost 1 second at this point.
Yep.
If they kill Salem, it's over, and they don't have time to kill the Moskva. Oh my god, this is the tightest game we've seen so far. Utrecht bombs coming in on the...
incoming. Sacco trying to
Moskva.
smoke up Moskva. 10 seconds. The bombs could maybe
I
throw
don't
it in
think
his
so,
favor.
no.
Ooh.
Down to 19
No,
HP,
not
that's
enough.
it. 5 seconds left, and that's gonna be...
Bungo volley. No.
No, that's it.
A draw.
Oh! Excuse me, what? Alright, okay, everybody calm down. This is the first time we've seen TWA and Rain draw in King of the Sea. We got lied on by the timer. The timer was saying that TWA was actually winning this by 1 second, and they drew it. Okay, hold on a
Quick,
second.
consult the rule book.
Yeah, where's the book right here? Okay, let's take a minute to appreciate how close that game was. Alright? The back and forth between the cap, TWA managing to save both Moskva and Marseille, and then basically moving everything forward to recap A and B back while the home push on the Rain side is going on. That's just ridiculous. It's a shame we don't have a replay analysis for this, because if there was one game where we had to get a replay, it was this one.
That was mind-blowing.
All right.
I know I'm new to this, but holy crap, I've never had my heart going so much just watching a game of World of Warships. What on earth, the back and forth. I thought it was like, okay, hey, it's game over. TWA is going to get this. Like,
But no, they draw it,
whatever it is.
actually.
Like, Rain, again, in the beginning, had a strong play, but I saw, like, the Armada coming around over to the, was it decap? For TWA, and it's like, okay, yeah, they're going to get both of those, like, home caps. But then... I'm just trying to, like, the freaking 1 second. I thought it was going to be down to 1 second and then a draw. I didn't know you could draw.
Is it the first time? Is it the first time we see a draw where both teams reach out to 1,000 points? That's what happened.
Yeah.
Both teams got to 1,000 points at the same exact millisecond.
Yeah.
Which
Indeed.
is,
I mean,
I don't
it's
think we've ever
crazy.
seen this in competitive before. Ever.
I've certainly have never seen it in my competitive time, and I've been doing competitive since like 7 years, maybe. So I mean, I'm sure it must have happened in some games that were maybe not on stream, or I'm just misremembering. But this is incredibly rare.
It's just
So what happens now? They replay the same map, correct?
I honestly have no idea.
boss. I don't know. I think that's up to Baz.
We need some help from production to figure out, because this is never like. Do we even have rules for this? Because we never
No,
expect
we
it
do.
to happen.
We
to be
do.
honest.
I mean, 100% there are rules, so we're gonna figure it out.
Yes.
So we're
Everyone
just
else
gonna
can
keep
just have a
playing
moment
according to
to
the
just-
rules.
Consider that this is you have seen history.
Yeah, I'm just so the things that were interesting to me. So I think Reign, again, started in a pretty conservative, safe position from the beginning of the match. Like, I think they had the advantage. Like, they definitely, I think their timer was, I don't know, I think they had like 10 minutes to like 22 for TWA, somewhere around there. The VOD will correct me, I'm sure. But I think TWA just really showed their prowess of understanding, hey, time is a resource. As long as we get into a position that puts us, in a dominating position for the late game, we don't care if we're losing right now. Whereas I feel like Reign is like, hey, we're going to go there, we're going to get that initial lead, because it is super powerful to have those like initial capture points. But just getting everybody in position on that 8 to 10 line to really just have a dominating position over C and D. And then it was like, for a while, like the mid game, I was like, well, I guess we're just getting the 3-0. We have to figure out if there's going to be another match. I was actually talking with Baz in the background. I was like, all right, what are we going to do if this game's over so quick? And then, like, it seemed like Reign just had nothing going on in the center of the map. They couldn't get into to B because it was just the Moskva was there with the radar. And then just somehow, some way, just redirecting all those forces to capture C, then capture D, and then it was really just neck and neck.
Do you think Sacco is kicking himself that he didn't get one extra reset on the Shimmer at A?
Perhaps, but I believe one of the key moments for Reign was damaging the Moskva enough to push her out of the position, the home push Moskva from TWA, and then getting the bongo salvo to
100%.
erase the 20k HP she has. Because if she gets safe behind a rock, she stays there and survive, and then the home push is dead on arrival. But they kill the Moskva, open up this, and then push Utrecht, push Grozovoi, push all the destroyers which were damaged into it, and somehow managed to make it work as well. That's crazy.
In a close game like this, think about it. There is so many decisions that could have led to a different outcome here. It's just completely crazy to me that you end up with 1,000 and 1,000 points each. So yeah, I mean, resets, game-changing salvos, Kremlin getting killed like a couple seconds later. Like, you can just make up so many scenarios. So yeah, insane game. That is what we love to see, honestly. I'm just loving it over here, being a part of this cast, because honestly, it's just super great. Yeah, just you've done a great job already recapping a couple of these things happened. I mean, TWA just really put all cards onto that home cap push, right? They were able to set it up in a really great way. Kremlin stayed alive in that cap for 5-7 minutes minimum. But then, slowly but surely, Reign started to get back into it, right? Some of the kills that definitely needed to happen, mentioning the Moskva kill, did happen. And eventually, what looked like a really great situation for TWA, just sitting inside Reign's home cap, tumbled into a situation where all of a sudden Reign's recapturing home cap and picking up kills left, right, and center.
Yeah, and we didn't have, I mean, there was so much action going on the east side of the map that we didn't really see it. I was making comments on about it earlier because I think it was the Moskva on TWA side that was just incredibly patient, just hanging out in that bottom left corner of the map the entire time, basically doing nothing. But it's just like making the presence, not making the same mistake that I think Reign had made in an earlier match, where just like, hey, action's over here, let's dedicate all the resource. It's just like lying in wait, ready to go into ACAP if they needed to. But ended up having like a little brawl with, I think it was one of the battleships, one of Reign's battleships that went over to the A
Rhode
line.
Island
Like
versus Marseille and XVIII Moskva.
Yeah, and
which
just
barely survived
squeaks
the
by.
engagement with the Rhode Island. I have to ask though, both Moskva from Ake and Litung and Marseille from Kinimod basically staged behind their respective rocks, not really contributing to the whole show, and then bagging the Rhode Island this close.
Yeah.
The Marseille dies, the game is won by Reign, right away. So
100%.
she survived
Yeah,
on like
makes a
2.5, 5k.
Yeah, 1.5.
Yeah, exactly. And then that opens up because the Z42 from Reign is alone. They can just cap both home caps, and that allows them to pull back to a draw somehow while the rest of the action is going on. So this engagement, every single engagement we've seen were crucial to this magic 1000 match.
No, even that too, even more specific from there was the Z42 just ticking and canceling and just doing those little defensive hits on, I forget what was pushed into the ACAP. Yeah, the Moskva. It was just like, yep, I'm going to ding. Okay, we're reset. Ding. Because if they got one tick from that earlier, then the game would have been over.
Yeah,
but he was able to just stick it, and literally he was down to like a sliver of life as well. So the fact that he was able to defend just long enough and then escape, because then he was just out of there because he had 2 ships hunting him. And if he would have died, the game would have been over too. But he was just able to squeak out that little touch of defense to be able to like make the game to a draw. That was pretty wild.
Yeah, also TWA actually had decent control over the B cap up until, really the late game. But somehow didn't really figure out a way of like touching cap. So I think maybe they will be biting themselves a little bit of like not putting the Moskva in there earlier, or just trying to put DDs in there, because I mean, in the end it was about a couple of seconds here and there, and game would have flipped into TWA's favor, right?
I have to give props to the damage dealing potential on Rain's side, because they had to deal with a full HP Kremlin and a St. Vincent, which has a crazy heal as well, and it's pretty tough not to crack, and they managed to kill both. Once the Kremlin dies, the St. Vincent, which was almost full HP, survives another 40 seconds before being destroyed as well, which is like really impressive that with such low HP ships and such a lighter comp on average, they managed to put so much DPS on the table as well against these battleships, basically.
So it's really unfortunate that TWA didn't really have like a counterpart for the Z just sitting there and torping him, because there was no way for TWA to actually gain vision onto that destroyer, because obviously counterpart who was sitting next to him or opposite side of that island was Vincent and Cassard. So Cassard, I mean, hindsight is a great thing, right? But he wasn't really able to contribute to the same amount as the Z, I believe it was 52 on that side, was able to do. So I mean, if they had some way of spotting the Z earlier, then I think we wouldn't be talking about a draw for that matter here, but rather a TWA victory. So maybe Cassard not really the greatest ship there.
I'm just trying to think, how often have we seen just like a replay of the same map at this level? Never happened? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Just getting instructions right now.
Okay, production is saying that we are moving to the next map. So we're not playing again on Land of Fire, because obviously in this competition, the strategy on both teams is burned. So they have to do another strat, because right now they know exactly what each team had in terms of comp, so we can't replay it. We have to move forward to the next one where they don't know what the other team is going to bring, and they don't know what strat they're going to do. So we'll move forward, and if we still have a tie, I guess we'll just go back to another map again. We'll see.
All right.
Well, that's exciting.
100%.
I mean, I'm happy. I get to see
that fourth game,
exactly.
We do, we do,
map.
for sure.
Very cool.
You wanted to see it on the waters, now you're going to see it.
Yep.
The way we got there, slightly different than what we were used to.
Which,
but,
hey, we're here for entertainment. That's
Absolutely.
probably as close as you can do. So well done to both the teams putting a nail biter. I mean, I'll probably never see a game closer than that. So that was really cool.
Indeed.
All right.
I can't wait for the interviews, maybe later on the finals. If any teams takes it away to the finals and win, we definitely have to ask them about that specific map
100%.
and that specific game. We have to keep that question in our head for them, because
we got a lot of teams still in the running.
Yeah, we do.
So
it's true.
Can't make assumptions this early in the game.
I'm not jinxing it.
We just got a whole other day tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Quick reminder to everybody in chat, if you do want to stick around, obviously they have the mystery drop for 90 minutes today, but if you do come back tomorrow, that's how you're going to get the mission for that sweet new Sand and Stone Columbo skin. So it's going to be a mission just for tuning in, watching that final event here tomorrow. It's going to be really exciting to see. But I don't know. I think we're just getting all the logistics set up as the teams are getting ready, set, and ready to rock. It is going to be Northern Waters, so we are going to be splitting up the battleships, cruisers, and destroyers for this one. So we're going to see if we stay true to what you would have suggested, going the double battleships into one line, or if we're going to split it up. So I'm really curious to see how these two teams, because it's been freaking neck and neck so far.
Yeah, I mean, maybe both teams are going to come into ACAP and we're going to have a 4 battleship brawl. Yeah.
Another draw, maybe?
Can you imagine?
It would break the tournament.
Yeah, honestly,
right.
I mean, another draw, and all the great staff in the background will probably just start burning their desks or something.
Go home, basically. Yeah. All right. Well, Land of Fire. Sorry, which map are we going for?
It's Northern
Northern
Waters.
Waters.
But the
Northern
teams are not ready yet at all.
No.
So we have
I
to.
think obviously they're probably just taking a quick moment,
Of course.
taking advantage of the extended break.
We haven't
while-
heard your opinion so far on this crazy game. What was your main moment in there?
I think the moment that led us to where we are was the bungo kill on the Moskva,
I agree. I mean,
because that opened up the TWA's home cap, which gave them the points to lead us to this moment. So I think had he not tried to jump forward, I think they would have been in a better position overall, because he wouldn't have been exposed to the torpedoes that put him in that state. Credit to the Kremlin, though, for surviving as long as he did. Granted, a Z-52 isn't the greatest torpedo threat, but how those islands are arranged, the Z can just sit there and just keep throwing them. But very well played by the Marseille against the Rhode Island.
yeah, it was kind of a 2v1, to be honest. And the Marseille has, honestly, I would say the Marseille has the same firepower as the Rhode Island just because of that main battery booster and the terrifying AP. But yeah, that was such close calls. And I apologize if the camera work wasn't the best, because when there's so much happening on the screen, you're just trying to figure out what goes on where, and also keep a good eye on that for you guys. So we tried our best. I hope it was good enough.
I say I'm keeping an eye on chat, and we're in the future right now. But Don El Marto just wants to say he loves
Am
you.
I?
If you died inside.
Yeah, someone asked if I died inside. I was like, no, I'm fine.
He's just British.
Yes, we're all like this.
Also been some questions in chat on, I know we don't have names over here. I am Sir Snarf. I'm the community manager from the NA team, if you haven't seen me before. I am joined by Blood Legend, who, if you didn't know, TWA might be some insights there. But give you a quick introduction again, who your background is.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in the competitive scene for more than 6 years, definitely. I've been playing in King of the Sea tournaments myself, lots of other competitive events too. So yeah, I'm just here, first of all, for the ride. Second of all, no, just providing you guys the tactical analysis and insights that, yeah, I can bring from my experience being a competitive player for such a long time. And yeah, a bit sad that the replay rendering tool has crashed out on us, but I'm sure we will work on that as hard as possible to get that back as quick as possible.
It just gives us more excuse to really pay close attention and try to remember all the different tactical moves that happen. But it's crazy at this level, like how every little small maneuver, like if that Moskva didn't stick back on the A line or the 1-2 line, like what would have happened in the game?
Indeed.
So it's been really great having you here. So
Thank you.
I'm leaning on your expertise here, because for you guys who don't know, I was a beta player, but I took a good freaking probably 8-year hiatus from World of Warships and just came back about 4 months ago. So I have a lot to learn and catch up from there. So I'm coming in fresh. So being able to see like how much the game has developed and then just like all this tactical plays and meta over the course of the year has been really cool. So been great soaking up the knowledge from all of us here in the room. I really appreciate all of you guys. So I don't know how much
You picked the day
time we
to
need.
come back, actually. You really did pick the day, the tournament, to get back into it.
Seriously, yeah, that ended
Apparently
the
it's-
10-year anniversary too. Just like immediately started into that. It's crazy to see how much has changed. Well, we can take a look at the map, so we can at least show over and talk about maybe some predictions of where we think everybody's going to go. Because you know the individual players who are playing the particular boats. Do you have an idea?
All of them.
Yeah. So who's going to be running our battleships, and what are their
Well, I
play styles?
mean, I would guess that from TWA's side, it's probably going to be a combination, either Silverblade, Snackman, or Angelstone, right? I'm probably leaning towards Snackman and Angelstone playing the battleships on Northern Waters. They usually do like their more pushy ships, although, well, Angelstone is allergic to Kremlin, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I mean, just overall, all of these players from TWA, from Rein, have been in the competitive scene for years and years, right? So the amount of experience that these teams are putting onto the battlefield for us to watch is, I mean, is to be respected, right? So it's it's just a super great opportunity to still have these tournaments here in World of Warships and being able to witness a drawn game from one of the most tough competitors in the scene. So yeah, just super great stuff.
Yeah. What do you say, like, TWA's like strength? Is it more on just the overall communication, or like individual like control of the ship and accuracy and just being able to put that to use? What would you say, like, in your experience, like working with them, like, is what makes you guys set apart and be able to be as dominant as it has been?
I think it's team cohesiveness, right? So these players have been playing with each other for years, right? And they've been very careful of who do we put into the team, do they really fit into the group or not. So that's really one strength, I would say, that puts them apart from other teams. Just the experience playing with each other. Like, there are so many situations where you have to make multiple decisions in quick succession, and if you've been playing with each other for such a long time, most of these decisions, of course, still need to be communicated, but a lot of these players do have a feel for how exactly the other player that he's playing with very closely is going to be, how he's going to decide, right, what to do and what not to do. So this is like a really big strength that like TWA has. Obviously, Rein does have it as well, right? They've been at the scene for an equal amount of time, I should say. And yeah.
Okay. And then speaking of the Rein, because again, I'm kind of catching up all over here, what can you tell me about their background? And obviously they're pretty darn good at the game to get to this stage. Do you any highlights, or are they new on the scene, or have they been around?
No, they've been around for a long time. So they've also won multiple King of the Sea tournaments in the past. They've been clashing with TWA for however long I can remember, right? Since the existence of these two teams, so to say. And no, they've got some really great individual players that can be the that can turn around games super quickly. I mean, you mentioned the damage output potential, right? I think it was you, Robin, who mentioned it. It's just a thing that they do really well. Whenever they do focus on a target, call it out, you've got some players in there, they will just not miss their shots. I mean, just pointing out the Moskva again, right? Moskva turns in towards the torpedoes in the last game, and then the battleship is able to still make the prediction correctly just before he vanishes behind the island, kills the Moskva. So stuff like this, where it really just matters to get that one shot right, that one opportunity. They're super great at that.
And who have they been playing? I mean, I wish we could go back and see the full roster right now. Actually, I'm kind of curious too to see how the rest of the teams have been performing on the tournament, because unfortunately I wish we could be watching all the games simultaneously, but we only have our 2 sets of eyeballs. So
I can give you some insights.
Yeah,
so far.
please.
So far in the tournament, Rein has won 3-0 against Virtus, and then, well, moved on to so far TWA versus Rein, which we are watching right now, at least for the quarterfinals. We don't have any data on before, but today they went 3-0 against the number 3 N18.
Okay.
Basically.
Yeah.
Same as TWA, actually. They went 3-0 against number 2 Asia, and just that's why they meet Rein today, right now.
Right.
So both teams were on a 3-0
path, that makes sense.
basically run,
Yep.
and now they are suddenly in a bit of a pickle, I would
We
say.
found the speed bump.
Oh yeah, indeed.
How is the other bracket going? Since we've not really spoken about them.
I cannot really talk about this because the documentation isn't made by me, but what do you want to know exactly?
The results, I guess, for people who are curious.
All right, the other brackets, this basically?
Yeah.
All right, so we had number 3 Asia GC losing 3-1 against Thro, which is number 8 EU. We had both Chinese team number 3 and number 8 QTDD versus CL. CL won 3-1 as well. We saw the last game of TSYMQ versus Orchis, which is TSYMQ is number 2 China versus Orchis number 7 UU, and TSYMQ won 3-2. So kind of a marathon of a of a best of 5 here. And then we had TVAT, which is China number 1, lost against Aris, which is Asia number 4, and they lost 3-0. So a bit of a bummer for TWWA here, being knocked out of the tournament versus Asia number 4. And so far we have 2 other matches ongoing. So Throw versus CL, number 8 EU versus number 8 China. We don't have the results, the final results so far as well. And then we have TSYMQ, which won against Ortus, currently fighting Aris, which is number 4, Asia. All right. And then we have it on the screen right now. So,
looks like teams are just readying for the interesting game.
oh yeah.
We'll say it's kind of tough. I mean, I do love the idea that you're always going to have a pretty similar matchup, and I think that's probably why we're not seeing like these huge swings with the pseudo Swiss. But it's gotta kind of suck for TWA and Rein right now just to be like, well, we're probably 2 of the best competitors in competition, and we're going to get knocked out.
Well,
by
let's
one of each
remember
other,
that,
in this
like Rein is still
similar-
on the
yeah.
back foot. Rein cannot lose right now.
Yeah.
They cannot lose any game, otherwise they're kicked out. It's still 2-0.
Right.
All right, even though there was a draw, which was an impressive one, Rein still has to pull this trick out of their hat and still win 2 games to then go into the 6th one, technically speaking, if they want to win this.
Yeah.
So technically speaking, they have to win 3 games in a row. That's a tough ask against TWA, you know, it's a really tough ask.
It is.
So
100%.
it would be a miracle in my opinion. I still believe TWA will win this because they are in such an advantageous position. It would be a miracle if Reigns pulls it out. But hey, I have faith in a way, you know.
We'll see. Well, I think we did just get word that the teams are ready. So after that unorthodox finish to the 3rd game, we do get to see that mythical 4th match on Northern Waters. So let's jump into the action. Let's see how the teams are going to navigate this little new spin on where the spawns are going to be on. So let's jump into Northern Waters, ladies and gentlemen.
In the southern Arctic Ocean lies an archipelago of Caledonian granite, frigid and forbearing. These frozen rocks and sparse fauna will shortly become unwilling witnesses to the rigors of naval combat. This is Northern Waters. Northern Waters is a 42 by 42 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the left, the B cap is in the center, with caps C and D on the right. In this new configuration, spawns of ships are based on what class they are. Battleships spawn above Cap A, cruisers spawn above Cap B, and destroyers spawn above the home caps C and D. This aims to provide teams with new and specialized tactics for each flank, with unique deployment ideas. Cap A on the left is larger than in previous iterations, now having a small island providing cover for any ship that wishes to contest it. Cap B was moved to the right to be harder to directly contest, with the small islands inside offering minimal cover. The home caps, C and D, are surrounded by a fair number of small islands, allowing destroyers to set up for ambush-style hit-and-run tactics more comfortably. Support from cruisers spawning in the middle of the map is critical for success on both sides. How will teams divide their forces for the most optimal strategy? 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Northern Waters.
Hello, and we are into the 4th game where each class spawns together, and we've got some very interesting picks from both teams, with Reign bringing out Conqueror Preußen versus Ohio Incomparable.
Incomparable, I think, is the first time. I mean, it's the first time we see it today. Not the first time we see either Reign or TWA use it. I remember one cut when Reign got one of the most craziest incomparable plays, basically death striking 3 ships back to back.
Yes.
Against TWA, actually. Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be very interesting because it looks like kiting Preußen versus pushing Incom?
I think Preußen has such a terrible concealment. He has no choice but to go behind that rock because he kind of wants to get to this island in A. I think if he goes short, he basically gets focused to death by everything stage here. So it's not a kiting one, he's just taking it easy. pacing himself and not wasting his ship at the beginning of the game by long-range fire.
Yeah, so
That's what's going on here, which is
Yes.
interesting because the Conqueror is dipping out. They're gonna leave a poison here, basically to try to surprise a push.
well, it is an absolute brick of a ship.
It is, yeah.
So I can understand why you might want to use it as a sort of delaying ship. Like obviously we've got Somers versus Haru on the DC. We've got Gdansk versus Gdansk actually at
Yep.
B, with Moskva and Worcester for TWA in support, and a Marseille, Utrecht, Moskva for Reign.
We have a really funny deployment here. Reign is actually sending both destroyers towards A and dipping the battleships out of it. At least the Conqueror going back towards B, and the
Yes.
Poison staying on that C2 spot
Is
here.
Viles Haru in any
Viles?
risk of those torps? Doesn't look
No,
like it.
he's good. He's clear off of them.
Yes.
Good prediction though. On I think it was
Yeah.
the Summers torpedoes.
Mm.
Lulu.
And also we've got and the Gdansk torpedoes don't have the range to really threaten John and Amazing at all.
Comes the Conqueror salvo on the Ohio. Ohio will start to burn because oh my god, it's like
Double fire.
enjoy your 15,000. That was 20k right there, straight at the bat on
Looks
the
like
Ohio.
Yang is going to go for the A cap. I'm very intrigued that TWA have not contested A at all yet.
Well, they have a Moskva in here.
Well, more to the point, they're reversing an incom into it.
They are. But the Moskva is kind of in this weird position where he's not covering the full extent of A. Can they put another fire on Silverblade maybe to get the damage ticking? He's still spotted by the Summers for a little bit more. Incoming Moskva salvos. No fires on that one. But yeah, they're reversing the Incomparable in there. He is dark because of the crazy concealment of this British battlecruiser, and the Wei Yang doesn't really have an angle for these torpedoes, so it appears TWA will get a
Reverse
rather
capping
easily.
in an incom. I never thought I'd see the likes of it in this tournament.
I assume that's why they took this. Oh my god, Poison landing a 25k salvo on Silverblade here. Ohio really suffering at this point and taking a lot of damage, which is fine. Ohio is made for this. It can heal a bunch of this. But I believe this was a Citadel, so that heal ain't going to perform as much. Lots of assets, however, on TWA's side around A. They have the Moskva, of course, the Prince Van Oranje, and the Harugumo. So yeah, they got A and they're going to hold on to it right now, for
Point's
sure.
in a bit of trouble, though. He's got a Marseille on his broadside, and that tickled.
You mean the who? How
Point's Moskva, the Marseille at sea, just took him for at least a Citadel.
Oh my goodness, and Sako also in the Moskva, taking a big hit from a long range. What was even that? I think the Poison might have landed this as well.
Poison or Conk.
Yeah, the Conqueror doesn't have an angle on
right
Sako.
now, Reign are looking pretty good.
Yeah, they don't have the cap advantage anymore, so the points are going to start ticking. Silverblade still under some long-range fire from the Moskva here. It goes the spotter plane, some answering fire on Reign's Moskva here to try and get some HP off of him. Interesting so far. Maybe this ship will make an attempt on... Okay, how is this ship spotted? My god, what? What happened there? I think Sako's Moskva just spotted the Wei Yang, and I think Wei Yang ate all 6 shells from the Incomparable.
Well,
I think he just ate all 6.
Point is also down to 10,000 health.
Oh my god, yeah, that's...
He's getting caught out by the radar and
not
the,
ideal
and the
right now.
bombs from the Marseille, so I think we're going to lose Point here.
We might. Yeah, incoming Marseille AP on the broadside here, down to 9k HP. The Gdansk, of course, adding the firepower to it. Prediction are going to come on the screen right now. Still in favor of TWA, which is understandable. They do have 2-0 right now on Reign. So, yeah, can they back the Moskva kill in time is the question.
Moskva has 2 fires burning. He's also healing, so he's not actually taking... Okay, there's the
Has
heal
to
is
be
over.
careful about the torpedoes. He's accelerating into the
He's dead.
torpedoes. He's gone. He's dead.
He's gone
yep.
to fires, all the torps, whichever gets him first, it's the torps.
All right, first kill goes into Reign. Really good job on this. They don't have the cap advantage, but they have a kill now. I have to admit, this ship in the Wei Yang took a lot of damage, but he's fine. He's kind of safe. And the Moskvas from TWA actually suffering fairly heavily here.
Yes.
Utrecht's bomb putting the pressure on Sako still. And yeah, the damage trading so far has been in favor of Reign. Now it's just a matter of if they can actually get this cap back into their control.
Looks like Marcel is going for the B cap. It's just torpedoes everywhere.
It is a little bit, yeah. The Summers from Marcelo is indeed going to park into B. he might have to contend with the Moskva's radar and Lulu Summer. Remember, there's an Utrecht from John the Ruthless in the smoke here with good angles on the Summers.
But if Lulu wants to contest Marcel, he's got a Harrow and a Gdansk to contend with.
He doesn't have to use his guns at all. He can just wait. The question is, does Amazing from the Rain here has the radar on the Summers?
I don't think so currently. I think he's already been... oh, there it
Oh,
goes.
there he goes, being popped. That was a nice bait, actually. Marcelo baited that radar fairly efficiently. Just poked the cap and dipped instantly. So good job on this. Lulu, please don't take a taupe.
And he'll be out of range.
Lulu, please don't take a taupe.
Or do,
Lulu, please don't take a taupe. Lulu, please didn't take a taupe. Okay, good. That would have been a bit tricky, to be honest. All right. Yue Yang contesting the A cap, briefly spotted instantly, of course, by the Moskva's radar on TWWA. He has to run away not to get damaged too much.
Yes. So currently, TWA do still have the win.
They have,
with the time, but it is a very close
good dodge
situation.
On the it is. I think Preußen has to try to make a play here and just try to contest the incomparable, but at the same time, Ohio, Prince Van Oranje, Moskva, there's just too much firepower.
He's got too many guns to run to make that run.
Indeed. So he's kind of stuck where he is right now.
Lulu is attempting to cap.
He's actually doing it just fine. There's nothing which can contest it.
Except the
torpedoes.
Torps,
oh, goodness, please. Lulu just puck a factor 100 again. Yep. Under blind fire from the Harugumo, but I think he's just fine.
Yeah, no, the resets were not there.
Gdansk burning the radar, but I don't think he's in range. Is he in range? He's barely in range,
He's got just enough.
Get the cap! No, it's getting resetted.
There's the reset.
Again, he can live through it because the Gdansk radar is really short, and the Gdansk takes a lot of damage in return in this engagement. Down to 15k HP as well. Lulu might be able to get that cap now kind of for free, which is a good thing because they need these cap advantages.
Still going through, forcing John and Deepest out. Ooh,
oh, that's a good
Citadel
torpedo.
That was a torpedo, sorry. I thought it was a Citadel.
Oh,
on
the Ohio?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
On
that's
John, so he is... I mean, the Kong isn't looking too good, and obviously now Lulu's moved deeper into the cap because...
Meanwhile, so Lulu will get the cap, I think it's safe to say. Meanwhile, the Yue Yang...
wait, no, the blind fire it's...
Resetting?
I don't think he got the reset, but it was close.
Okay, Erstackman in the Incomparable taking 2 Yue Yang torpedoes, down to 34k HP. That's actually really good for Rain as well.
Yes.
The HP trade is in their favor still, and now they have the cap stabilized.
Okay. At this moment, even with Rain taking B, TWA still have the points lead.
For another 5 minutes and 39 seconds, indeed.
They are definitely down on sort of options.
Yeah, they really can't make any plays on A because of the amount of ships that TWA has. I think the best bet is to try and get into the D cap somehow. Gdansk running away for his life, then on 10k
I think this
HP.
is more just a case that they just need to whittle down these destroyers.
They have to try if they can see them, of course. All right, we're going to see maybe a stage being done by Rain. They're going to have to start thinking, okay, we stabilized the cap, but we're still not in the lead. We have to make something happen here on the home cap. And I think they might start to use the Marseille here. They might start to use the Harugumo. They know the Gdansk is low. TWA in the summers is smoking up Worcester to try and stave off any potential pushes. It's a bit of an early smoke maybe, but perhaps they are expecting
Summers has good duration.
Yeah. Maybe they are expecting the home push to happen a bit earlier than it is.
Looks like we've got Summers of Lulu. He's actually going for the A cap, maybe.
Going against the Moskva is kind of tricky.
So like maybe check the distance for Sheep to Sako's position. He is just on the edge of the radar. I don't think he's going to get into it, but he's now just going to threaten Snackman and Kitus between Lulu and
indeed,
and Sheep's Torps.
The number one ship in trouble here would be Lulu. I don't think he's going to go through the channel because it would be suicide, but he's going to stay here to try and maybe get some nasty cross torpedo drops on this Incomparable and Prince. This ship gets spotted. Proxy. Oh my god, that's bad. That's really bad. Proxy spot, I assume, or maybe hydro spot from the Prince Van Oranje down to 5k HP. However,
but the Preußen gets a good volley in return.
And he has torpedoes to contend with. Are the bombs going to do anything on the Yue Yang? I don't think so.
I think he's dodged them. Yeah, he's safe.
Yeah, he's safe.
And
these
the
are really slow going.
Okay, he's okay from the Torps.
He's fine from the top. However, the Utrecht has range on these airstrikes as well.
So you might see Snackman try and pop his stern out.
Yep.
to get some shots. But now, obviously, Lulu's torps, his first volley, are in the water.
Yeah, they're gonna be kind of caught in this corner for a long time. Still, the caps are bleeding in their favor, so they just have to sit and survive.
Yes.
For another 3.5 minutes.
Easier said than done.
I know, but Rain has to start doing some things here. They really have to do something about this. Rain is rotating Gang Barang here.
Yeah, Lulu has
Lulu
been
being
spotted.
caught by probably the Moskva's
Yep.
smoke and hydro or radar. He is gonna have to survive the wrath of a Harugumo, and that's not good. Down to 6k HP. Gdansk is trying to help on the
Silverblade
Moskva.
is down low. He's down to 14k.
That's really dangerous for Lulu here. He has to try to conserve as much HP, not use his DCP too much, and run away from this. Conqueror salvo, however, on the Harugumo could be a bit of a problem.
It could hurt.
It does, yeah. These shells don't mess around, yeah. That's a bit of damage.
Like Lulu is firing in support after the conch shoots.
Torpedoes don't connect from either Lulu.
Lulu is on fire.
Oh no.
That is, I believe, a permafire.
I think he can survive on 3k HP. He can survive a permafire because, again, it's only 3%, 0.3%.
But there will
of your
not
HP.
be much of him left afterwards.
No, he's good. He DCP'd it, so he will survive for a bit
On the other
longer.
flank, Kinney, Lucar, nothing really going on.
No, not really.
Gang has moved up in his Gdansk to engage Sako's Moskva. Sako cannot reverse because Preußen is pushing.
But look at Rain, this ship finally getting into A here. Even though he's only on 5k HP, they know that the radar from the Moskva is gone. Utrecht's bomb has set a double fire on the Moskva, which is burning actually. He just DCP'd it just in time. The Gdansk is going to try to get that kill done. Harugumo coming in, Vilex with the smoke. Can the Gdansk set a permafire? Can the Gdansk set a permafire? Do we have more bomb from the Utrecht on the way?
Possible, but like obviously now, like it's the smoke. Now the smoke's in. There's a fire.
He's burning! No, he's not.
It's down. It's down. It's gone. Like, can he back up
Down to
without
2k
getting
HP.
spotted?
Oh my
That
god.
Moskva's. It's gonna be close.
It's going to be close. One permafire could have sealed the deal here.
Preußen volley is in the air. 2 turrets. He's only got to get like an overpen.
Oh my
he
god.
misses.
Yeah.
This-
But now the Preußen is pushing in. Now the
Yep.
Preußen managed to get that respite to get into A. They really have to get ships into A right now.
Yep.
Because the points are ticking. However, TWA is having kind of a push here with Sommers,
They are
Worcester and Gdansk.
They are kind of stuck in this position now.
They definitely are. More bombs kind of coming in on Prince Van Oranje. They have to start landing this damage. Down to 14k for the Prince. 1.5 minutes on the counter for a TWA win. Rain has to get the... Preußen, please get into the cap. Daster, please get into the cap. Why is Daster not getting into A?
I don't know. I'm also somewhat curious of what Marcel's plan is over on C.
Why is Daster not getting into A or to at least contest? He has so much HP. Okay, I think they want to back the Prince Van Oranje kill. I think they're just going for kills instead, which is controversial because with 60 seconds left, they have to make it happen. Here goes 1 salvo,
Missed.
2 salvo missed, down to, oh my god, this is not good. This really is not good.
I think that they're seeing if they can kill the Oranje without having to risk, because the Incom has torpedoes.
They do get the kill, sure,
Yep.
but at the same time, now what? You know, like that saved them about 2 minutes.
That is enough, though. That has flipped the points.
And the Conqueror gets in the cap. All right,
Yes.
the deepest dungeon in the Conqueror
Yeah.
finds a nice gap to basically corner El Snackman. I think El Snackman is in deep trouble right now.
Yes, and Kinney is stuck nose in against a Worcester. Maybe Marcel. It looks like Marcel's going for the torque rush against Lucar.
Probably yes. He
There
kind of has to make it happen.
There is 15 seconds on this clock.
Oh my god, we're going to see a Rain win in 10 seconds. They are actually pulling it back, which is ridiculous.
Yes.
Can the Summers make that kill in time? I don't think it can. 6 seconds left, 5, 4, and that's going to be a win for Rain. Well done! Oh my god! That is such a good play on Rain's side. The A cap was kind of a hot zone for the entire game, wasn't it? And they managed to put the assets into the home cap push, or the B push, sorry, and A at the same time.
Like taking point out like they did completely blew open the middle of the map. They could take that cap, they could free up a bunch of ships to go to each flank as they were required. Getting that kill on the central Moskva was absolutely devastating. And also the Ohio just
Well, the Moskva survived on TWA, but she could have
the central one that died.
Oh, the central one,
Yes,
my bad.
and
yeah.
obviously TWA's Ohio just being beaten into long-range support fairly early on
Oh yeah.
did not put them in good stead.
Really crazy good game here,
Oh,
and
draw.
well done on Rain for at the last mid to end game actually placing the assets like the Preußen into action. having saved so much HP on both the Conqueror and the Poison, and making A work out in their favor. All right, gentlemen, take it away.
Talk about another close match. Like, I think that, I mean, if the Prussian had died there at the end, then I think TWA would have had it. But like, just squeezing out the kill and like securing the win for Rein was, again, a ballsy move. I think the more conservative play, just like as you were saying, like just go into the cap and just try to either stop the timer. I think that was the main thing for TWA, which is ticking away. And I think that Yu Yang was doing an amazing job just stalling it out and just like getting that advantage, clawing it back up until the point it was like, yep, Rein's going to win if that happens. But instead they did the ballsy move and just went in there and they're like, yeah, we're just going to destroy a ship and like kind of close it out, which was pretty exciting to see. What did you think of like the initial? I think we actually might have a render here in just a second that we can see. But the initial lineup of how the battleships went, the destroyers, the cruisers, is that kind of what you expected to see?
I mean, I didn't know what to expect, honestly. It's just you have to be ready for some, just ingenuity, honestly, right? And we obviously were questioning, like, why would they bring an Incomparable? Why would they bring a Poison? I mean, Incomparable is super quick, has the Hydro, has torpedoes, right? So also super good concealment, so it can get to that island pretty quickly. That is in the A cap, right? And Poison, just great guns, can overmatch most of the cruisers, right? Can overmatch 30 millimeters, which is an important threshold. And at the later stages, we saw the Poison push up, use the Hydro effectively in order to spot those two ships behind the island. So overall, just two good battleships to use on that side of the map.
Yeah. Speaking of the battleships, I was watching chat and there were quite a few questions about like why those battleships were chosen. So I think we had the Incomparable, we had the Prussian. What other battleships were chosen on both sides?
Yeah, I mean, we had the Ohio and the Conqueror, right? And we actually saw that the Conqueror was a very specific pick from Rein because they predicted very well that TWA would put the Moskva at the bottom side of the C cap, if I'm not mistaken, or B cap. Yeah, B cap. And that got chunked down significantly at the start, right? So southern side Moskva spot on that cap is always a bit more tricky compared to the northern side because you don't really have a lot of island to hide behind. It's a lot more shallow when you compare it to the northern side of the B cap. So yeah, they read the situation well. The smoke wasn't enough from TWA to kind of save that Moskva at the south of B cap. And that is what ticked off this whole situation where all of a sudden Rein had way more freedom at the center of the map, just being able to get DDs into positions that are then threatening the other Moskva's position from Sakiko, right? He had to be saved by another DD getting smoked up, got killed in the end, I believe. And it's just the first kill again being really important. TWA relying on that Moskva a lot as the center piece of their strategy, just providing a lot of information and crossfire, and getting rid of that super early in the game is quite important.
I think we're going to be able to see it in real time here in just a second as we got the replay feature working again, which is awesome.
All right, perfect.
But yeah, I was curious to see like TWA at the end there trying to push up into that sea, but just having a couple of ships by Rein there was really kind of locking it out from remembrance.
All right, yeah, let's look at it again. Great to have the feature back here. So just starting off,
so where do we see the splits? What was the layout that we're kind of seeing right here?
Yeah, so Preußen setting up in a more defensive way, Incomparable at the moment as well here, but already looking towards getting into that A cap. We've got fairly standard approaches towards home cap, just getting sure to grab those caps and get that points ticking quite quickly. We see here in the south, the Moskva is already getting smoked by the Harugumo, so they know that this spot is like pretty precarious, I shall say. But obviously, if we just let it run a bit further, we see that there's going to be bombs incoming, right, by the Utrecht, knowing roughly where this Moskva is going to be positioned, because obviously these teams are super experienced, right? So yes, there's a smoke screen. Technically, you can't see the Moskva, but these players know the rough position where the Moskva is going to be sitting. And yeah, we can already see
a couple
bombs coming away,
Yeah.
second smoke is coming up, and actually that's the reason why he was so low. We see him on, like, let's say 2/3 of its HP right now, and there's a huge shell coming from, or a huge salvo coming in from the Marseille here, chunking him down to
Using
almost like
the reload too.
10%. Yeah, exactly. So he must have been spotted just like at the very edge of the smoke screen for, let's say, like 2 or 3 seconds longer than he wanted to. And the Marseille got like a huge salvo in, which was one of the main contributing factors as to why he got killed so early.
Yeah, I remember seeing that when that Moskva went down. It was like, oh god, I don't know if they're going to be able to pull it back after that.
Yeah, exactly. So after the Moskva got killed, we are in a situation where, I mean, TWWA still tried to go for the B cap, but I mean, it's a 3 versus 5,
army
right?
there.
Like,
Yeah.
as much as you want to get that cap, and obviously you kind of have to try, because if you get away with it, that's just points in the back for you, at least for a couple of minutes, right? But yeah, it's almost impossible for TWWA to get the cap. They realize it super quickly. We've got the double radar situation, both DDs reversing into the B cap here. They do well in just holding off the cap flip for as long as they can, but in the end, Gdansk also bleeds a lot of HP for the attempt of one last reset, but yeah, not really being able to do anything about that cap flip. That was eventually just going to happen.
Yeah, and it was, honestly, I was commending it. It looks like the Haragumo is being now, but it was just kind of like how conservative the Haragumo and the Marseille were, like, sticking over on this C cap. A lot of the action was happening on A and B, but they kind of maybe learned the lesson from that first match, where it's just like, no, we should stay over here, stay conservative on C, don't let an opening happen where you can get wrapped around and encapsulated.
Yep.
Even though obviously a lot of stuff from TWWA is tied up on the C cap, but we did see as soon as that Moskva went down, the score timer really started to get pretty darn close to each other. So it's just amazing, like, you get that one little chip in the armor, and it really kind of tips the tide of battle.
Yeah, indeed. And it's really Rein who have more opportunities to kind of react to the situation. TWWA has a lot of ships stuck in front of the A cap. At the same time, though, Rein has decent abilities to always be annoying, let's just say. These two ships here being somewhat stuck behind the rock. We're right about that moment where the PVO tries to surprise the Yu Yang. But it's still not enough, right? The Yu Yang still gets away. They rotate the Somers over from the center, put more pressure onto this Moskva, get torpedo angles over here in this location. So all of a sudden, this spot just gets more and more painful.
I mean, you have this line of sight, you have this line of sight, you have this line of sight potentially, and now you're trying to get in here with it. Just like you could make almost like a line of torpedoes coming from a cross angle here. That's like, this is really spooky. I would not want to be on that vessel as I see the ships coming in.
Yeah, indeed. So this Ohio also bleeding a lot of HP, right? Really having to run super far back onto the eye line here. Now that the Ohio has gotten pushed away, the Moskva is the next target. They do well in trying to at least push the Somers away, so this torpedo crossfire from here doesn't exist for too long. But again, if we just take a look at the map, right, you can see that, Moskva's getting chunked down, Rein's getting ready to push more ships towards the A side, getting just making sure to get these kills or just simply contest the A cap, so TWWA won't gain so many points from that anymore. On the other side, there's some desperate moves happening, right? TWWA knows in the situation, they know the situation is pretty desperate, right? So they just have to make something happen.
But can you? Like, you can't. You have Hydro up here, and you just got two boats that you just can't really push into that.
And
at
they're
least not
also
with this.
not
You
very
need-
healthy, right?
You need some of the support from over here, but it's like these guys have been locked down the entire time. But even right now, like at this stage of the game, which is looking pretty dire straits, it's still, it looks like almost 100 points lead by TWA. But reality is this Yu Yang is denying all of the points that you're getting out of this A just by like being sneaky and holding onto this little edge as much as possible. These guys can't really punish on it as much as they'd like to.
Indeed.
And that really just starts chipping away the difference. And then this is where Prussians kind of starting to see blood. It's just like, okay, if we get one of these kills, it's going to be game over just because there's not a lot of life left in the game.
Yeah, I mean,
it's pretty crazy to see.
If you remember, I was basically telling you, let's say 5 to 6 minutes before the game ended, right?
Yeah.
This is going to be a Rein victory, very likely.
Yeah.
Just because you can just see it on the map itself. These two guys are stuck. This guy here, the Moskva, is like is about to die. Needs a last second like smoke screen from the Harugumo to somehow save his life. This push here isn't really the greatest. I mean, he was trying to get the torp rush off, but he was also still at half HP. If the Marseille saves the reload booster, you're potentially not even getting all your torps off. So it's just not a good place to be in. So yeah, good on Rein for actually getting that Moskva kill.
Yeah.
Good on the Marseille of just hitting that probably around 30k
probably
salvo.
Best use of a reload booster that I've seen in recent memory, for sure. But yeah, let's pull it here, and then if we do have extra time before the next match, we might actually be able to take a peek at that really close nail biter for those who missed the draw match. I'm excited to go back in time and take a look at that.
100%.
See, but yeah, damn good on Rein for keeping their composure, especially after I'm sure adrenaline was pumping on both ends for the draw, and then having to come back, and they're still on the line. Like if they had lost this match, they'd be out of it, but they're really holding on and trying to give us maybe even, dare I say, 6 matches. I don't know if it's possible. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how much this draw just put a spanner into the works, right? Like it's so unconventional to have this happen in competitive play that, yeah, I mean, TWWA kind of looked a bit shell-shocked, right? They didn't really have any great ideas of what to do with those 4 ships left over on the west side of the map there. And yeah, but it's competitive play, it's high stakes, so they better get a grip now, or otherwise Rein will sweep the series.
Yeah. Well, let's see if we can get a thumbs up from the production crew. If we can go back in time, if we have a little extra time, we can see that draw match happen in real time and see kind of maybe where somebody could have squeaked something out. But let's start it off and see where everybody decided to go real quick. All right, so getting the 2 Moskvas right in the center, kind of locking down B right off the bat, it looks like here. So what do you see? What do your L5s see, Legolas, on this opening scene?
Oh, well, I believe we don't have the replay render for you guys up just yet, but maybe we'll get it very shortly. Yeah.
Never mind, pardon me.
Don't worry.
Jumping the gun a little bit.
But yeah, I mean, we said it already, fairly standard approaches to the Land of Fire map from both teams, right? But then again, it's a kind of a slow burner anyways, right? TWWA set up in a very defensive way on the west side of the map. East side, they just push very heavily, right? So, yeah.
I think we're going to be pulling up here in just a second. I think we have magic has happened. Wonderful.
Oh, perfect.
All right. I think we might have to reload that.
Yeah.
Bear with us a second. I want to make sure we can go and share this with all of you guys.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Okay, so we will just reset this real quick so everyone can catch up on whatever the action was. So just starting from the start, obviously, like I said, fairly standard approaches here. Moskva, just the Iron Curtain on the B cap. We saw the heavy pushes, right, from TWWA, kind of trying to grab a hold of that C cap super quickly. And yeah, early on, Rein trying to secure this A cap. TWWA really just being okay with it, right? They're saying, okay, we are not going to play this side of the map. We are fully focusing on home cap push. And this is what they do, and this is what they did very well. Yeah. So just continuing, because Initially, there were no super interesting things happening, right? Apart from TWA just grabbing lots and lots of space. Z42 kind of struggling a little bit versus the double Moscow Iron Curtain, and also the Gdansk just also being a supporting ship in order to deal damage to the Z42, provide another set of radar. So there was really no way Rain could have grabbed the B cap at the start of the game, and that was the whole plan, right?
I didn't realize the Z42 was that low from this early into the game. I thought it was like way late when they were kind of fighting out way on this line, which is going to develop. That's crazy that he was able to survive that long.
Yeah, and also interesting to point out here, just Kinemod sitting on H1, just sipping away on some tea, right? Just waiting until somebody calls him to maybe put a move on. Right?
I thought it was a Moskva. Okay.
And yeah, no, he's just there and lingering and trying to catch a good timing of when to actually go into battle and maybe coming around like this, right? Which we did see in the end. Yep. Just letting it run a little bit further. Now, we had this situation where Svea kind of got stuck a little bit in front of the Moskvas, because now he's spotted, right, this Moskva radar, the Svea, just having to duck and dive as much as he can, but yeah, he managed to do that successfully, getting out of the situation here.
Yeah,
and
bad.
Now let me just point you towards this situation, right? Z42 just sitting here, flinging torps. Yes, he's spotted at the moment, but we have a Cassard and a St. Vincent sitting on one side of the island, and the Z42, sorry.
I think it's 52.
52?
Yep.
Apologies. A lot of numbers. He's just completely uncontested. As long as he smokes up, right, or is not within proxy range, that the Cassard nor the Vincent are going to get spotting information on the Z52. So he was just completely uncontested, just throwing torps, shooting his guns whenever he got the smoke back, and just slowly but surely whittling down that Kremlin.
Yep.
So just letting it run a bit further.
I think there was like one in the belt that the Kremlin took there. Didn't really hurt too much. God, he is so brave though, just like coming around the island knowing that there is like
indeed
3 ships or 2 ships sitting right there for you.
And this is a situation where TWA decided, okay, let's fully rotate those two DDs in order to get rid of that Z52 and save our Kremlin, right? And this is where me personally, I would have maybe thought, hey, okay, we have this B cap, we have an incredibly strong setup right now with the Gdansk, Moskva, right? We could potentially try and get that cap back because you have such a good control over the B cap here, right? Yep. So you want to make use of that, but they did decide for trying to save the Kremlin.
So would that have been like a rotation this way?
Yeah, possible. I mean, if the Gdansk still has the radar up combined with the smoke, you could then just go ahead, press the radar button with the Moskva or the Gdansk, just with any of these radar ships, push the DD away, and therefore create space for you yourself to just get the cap. Because as we're seeing it right now on the map, like, who would have contested that, right? Instead, they do actually say, hey, we want to help our Kremlin out because he's just sitting there having to contest with the Z52 over on the 10 line. And that rotation comes a bit too late, right? They do rotate, but it doesn't really do it too much. The Kremlin died, the Z52 just ducks away into cover, and all of a sudden, this rotation didn't really make a whole lot of sense, right?
And seeing these guys too. So, I mean, even at this point, just before this, if we go back a second, you could see how the score was really still, even just a little bit more before that, like 1 or 2 ticks. It was definitely still in TWA's favor.
Yes.
And then these guys were kind of balled up here. It looked like there was a really strong push coming on the 9 flank. But getting, I think, that kill really just made it so that the Rain could come back in here and establish dominance on the C and the D line.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, if we just let it run a little bit further, actually, let's not just miss that very important.
Do you want to see the scrap going on over here too?
Yeah, I mean that as well. I mean Marseille is just hiding from the Rhode Island right now. Moskva's coming over. Both of these 2 players are going to be communicating about, okay, when do I push out? When do you have my back? Right, stuff like this. Yep. But here in the center, we see the torpedoes already coming in from this side, And at the same time, the Bungo already predicts exactly where the Moskva is going to turn towards. Like, he's going to make a slight turn to the left.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just really awesome shot by this Bungo here from A10 towards the center of the map, just deleting that Moskva, which was a very influential play of the match. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, sorry, getting drawn into this. I know this has been a really cool draw, but we are still live in the competition.
Absolutely.
So don't get tied too much into it. So I think we are ready for the, what, is this the 5th match technically? Yeah, this is the 5th match,
yeah,
but it's,
indeed.
yeah, so I mean, it could be up for grabs, or we could go to the 6th match. We'll see. But the teams are ready. We are going to be going into loop. So I don't know. Do we need to run through the predictions one more time, or do we just want to jump straight into the battle? All right, let's just jump straight to it. Let's get into loop, and let's find out who's going to come out on top.
Along the Portuguese coast lies a crossing of sea lanes critical to the survival of opposing fleets. Surrounded by towers of crimson sedimentary rock and the expanse of the blue Atlantic, these two fleets will soon engage in trial by combat, where only one team can claim victory. This is Loop. Loop is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A and B caps are on the left, C is in the center, and D is on the right. In this configuration, Loop now has 2 capture points on the west side of the map that can be seen as teams' home caps. Teams will now have to weigh whether it's worth deploying more ships west to try and capture the enemy home cap, or merely defend and attempt to break through. Elsewhere in the center of the map, Capture Point C has been greatly reduced in size. It will be far more challenging for destroyers to comfortably capture this point without sufficient support from teammates and nearby radar cruisers. On the eastern side of the map, Capture Point D was moved further east. Destroyers wishing to capture this point will no longer find the safety of the island in the middle of the cap, and instead must face the threat of enemy radar or even hydro from nearby islands. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Loop.
And welcome back, everyone. TWWA versus Rein. Take 5 on Loop. Yeah, in terms of lineup, let's get straight to the point. TWWA is bringing they really like the Moskvas, don't they, right? Bungo, Ohio, Salem, Moskva, Marseille, Gearing, Daring, Gdansk. Daring's making its appearance with the nice tube-by-tube torpedo and the legendary upgrades increasing that damage. Yep. And we see Rein bringing a Rhode Island, Kremlin, double Moskva as well. So they're also opting for the more heavy, long-range radar, lots of HP super cruisers. Utrecht still, Summers, 4 destroyers versus 3 on Rein's side. So let's see what happens.
Yes, looks like both teams are. Looks like both teams are actually doing a bit of a mirror, where Rein is going heavily to the decap, whereas TWA seem to be going more heavily sort of AC.
Yeah, we only have Summers and Moskva, Luca and Lulu here. Basically, 2 team on the home cap, so we definitely see Rein having a strategy which doesn't rely on any home cap push. Well, as you said, TWA actually has kind of the other way around. They're splitting their forces relatively evenly, maybe for more of a control over the map rather than a definite push somewhere. But yeah, that big Rein push on CD here is going to be quite interesting.
Yes, and it looks like forward onto Dawn might be going, maybe attempt an early C cap, when most of the enemy ships are going much wider, so won't have that effective return fire.
That would be a
But
really
also
scary
he might
prospect.
run full on into this ship.
This
So
ship has to be careful, yeah, because the Gdansk is in radar range right now. He has to be careful not to commit too much to this island, otherwise he'll be kind of stuck under a lot of firepower. No radars being burned right now, and it seems Rein will get the early cap here. I'm not sure why Daring isn't getting into A, neither is Moskva. Maybe they just want the Marseille to cap
it like a little safe, just in case.
Yeah, of course.
Like he wants to be able to make a run forward if required.
Not to catch some crazy cross-map
No.
fires from the battleships here. So yeah, early cap goes to Rein. And yeah, the setup on TWA here. Moskva on this side, another Moskva on this island here for the home push. Salem and Ohio actually going onto 910 line with the Gdansk spotting for them. Torpedoes, of course, being traded should both be safe, but the Z42 Gato here might be able to contest this Gdansk positioning quite well with this hydroacoustic by just staying safe behind
Oh,
this
for
rock
sure.
right
Like
now.
he won't cap, but he'll keep Sacco out of the cap.
Oh yeah, or maybe just far enough away so that the other Gdansk can just walk into it without
Yeah.
having to be scared of radar. Alright, here goes the radar being burned and Gdansk gets spotted. Z42 has to save as much HP as possible, so just dip into the island, don't trade too much, which is a really good thing. Let the other Gdansk trade,
There
and
goes
oh
the
my god, Sacco just under a world of pain. Gang barang, pressuring, having to be careful not to take too much damage in return, but look at this. That was like 20,000 damage just poured
Almost about
in
that, yeah.
20 seconds.
Yep.
This is really, really bad.
But Vile is pulling point all the way forward to that middle island between A and C. Sorry, A and D, sorry. So it looks like we might see an attempt to just push Lulu and Lucar just off the D cap.
Probably, yeah, but their job is to basically stall. That they don't have the numerical advantage at all. So all they have to do is basically have Summer scout, keep away from the Moskva's radar if possible, and let both Moskvas basically trade blows. But in this situation, the kiting cruiser always has the advantage.
For sure.
And they are both into a kiting position. However, the Marseille from TWWA could turn that engagement into a loss on Lucas' side
I mean,
here.
like, looks like the Utrecht and Kremlin are at least positioned that they can intervene in a B push if needed.
Indeed.
But Bungo volley at John looks like it was
Kind
unspotted.
of a blind in a way, yes. Both daring sort of traded blows here. This ship lost a little bit of HP. Forward until dawn didn't. And he's actually now reversing into the C cap. Does the Moskva has radar? I think she already burned it. I think Amazing already burned
Yes,
it.
I
No,
think
never
that-
mind.
Oh, there it goes. But I don't think there's much in the way that can fire, because if John opens up,
This ship
Anlai
can.
will have his side.
This ship can. We're gonna have predictions on the screen right now. Let's see what's going on here. I would assume. Oh my God, we have came a long way, gentlemen. It's getting closer for range. 41% versus 59% for TWA. Still the advantage, of course, for TWA because, well, they can lose a game still. They have that luxury, I would say. Rain does not. Some fire being poured on forward, not really that much damage dealt, but at least C is contested for now.
Z42 is on its way over to C to potentially help. Sacco took a little bit more damage in another engagement. He's down to 8,500. Snackman again. Kinian is Salem.
Not the ideal position
No.
for them, but as you said, like they are kind of like I'm not sure what their attempt is on the D side of things because the Gdansk is so low.
Lulu has smoked up John, so now John can intervene in any fight at D. The Kremlin has redeployed, so he's now there.
And remember, Rain has the cap advantage right now. They have 2 caps ticking, and TWA has to make a move. As you said, they made a really good job rotating the Summers and the Utrecht to prevent a home cap push, which they didn't have that much assets in the beginning. Kremlin at long range as well.
Forward and Sheep, but Sheep has help and forward
yep.
doesn't.
Sheep has to be careful not to lose too much HP on this engagement. It is a daring, it has a heal.
Yep.
Gato
Looks like-
here in the Z42 has to be careful not to eat torpedoes. Really has to be careful not to eat these torps.
And Anlai is also. Oh.
That's gonna be a dodge. He should be
Yes.
just fine and dandy.
Mhm.
Now he has to be careful because if Akia and Litung has a radar, Gato cannot contest that daring.
There's the radar.
Here goes the radar. So now Gato is in trouble. He has to try to get some cover before he loses too much HP. Because daring DPM is terrifying.
Yes.
Having a little bit of a oh, here we go. Sorry about that. We're having a bit of a connection issue here. Gato losing a bunch of HP, but he's able to get to cover in time.
I mean, the daring took him for about half of his
Oh,
health
God, yeah.
in about 4 volleys.
These
so
engagements are terrifying. But Rain is actually going to bag a 3rd cap, and that's going to be really, really
yes,
pressured.
I think it's time for Vile to take a brave pill.
Yeah, Vile X here in the gearing is going to have to put himself into B, but it's going to be met by Utrecht. It's going to be met by Summers, Kremlin, and of course Moskva's radar, which clearly covers the entirety of the cap.
But he will have a Moskva's radar on his side as well.
I
and
know.
And a Marseillan support.
But the goal is to get a cap, not to trade HP. So, like right now, they can't really
But
get
right
that
now they
cap.
have to.
They have to.
They have to make these moves.
They also have a
Torps
Gdansk.
on point are
Which
not
which
on
side?
point. Left side. He's okay.
All right, he's good. Rein bagging the C cap, of course. We do have a 10-line stage here with the Gdansk being low HP, but look at Gangbarang. Gangbarang just waiting for that Gdansk. He has APF, he knows there's something on that 10 line, and he assumes it's going to be a train. Salem is spotted, engaging the Rhode Island, which is quite an interesting 1v1.
Bungo volley at the Moskva of Amazing. Nope, Island takes it.
Alright, so the gearing actually does get into the B cap, and the Moskva now burns the radar. Yep. Okay, 6 seconds until he's spotted. We're going to have a lot of firepower being poured here. Moskva, Luca, creeping forward to get the angles. He has to reset now. He has to reset now.
Shells in the air, Utrecht shells in the air.
They have to
Sommers
reset the cap.
is not firing. First volley misses.
Goes the reset just in time. Alright. That's tricky. However, once that Moskva radar goes down, it doesn't matter because Lulu can just reverse and block the cap as well. It's just a matter of if Points is going to burn his own radar as well and get Lulu out of here. Utrecht in a bit of a trouble here, taking some damage. The Bungo can actually make short work of John the Ruthless if he's not careful.
Yep, and Kaitis is going on an adventure all the way around. Looks like he's taking the longest possible route.
He is, yeah. It is a Marseille, however, so it's fast enough. I think John is still spotted.
I mean, Kinney ain't doing too good. He's kind of been stuck out there. Snackman also suffering a bit. Possibility of Anleitung moving into C to at least sort of staunch the points bleed.
I think TWWA is trying to move around L Snackman here to get into the decap, but look at the Congo line torpedoes from the Daring here. I think they're late. I don't think they'll make it because they are too slow, and Ohio can just dip behind the island before this. Oh, he's actually turning into them. This Ohio could eat some damage if he's not careful. I think he might eat that last one. I don't think he has the turning circle to get it.
No, I think he's okay. He's okay. Is he? No.
He's taking one. He's taking a
all on the nose.
And that's that's the DCP on cooldown right now.
And looks like they're trying to open up on Amazing's Moskva, but not a lot of damage going out. Forward onto Dawn, suffering more in that grade. Yeah, Anleitung has moved into the C cap.
All right, here we go. We have the
TWWA
Moskva
now flipping 2 caps.
Yep. That's actually really good for them because they need the points. They need the points hardcore. However, Lulu is going to reverse into B, but here comes the Moskva's radar waiting for the cap to be contested. And now it's going to be healthy Sommers versus half HP gearing.
Is there
Sommers
a torp?
Barely takes it.
And it's enough that it means he can't stop the cap.
And then they get the cap advantage right now with the Moskva securing C at the same time.
Yep.
Okay, so the tables have turned somehow in TWWA's favor, and now Rein has to get the advantage
and
back.
Snackman is making a move. Yep. Snackman is now contesting D.
Blocking all the points for Rein, actually. And look at the Rhode Island. He's under so much pressure right now. He's going to have a Salem on his rear, the Ohio as well. Ohio's basically going to face tank the cap. This is a little bit tricky for Rein. They do have the point advantage still, but that advantage is going to bleed really quickly with 3 caps.
This could go, depending on how good the Ohio's volleys are, like maybe the Bungo can also get into play, because it looks like Angel is also engaging Amazing's Moskva.
Yeah.
He's kind of stuck between both battleships.
Rein has to put Kremlin somewhere. They have to start making use of Dastard, which is literally full HP. Yeah. They have to put him into B, into D. They do have the luxury of the time. They still have 5 minutes to make something happen.
Yes.
But they have to act now.
Yeah,
Lulu taking a lot of risks right now.
Yeah, and Snackman couldn't stay in the cap forever. Obviously, he was under a lot of fire.
Oh, this is really dangerous here. Sommers is going to have to maneuver once he spots the gearing. Do not take torpedoes, Lulu. I beg of you. Do not take these torpedoes, because otherwise... Oh, no, he's taking them. I believe Lulu... I mean, we do have a bit of a bug here. What is going on?
Close.
That is the weirdest connection issues. Sorry about that. Bit of a pucker factor again. Radars being burned on Vilex. Gearing is now spotted by the Moskva's radar. They are capturing B. I believe TWWA's points radar is still on cooldown. At least I really hope so for Lulu here. Can they back the kill on Vilex? They have the Kremlin. They have the Moskva. The Utrecht is actually landing the bombs on the Moskva, but Lulu is spotted, or is it blind fire? I think it's blind fire.
Blind fire at the moment.
Can they get the kill on the gearing? Because that would be really good. It's only blind fires at this point. Rein bagging the cap again, just in time. A lot of damage being poured on points as well.
There's points radar. He's not
Too
going to
late.
get the decap, but he can force Lulu out. Vile can get back in.
And now the question is, can Lulu survive this engagement? Bongo
Also,
salvo, maybe?
Das Rhode Island is suffering from the sustained concentrated fire of the destroyers.
Here comes the bongo salvo.
Salem is going for the decap.
Oh yeah, the Rhode Island really, really low here. With the Salem actually going into D again.
Oh, but Sheep's daring torps.
I think
Can
I think
stop in
oh my
time?
god, I think it's safe. I think it's fine. These torpedoes are. Oh my god, yeah, he clips the rock at the last second.
Points, Mossberg
Wait,
goes down.
he takes 3.
He takes 3, but they're all on the nose.
It's a Salem, however.
Yeah.
Point goes down, so that gives points back to Rain, even though they are still bleeding points from the cap disadvantage. Salem is on DCP and under Moskva's fire. El Snackman still in the cap, still using that crazy Ohio HP and heal to basically just contest the point as much as possible. Can they kill Kinemod? They really have to try and kill Kinemod. He's dark, but still burning from a perma fire.
He is taken again.
Pushing forward for some reason. Moskva still having some shots on him. I think they're gonna kill Kinemod.
I think they are as well. There's 3 torps.
And there's a Kremlin salvo coming in from across the map, which is gonna finish him right here. No.
No.
Kill the Salem.
He stopped ticking.
He stopped ticking. There's one more Moskva salvo in the air.
47.
And
it's a fire.
47 HP! Oh my god! El Snackman with the Ohio erasing Rain's
still another volley
amazing.
in the air.
Do they trade on
They
the
do
on the
trade.
Salem? They do trade on the Salem.
Yes.
Wow! What a shot from the Ohio across the other side. Just basically not death striking the Moskva, but almost
Yeah.
doing it. And now the Kremlin is gonna have to basically face Akia
Kaitis
and
is-
Li Tong here.
Yeah, Kaitis is having to fall back. Vile and Lulu still desperately fighting over the B cap.
That is crazy.
Right
We-
now, Rain take it.
Rain still takes it, yes. But look at Kremlin here. Kremlin just pushing in. It's going to have to force the Moskva out of his position. Gato has to be a little bit careful. Gato is in real trouble. If the Moskva radars, Gato dies.
Yeah, Rain have also managed to push TWA off the B cap. 2 torps on Angel Stone.
This is awfully risky for Gato here. He has to make that left turn and just avoid that daring wrath, because if they go into a fight, maybe... oh god, no, I think the Moskva has radar. Gato, I think, is trying to get into a torpedo rush on the Moskva, but I don't think he knows that the daring's right there. Here comes the Hydro.
I think Forward's trying to rush the Kremlin.
Here we go. Daring is actually spotted. He's gonna smoke up and kill Gato fairly easily here with this DPM. Maybe Gato gets the torpedoes off on the Moskva before he dies. Can he get the torps off? He has to fire them now. Here they go. 2 sets.
Both sets, both sets.
Both sets are out, so Akia is gonna be in a bit of trouble here. 4 minutes on the timer for Rain to back that win. Kremlin took a lot of damage here.
Yep.
These torpedoes don't look that great. I think he might eat 2 of them. That won't be enough to kill him.
No, it's a question of, okay, Dasta has to maneuver, he has to angle against the Bungo.
Yeah,
They-
Daster's
yeah.
taking a lot of damage here, of
Yeah,
course.
they are giving up any fight at B because they need to kill that Kremlin, they need to kill the Rhode Island.
Rhode Island under tremendous pressure as well on 12k
Gangrang
HP.
working over Snackman's Ohio.
Yeah, he knows he has to back that killer because that Ohio has so much points. Even the daring, even this
Angel
ship.
Stone's Bungo is also not doing too good.
No, not really. Kremlin still into the C cap. He just left it, so the points are gonna tick back towards TWA.
It is still the advantage of Rain, but this sheep is caught between Daring Gdansk.
Oh no, that's actually really bad because the Gdansk has the radar range on this. I believe Daring goes down here. That's a bit of a mistake, unfortunately, because they really need to keep their ships afloat.
Yeah, 100 health, 600, 400. He
I
goes
think
down.
they get him. And El Slackman
That-
is actually safe. He's actually safe behind a rock.
Yeah, that then flips the points.
That flips the points towards TWA again. And the Kremlin is not into C anymore.
Yep.
Vilex on 3k HP is maybe going to be able to torp the Kremlin out. They have a weird positioning here where the Moskva is chasing. Marseille from TWA is stuck. There's 3 minutes to make something happen on Rain's side again.
Do you send your 2 DDs and the Moskva to D to kill off the Rhode Island?
I think they have to kill the Marseille. Rain has to kill the
Rain has
Marseille,
to
and
kill
they're
the
sending the
Marseille.
Utrecht here because the
Yeah.
Marseille does not. Oh, never mind. He has the angle on the back turret. We see the bombs dropping. The Utrecht having crazy good firepower, doing really good damage on the Marseille here.
Yep,
The
but-
Kremlin even comes in
Yep.
and face tank Christie down to 12k HP. Down to 5k HP. Bombs coming in.
Yep.
That's gonna flip the points back in Rain's favor if they get that kill. They do,
There's
and
the
it's
volley, but is it enough?
Oh, they
It's a
trade
trade.
drone! Oh my god! Okay, Moskva doesn't have the
Torps
radar.
on Kremlin, only one. He's low.
Okay, Rain has to put assets into caps quick, because
Yes.
the points are going to tick in TWA's favor. I mean, they have the cap stabilized, but they have to get a kill.
Yeah, Sommers is running for C. They don't have anything to stop him.
And the Rhode Island, both Elsnackman and the Rhode Island are just...
Angel won't last. Angel's not going to last long in a fight.
Yeah, I think TWA is going to find a way to actually get Deepest Dungeon out of here, because they're pushing the Moskva, they're pushing the Daring, the Gdansk.
Yeah.
They do have the other Gdansk, however. Gangbarang still in the fight, might be able to trade against the Daring.
It looks like maybe Sacco is going back to hold.
Angel still in the bungle,
Yeah.
really low here, facing the Kremlin. Can Rain actually back that Kremlin kill? I think they have to.
Radar from Rhode
Luca
Island.
is coming in against the bungo.
Yep, radar from Rhode. So Gdansk is spotted. He is under fire.
Can they get the kill in time? 7k,
1 minute 40.
8k. The bungo is healing. Angel still in 1000 HP, still healing. The Moskva from Luca will finish this off. How is it going on the A side, on the D side of things?
It's getting interesting.
Gdansk, Gangbarang's Gdansk actually holding on strong against this. And now they see Deepest Dungeon, so they're gonna have to kill the Rhode Island really fast. The bungo goes down. Can they get the kill on the Rhode Island to compensate? Because right now it's 1 minute and 45 seconds for Rain. Rhode Island goes
Gdansk
down.
torps. 120, 2 torps.
Oh my god! Akia Anitum takes 2 torpedoes as well.
He's okay. He's alive. He's alive. Gdansk going for Sommers.
Few permafires actually might finish the job here if Gangbarang managed to get the kills. We have Ohio, Snackman pushing in back towards Delta. Gangbarang in real trouble. But look, Rain actually pulling themselves into A here. The Gremlin still surviving
Yep.
these gearing torpedoes. He might take one on the bow again. I hope he has DCP ready because that's gonna hurt. Yeah, down to 12k HP here,
He's
but
healing.
the points are blocked. This is an extremely close battle here.
And
We
he
have
needs to
Som
get-
versus Gdansk. Sommers engage the Gdansk. Lulu versus Sacco here. If Lulu dies, it's gonna be really bad. I think Lulu goes down.
Is burning out as well.
Lulu goes down.
Yep.
1k HP. Can the Rain Lucas Moskva Salvo finish off the Gdansk here at this range?
Angleton goes down.
Oh my
Sacco is
God.
alive. Forward under Dawn has to just run at Gang and hope for the best.
Yeah, that radar's gonna be back fairly soon because it's a really quick thing.
Snackman smells blood in the water. He's got 8k, but Gang's fired his torps. But
And he's gonna be visible now. I think he's gonna. No,
Yep,
he just
he's
he
just
just smoked up.
He wants.
And oh, it's
Yo.
Team Alpha.
Looks like we had a bit of a desync with the timer. Oh,
Game time over.
Oh.
So, hold on, who won?
TWWA
Oh my God.
it went to point time. So was looking at the points and everything going. I wasn't looking at the screen.
I forgot about the
clock.
time.
Good heavens!
I am so sorry.
Everything happened at once.
Apologies about that. We forgot that he was only 20 minutes, and they're there. That is quite unfortunate because Rain maintained themselves in the fight
That
for
was
so long.
brilliant. Best game I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was a really good game right there. Lots of back and forth and tradings around the caps right now.
For sure, for sure.
Okay. Well, that was one of the most interesting best of 5 we've seen in any King of the Seas ever. Let's put it that way. And as messy as it was, I hope that we try to cover it as best as possible. And it's a real shame that Rain drops out because they did some fantastic job on the last 3 games, I would say. And the timer kind of worked against them in this one.
Holy cow.
How are you?
I mean, I think we were saying, I don't know how many times we were like, okay, they got this. No, they got this. No, they got this. No, they got
Yeah.
this. It was crazy to see just like the back and forth and the ultimately being able to get, is the game timer was still going? That was just wild to me. I don't know. I'm the new guy in the chair, so just seeing how freaking neck and neck these two teams, I completely understand when you say it's been like the grudge match
Yeah, it's,
last however many years.
The El Clasico of World of Warships, so to say.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think of going back. I think hopefully we'll have a render here shortly so we can see it in real time. But ultimately, that means that TWA is moving forward, and Rain is that's going to be the end of the road for this year's COTS. But wow, oh wow, did they give us a fantastic show? I have to just say, like, it wasn't that was not a swing by any stretch of the imagination. Even
Not
though
at
they're
all.
on the back foot, like since the first 2 games, they really came to like give every ounce of their hearts and try to give as good of a show as possible. So that was hats off to them. That was some amazing sportsmanship right there.
100%. I mean, just talking from my own experience, having been in this scene for so goddamn long, I can tell you that this was really one of the most special series that I've watched as well. Especially with the whole draw situation. I mean, everything just, nobody knew exactly, okay, how's this gonna end? Okay, what are we gonna do now? So all of a sudden, after the draw, we see Rein coming back super strong. TWA somehow lost their footing. The Northern Waters game was really a decisive win for Rein. They never really looked out of control. Then now we go into this loop, and we see them clash off again. It could have gone either way at the beginning, right? It didn't really look super clear as to how exactly this is gonna go. TWA just pushing on the western side. I mean, home cap pushes are always super treacherous. Rein pulling that Utrecht back again. Moskva supporting really well against the cap grab attempt from TWA. So it was just completely crazy. Then having the game time run out and TWA being basically ahead on points. Now think about how important that was for TWA that they didn't lose that Gdansk in that last attempt from the Moskva to kill the Gdansk after the engagement that they both had in the center. So that would have completely flipped the scale again. But that didn't happen. Game time run out, and that put this whole crazy situation to an end.
There was, I feel like, at least 3 ships at the same time, just like, it could go either way. There was just these brawls happening that if one of them died, it would just swing it in the other favor and just be enough, and it was just all happening simultaneously. So it would be cool to see in this render, which we just came through the wires. So let's take a peek at what it looked like in real time. And I'm really interested to see, because I think Rein really kind of got pushed into a corner, and then they busted out, and then they got pushed back, and it was just, really cool to see.
Yeah, so we can start off again. Standard deployment from both of the teams here to start. Actually, I want to point out that the TWA side did decide to not go for the ACAP with the DD. Instead, they had a plan of just getting that Moskva here into this position, kind of already setting up the home cap push, because once you are able to push the Moskva one island up the chain, then you're gonna
coming this way already.
Only left with like one more hop. And this you can really only achieve with smoke screens, because battleship crossfire from here is always a very dangerous thing that you have to worry about.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, even at this stage, because I know they're eventually going to line up kind of like in this little hole here.
Yeah.
And you could already see the pressure coming this direction that makes that happen, and then also the pressure coming this way to kind of fold Rein into that corner.
Indeed. So if we just play along a little bit more, we see this very nice engagement. It was a good setup by Rein, doubling up on the Gdansk of TWA side here, really just chipping him down to what was around like 1/3 of his HP, and really just crippling his HP so much that the options of what plays you're able to make just get smaller and smaller and smaller, right? So great start from Rein, just contesting decap here. Yeah, center, it's just a standard, hey, okay, I'm gonna get into the cap, Moskva radars, we're gonna reset. But Daring tries to get the cap, Moskva's gonna radar, go for the reset. It's just, both teams trying to fight for the cap, but not really being able to do so, just because of the amount of control both of the teams deployed in the center.
It seems like 2 really strong anchor points. It's just, as we've seen as these games have been going on, it's just like you get that Moskva behind an island, and it's just kind of like that whole ring around it is not really a go zone. Just by having those set up there.
Exactly, but pointing out exactly on the opposite side, it's the same kind of circle that the
so this is like
provides,
a standoff
right?
here, but you definitely have the advantage on this push.
Indeed. So just riding along a little bit further, we see that Rein did get the Delta capture point here. TWA not really in a great position to immediately contest it. And knowing that the game will probably now be about who grabs C-Cap first, Rein does this smart rotation from the Z42 in the hopes of just putting some more pressure onto C-Cap and grabbing it that way. So letting it run along a little bit further.
Moskva stuck way back here.
Yeah. I mean, this Moskva spot is actually, I mean, good that you mentioned it. It's a great spot because later on we will see that he was the one constantly providing the radar range. Like the radar range is right around here, I shall say, right? So he dips forward a tiny bit, and then he's in radar range of the B cap, being able to immediately shoot the DD who's contesting the capture point. So here we see the clash initially. Z42 gets into this really nice cubby, which basically means that he is able to flip the cap for Rain, right?
Yeah. Which is brave when you know there's a Moskva right there, but it must have been on cooldown.
Exactly. So if we're in this situation here right now, this is why I was referring to, hey, maybe Rain is going to win this, right, when we were both watching. Because it's not really a great situation, because the Rain has the Utrecht, who can bomb this Moskva stationary position, right? Moskva is in place to radar contesting DDs, and they do also have a Somers there for flinging torps, but also recontesting with just putting the Somers onto the cap itself. So, and C cap is really, really hard to recapture, right? So this is why I said, okay, hey, look, 3 caps versus 1 in this kind of situation where Rain is set up very well defensively on all of these 3 caps. That's not a great situation to be in for TWA side.
Oh, obviously. But it's going to see the pressure come back in from TWA, and they're really forcing everybody back into this corner, which is like, oh, wow, now what's Rain going to be able to do? They're going to have to be put on the back foot, and we'll see what happens.
Exactly. Like, a really important move that I want to point out now is the one move from Anlai. He is now putting himself into the C cap here, actually grabbing it back from Rain. So we talked about how hard it is to actually capture this point and then not doing it with a D, but rather just pulling the Moskva back into the cap, and Rain not really being able to deal with the situation since nobody really had a firing angle. That's huge for TWA, like really huge.
Yeah, and it's fun seeing like literally the edge of the radar being opened up, and maybe the Ohio is going to be able to take advantage of that. The Daring's going to be able to take advantage of that, and see if that Moskva is punished just because of that inch of range on the radar.
Exactly. So we just let it run a little bit further. TWA does get the B cap here. It's just some radar timings combined with the contesting DDs that allowed for this cap to be grabbed by TWA. But it obviously didn't hold for too long. In the meantime, let's put our attention towards the D side of things, right? TWA realizing the situation that they are in. I mean, just look at the points. We're 700 to 500, right? So it's about time something happened, and it did happen. The Moskva got into the B cap here, and the Ohio was also stepping onto the D cap in order to just put some pressure onto the Rhode Island. He didn't really capture it, but it was enough to create some pressure, right? Yeah, just letting it run a little further.
Taking some damage there.
Taking some damage. I mean, they still have a lot of ships, Daring, Moskva, Gdansk, who are able to chip down that Ohio, so you couldn't really stay in the capture zone for too long.
Yeah, which then thank God for Rain keeps him in it, because forcing him out, if he was stayed in there, it would have been really all 4 points, and that would have been.
Yeah, over here, B side of things, again, Lulu being super brave, just diving into the cap again, probably knowing that Moskva was off cooldown, or on cooldown, sorry, with his radar, so that he's able to actually just go back, capture it, or at least contest it, because they're realizing, okay, frick, like, this Moskva is now sitting inside the C cap, points are going to be ticking for TWA again, so we cannot give up on the fight for our own home cap anymore.
Yeah, I think this is when we're going to start seeing like all of those just dogfights happen across the map, as everyone's just basically getting close to the point. It's like, hey, we need to find an opening.
So here also great positioning by Kinimot, getting all the way around here, being able to put himself into a position where they now can freely contest the cap at least, right? Ohio previously in this position, you're much more vulnerable, lots more firing angles upon you, but in this position, you can sit in the cap and be hidden. Unless, of course, there's a conga line coming towards you, and you eat 3 torpedoes, which did happen. Fortunately enough, saturation, which is a mechanic in the game, where the more you hit like one spot, the less damage you will take. So this took effect here, and therefore these 3 torpedoes didn't deal nearly as much damage as they normally would. So letting it run a little bit further.
Yeah, I think I hit the nose.
Hitting the nose here, also pointing out now the Moskva does go down, and that means that all of a sudden Rein has fighting chances over the B side again, because remember, Moskvas, especially radar cruisers close to rocks, as long as they're alive, they are able to provide a lot of area control. But now that it's gone, all of a sudden TWA finds themselves in a situation where they have to pull away from their home cap again and give up the advance or the fight over the B cap. So just letting it run a bit further, they do manage to get that kill onto Kinemod, which was crucial. Otherwise, he would have been able to sit in that contesting spot for a little bit longer. And now finally, Kremlin enters the game.
I know.
And he was at full HP. So like huge potential here for the Kremlin to just decide the game for Rein here.
It's spooky though, because I mean, you basically have your 2 sides facing into it if they need to. Basically getting sandwiched between both of those healthy forces is spooky.
And this is also really smart rotation. Knowing what was probably coming, that this is a stalemate, that someone is seeking to break, right? And obviously, these two are spotting each other, like the Moskva has currently Hydra running. Moskva is proxy spotted by the Kremlin. So they know that there's going to be a second player that will enter this fight over the C cap. Predicting this, sending the daring over, and this resulted in the kill of the Z-42.
Yeah.
He didn't actually land enough torps on the Moskva, so therefore Kremlin still had this problem to deal with, that, well, there's still a Moskva in the cap, so I can't really decide this capture point for my team here.
Yeah, and it was interesting, even just before that, when you were mentioning the destroyer coming over, just the fact that the Kremlin was sitting in here, and then I think the Somners was actually in the captured B point. That was just making all the difference of being able to take over, because they're no longer they control the point, but they're not getting points out of it. And I think Rein had the difference, and it was just smart being able to hold those positions even without capturing it.
Yep. So as we continue to watch further and further, actually let me rewind a little bit. Now this happens, right? So Daring, Gdansk now come back towards DCAP, looking for anything that they can get, and they do find the Daring.
Yeah.
Which, fortunate enough, the Gdansk still had radar. I mean, we're super far down in terms of timing in the match, so sometimes these radars have already been burned through.
Sure.
But Gdansk still has a radar left, and they do actually back the kill, which is like hugely important for TWA, because if they would not have gotten that kill on the Daring, it's game over. Considering how the game went.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, they're winning right now, so this really kind of gives them a fighting chance. But look at their healths. I mean, everything is just running so for their lives. Low. Everybody's just on fumes.
Yeah, exactly. So just looking at this situation here, super critical that they do get this kill. But in the meantime, Kütis here in the Marseille combined with the Bongo do a great job of actually trading out the kill. Yep. So yet another situation where it was hugely important that they actually do get the trade kill here. Yep. So that does come in. In the meantime, Rhode Island finds himself just hiding for his life
Stuck.
here.
Yeah.
TWA realizing, okay, so there's only one thing that we can do. Try to back the kills on D side while just running for our lives on the A side, hoping that it will be enough. We can already see up top, game timer is at 2 minutes.
And they need 3.
Exactly. So now pushing further and further, they do back that Rhode Island kill. Anlai did take 2 torpedoes, if I'm not mistaken, but manages to stay alive. Rein does actually get that kill on the 1 line. So so many things happen at once here, which could all flip both of the teams into a winning or losing situation.
So here, just take a second to analyze. Like, if who dies here, the game is basically over. So I see the Kremlin and the Goering. The Goering dies, the game's over. If the Kremlin dies, the game's over.
So this Kremlin needs to touch the cap, right? Because if both caps are ticking continuously for TWA, obviously with the point situation as it is right now, TWA would win the game. So this Kremlin needs to take the risk to actually step onto the cap, even though the gearing is going to torp him. He just has to predict where the torps are going to be coming from and just hope to survive, right? In the meantime, TWA knows that they won't gain any more points now from A cap, so Rein will start having more points gain than their own, so they know they need to still keep pushing, keep trying to kill this Gdansk, and possibly also step onto D-cap. So they can't just stop and be like, well, we're ahead, right? No, they still have to push for an advantage here, which they do. So
He still survives.
Yeah, and obviously...
But this, we missed one skirmish here. This is another
going
big
back,
one that's going on.
This was incredibly important, right? Because if this is a trade kill, then all of a sudden we find ourselves in a point situation where... yes, I mean, both of the points would have basically gone down, again, because of the kills that happened. So it would have been even more chances for Rein to gain more and more points, right? So this situation here, where the Gdansk is able to trade away this kill here, bagging it, and then surviving the Moskva salvo, was like the one thing that basically sealed the deal for them.
Yeah.
If the Moskva salvo would have hit, then again this would have probably meant Kremlin got the cap, or this gearing has to just open up on the Kremlin, which puts himself at risk of getting killed, which TWA definitely doesn't want.
I'm pretty sure the crew of the Moskva is drinking the water to keep it afloat down here.
Yeah, I mean,
and the Ohio as well.
Him surviving on like a sliver of HP, Ohio surviving like. Oh, the Moskva dies.
Oh, okay, I was about to say.
True. Yeah, okay, so, pardon me.
Even worse if both Moskva and Gdansk go down.
Exactly, Moskva died, so that was even more important that this salvo right here didn't hit, and Sakikyo was able to dodge, and yeah, the game ended.
Yeah, I remember watching that salvo happen. It was just like, oh my lord, and it was just by like millimeters too that HE shell didn't land.
Yeah, exceptional series, exceptional games. Honestly, I had so much fun analyzing, watching. So
this is just the first of all the first day. We get the finals coming up tomorrow. So like, oh, I can't wait to see who they're up against next. I can't say I envy whoever team has to go against TWA, but hats off to Rein for really giving it to him and like trying to claw back from the brink and just almost give us 6 games, which I was not expecting to be able to say from this tournament. So with that said, we are approaching the end of day 1 of the COTS International broadcast from here in the European studio. I do want to give a quick rundown for what we're expecting for the rest of the weekend. Again, we do have a full day of festivities starting again at the same time at 12:30 p.m. I believe is the start time from CET. Mm-hmm. So make sure you tune in there. We are going to be going over the Columbo, which I'll show here in just a second, how you can earn that. But let's take a peek at the brackets, what we have so far. So as you can see, we did have quite a few games already conclude. Unfortunately, we couldn't watch all of them. We had Resin versus YYUT. Go USA. They were actually able to secure the win, but again, another phenomenal effort from YYUT. Some really close nail biters there, and they almost clawed back from the brink. So 2 amazing runs as far as we were able to watch on our end. Looks like MOYAI was able to pull it out. Again, a 3-2 pull ahead on that end. Rein was able to sweep with a 3-0, which is impressive considering that they were both equal coming into the competition with that pseudo-Swiss. TWA, as we just watched, they obviously were able to get through. They did take RNG out with a full 3-0 sweep. And now it's going to be USA versus Europe in the semifinals tomorrow, which is going to be pretty exciting to watch. I don't think that's what what we expected to see.
Oh, I mean, classic matchup, like number 1 NA facing number 1 EU. Like that's a throwback to, like, let's say 3 years ago, 4 years ago. So yeah, excited to see that matchup again.
Yeah, so I'm going to have my popcorn ready, unfortunately. I won't be able to eat it, but I can think about it. So on the other end, we do have CL versus Eris. So I'm excited to see. Unfortunately, I didn't get to watch too many of their matches on the other end of the bracket. But shout out to all the teams that made it that far over there. Looks like JC was able to put one game against Throw, but CL did take Throw down on the end of that. Looks like this is a new screen. I don't know how to interpret it. What does that even mean?
Just timings for tomorrow.
Oh,
so
that makes sense. So again, tune in tomorrow. We are going to have the semifinals. We're going to be able to watch that third place finisher, and then the grand finale. We're going to be able to see the final match. So make sure you tune in to that. For the drops tomorrow, that is how you're going to be able to obtain the mission for the brand new Columbo skin, the Salt and Stone. It's beautiful, very like Greek architecture. We'll show off the video here in just a second, but make sure you tune into that, as you are going to be able to just watch for, I believe, 90 minutes and then get I think it's a 4-part mission to be able to unlock it. So take a peek here. The team has been working very hard. I think over a year's worth of planning has gone into make this skin possible. And again, freely obtainable just by coming and watching the stream tomorrow, which is super cool. I really need to get this line grinded out. I did the Napoli, so I asked F-Chat which was one of the first tech trees I should go through. So I was able to grind through the cruiser line. Now I have to go through the Italian battleship
yeah, of course,
line
I mean,
too.
you have to earn the skin. Though. It's looking super great, honestly.
I really like the line busts on the side in particular.
Indeed.
All right. So there she blows. Hope to see all of you guys coming in tomorrow. Before we go, there is one very special announcement. I'd like the whole crew in the studio to thank one of the main coordinators and moderator that you might see his name in chat a couple of times. It is actually Lemon Eagle's birthday. So a very auspicious day to have your birthday. So if we can all come together and sing happy birthday,
I don't have a
unless
voice for it.
awkwardly,
I
we
can't
can
do
it. We can make it
The
happen.
voice is done.
The worse we do
gentlemen.
it, the better it is.
All right, here we go. On my cage.
Are we getting, Compaz, you want to jump in the camera? Get behind me. Come on, get over
Get
here.
over here.
Get some people, whoever wants to sing with us.
Lemon
We're gonna
has
send
now
off the
just
stream
put
in
a
style.
pickaxe through his PC.
Exactly. And someone please
There he
clip
is.
this, all right? That will be great.
There he is. All right. Well,
On
Clement,
you, Alex.
3, 2, 1.
Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Lemon Eagle. Happy birthday to you.
That is
Happy
ridiculous.
Awesome.
And thank you very much for all you do. And thank you to all of our moderators and volunteers and coordinators. And there's an army behind the scenes, all of our video team making this entire production possible. You guys have no idea the amount of work that goes into making something like this happen. So thank you to all of that. Blood, thank you for joining us. Any closing statements from our fantastic commentators and hosts that I have here before we head out?
I mean, it was a super great game. So we got to watch today, right? I was super excited, not expecting at all this outcome of the last series that we just watched, and honestly, I'm just super excited to see what tomorrow can bring.
Robin,
Killabin.
Ben?
I am just amazed about what we've seen. It will be very difficult to top it tomorrow.
Have to
I
admit,
think we might.
game is so tense, we forgot there's a timer in there.
Yes. So, you know, it was good.
No, to be honest, congratulations for all the teams, and even the matches we didn't get to see, I'm sure, were equally entertaining. So thanks for all teams for a bloody good show, and we'll catch you tomorrow for even more of that, and I'm highly looking forward to it.
Yeah. And thanks to all of you guys in chat for sticking around for this entire time. We can't wait to see you again, same time. Be about 12:30 is when the timer starts, and then we'll get into the action by around 1 o'clock. So see you guys there. Have a great rest of the night. Ciao for now.
Goodbye.